Can you guys hear me? I was muted again. Keep muting myself. Rylles muted with the exclamation mark. I said hi. Hi. Hello. Alright, yeah, everything is good now. We can hear. Good. Yeah, solo queue. Yeah, M6 is gonna start in like an hour. So I have like an hour to play ranked games. You guys wanna watch M6 with me? Just one game and then I'll go sleep. All good, boss. Good to hear that. Commands. Commands. It's on the other side, I think. No, that's on the last escape. They're trying to get Fanny here. Seems like it. Let's see if they're gonna probably pick Fanny. Let's go 300k subscribers. What are we on right now? 213? Nah, way too far, guys. One day we'll get there. One day. Oh, okay, they didn't pick Fanny. Wait, did they ban it? No. Okay, we won. We won.
Who said there are no shortcuts in life?
Give me it.
I invented one.
Bro, give me Fanny. Oh my goodness.
Swing.
Do I really have to show my win rate, bro? Crazy.
Not bad.
Try a little fun, bro. What are you trying to say?
Let's talk.
I almost entered the game and then I got notification Ross is live. Hey yo, thank you, Shadow. Irene, hello. Welcome in. What time is it now for you guys?
Engulfed in flames.
My time is 1:29. 29.
I'm not the only one bound by these chains.
Yeah, not that much though. Maybe like a little, just about 30 subscribers a day. It will go up and down.
Payback time.
Yeah, we gain like 30 to 40 subscribers a day, and then it goes down again, and then goes back up. But I'm trying to be active, guys, starting next any city, which is it's gonna be this spring or summer. I'm excited.
For honor.
Your team is picking.
Pretty good comp they got. Tig, Valier, and they have Popol. Hate Popol, bro. It's so annoying. Not just the skills, but the dog itself. You know, the little side chick, kind of like Claude on that Dexter. Hi Rylles, Sunep, hello. Mamank Racing, what up, sir? Don't worry, bro. Always support you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys. Okay, Spirant, Lightborn, and then the Ranger, Campus Youth, Ninja, one and only Abina, Ohm77, DQ. No horizontal. No, I do have it. Go to my main and then just try to find the landscape one. Can someone teach me how to use Fanny? I got tutorial, guys. Go check it out. Check. How do you feel on new heroes coming up on the 21st of December? I've never seen it. Like, I'm not updated, guys. I'm so sorry. The only time I get to open this game is when I'm streaming. That's it. I don't really go to like Mobile Legends community or be on Discord or whatever. Like, trying to find out what's up. Like this is actually like the only time we get to play this game. No, I don't play off stream. I don't, because I have work. A lot of things on my plate. It's gonna be busted. Is it assassin or it's gonna be a fighter or mage? My left eye kind of twitching a bit. I don't know why. The eyelid. Lucas? Oh, that's a new hero? Lucas? Luca. Remind me of Luca. Okay, let me go Blade of Haptisis. How do you feel on new? Oh, I just read that. My bad. He's a fighter? Not worth it. What are they trying to do? Like, meta fighter now? Dude, this is so laggy. Like, what is this? 44 ms again.
Everyone aspires for a bright future.
Like, I want to have this 30 ms or 25 ms. Oh my god. Josh got it.
The strongest aspirant takes on the heaviest responsibilities. I am ready. It's the time!
There we go. He actually got that one.
Think about the future. Winterinia is not the only place we can set foot on.
Should have timed that out, right?
You up for a training course with me?
Once is probably sleeping. No, I don't think so. He's wide awake. Take her out. Nice. That guy seems like don't know how to play East and Shin. I just wanted to get that guy. Good stuff there. Are we going War Axe or is Kite Piercer? War Axe. We lost top lane? Jeez. I'll just get bottom tower then. Such a cheater hero. Hate that Popple, man.
Stay alert.
Easy push.
Dangers everywhere outside Terrania. One can never practice enough to make perfect. It's the time. I'm not here just to win training tests.
Pretty low. I need blue. Be good. Let's stop fighting. Good afternoon, Charles. Hello, Shiloh. Or Silo. Good evening. My time. Not your time, but my time. Oh, nah. I'm pretty low. I don't think I'm... No, we can't really do turtle right now. Reset. Nice. Good reset on that. Your prediction is gonna be
Ready
Fnatic.
for the test?
I just know they're gonna win. It's not because they're Filipino, but just the synergy that they have.
We must defend our homeland at all costs. It's the sign! Onward to a boundless world!
Valid, huh?
The Enders, nearly slightly advanced trainer bot.
I feel like Malefic is gonna help me a lot.
Quick! I can imagine how happy our life will be after it's all over.
Bro, I didn't lose the energy cause. What the heck?
It's the sign!
Sheesh, my fan is valid. No questions in that. Wild. I kept missing my cable.
Students know the rules. Your team destroyed a turret. Request backup. The strongest aspirant takes on the heaviest responsibilities. I am ready. Launch attack! Everyone aspires for a bright future.
Bro, they're so scared right now.
The Ender, nearly slightly advanced trainer bots.
Damn, reset is close to button is so
We
small.
must defend our
I made
homeland
mine the
at
size of
all
my thumb.
costs.
Well, it's not really the size of my thumb, but I just got used to it. It's been like that since I started playing the game.
I need to
Yeah, it's a
focus
bit
on the
small for
training.
me,
Chit chat for another time.
but I don't have to adjust that.
Your team destroyed a turret. An enemy has
Is he gonna be here, the Isenshin?
One can never practice enough. Quick! Ready for the test?
My fan is so valid. Oh my goodness. Everybody just started dying. What is going on, boys?
You up for
Don't tell me this is a comeback again. Please. Please. Can't move. Oh my smoky.
Onward to a boundless world.
That's crazy. That was actually crazy, guys. You guys see that? That's why you banned Fanny, huh? And this is not even 18 ms. This is literally 45 ms central. Rylles, what do you think about tank Fanny? Not a fan of it. Hello? I need help? Hello? Guys. I'm gonna die here.
I'm not here just to win free.
Now I can recall. Play like Akira. Wonder if they will concede? Nah, I don't think so. These guys are try hard.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Hi Rylles. Yo, Star, what up? Peace Star, what up? Miss you, brother. It would have been savage.
Think about the future, when Terrenia is not the only place we can set foot on. Your team destroyed a turret. Remember, we aspirants embody all the hopes of humanity. Your team destroyed a turret. What's happening in Terrenia now did not last long.
Not taking the buff.
Cellric students know the
No
rules.
buff for you, sir. It's over. We won. Bro, 20 kills is crazy. Wow. They only concede just now. That's crazy.
Victory!
Chat, be honest. Do you guys play for fun? I do. I do. $20 kills is actually crazy on Fanny. 33% damage only? I thought that was like 50% damage. Jeez. Oh, Cyclone is here. Nice, we got Cyclone. Why is the MS life at 20? 43 MS, 30 MS. It goes up and down. Is there like a new patch coming in? Play on my account, Joel. Give me your account. I got you. True warriors never quit. If there is really no need to concede at start, it gets taken on anyway. You might as well try your luck. Yeah. It's like playing tournament, bro. Don't lose hope. Rylles all. Live chat.
Your team is banning.
Who are these people, man? I don't know them. Oh, wait. Gold ka pre. Andito daw si Rylles eh. He's like, just go gold. Respect. Put respect on my name, sir.
Ban a hero.
Hi, Says. Ate, Tita Says? Kidding. I'll go XP. Okay, who should I ban, bro? Chip? Okay, wait, what did I ban last game? Did I ban Sicilian? Bro. What was the ban? I forgot the ban, bro. You know what? Doesn't matter. Just ban this hero.
Enemy is picking.
Oh, Fanny's open. Thank you for a sub. 2 bigs. Appreciate it.
Sir, what's
Thank
your
you, sir.
command?
Your team is picking.
I'll just go Ling. It's a lot better, I would say. Saber. Nah, it's not worth it. What if they go Angela? They should have just opened Joy and Fanny, so I could pick Joy. Yeah, would have been a lot better. Because if they go for Fanny, then I could just pick Joy. How do I give you a count? I was just playing around. I can't really play on your account, sir. Sorry.
Who said there are no shortcuts in life? I literally invented
Yeah,
one.
Kufra is a good choice. Kufra. I like Kufra better than Franco. Hey, Psycho, we're starting a win streak. Alright? Don't forget that. I'm not trying to lose tonight.
Is ticking.
I know you're right there in the chat, boy. Tama. No, Tig is good, but I think Kufra do a lot of work. I don't know. It's up to you. It's up to you. Whatever you feel like playing, doesn't matter. Got it, Psycho. And you went Carmilla. Oh my goodness. I said Tig or Kufra. Psycho, bro. What is wrong with you? Man said misclick. How was that misclick, bro? It's okay, Psycho. What is that gonna do? Dang.
Time and tide
We didn't
wait for
CC.
no man nor girl.
Muscle of iron, bones of
Game.
Is
steel.
ticking.
Mobile Alpha or Best Primus one? What? Best Primus one? Primus one? What? Best player? It's good for a chip. Oh yeah, kind of.
Seems like I've slept for ages.
But we needed CC for
become
Fanny
of the
though.
world?
This is not gonna work. You know what? It's alright. No debts. No debt challenge. Same as last game. Bro is glazing. You alright? I hate when players don't adjust. No, he said he misclicked that one. Nakakapagpabagabag. 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 Nakakapagpabagabag.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Oh, these guys? Ah, we won. We won.
My blade always strikes true.
18 MS. Wait, why am I using the Nightshade instead of the Starlight skin? He's on red buff with Fanny.
Hear the whisper of my sword.
Fanny on the red buff? That's my first time seeing that.
You can't evade me. As the wind. Light as a feather. Soaring finch.
I don't know what happened right there. I can't really do nothing here.
Light as a feather.
He's taking blue. Pull up.
This is where your journey ends.
Red tree gap. That's all I can say. But I miss playing NAC to you guys. You guys have
I
no
shall
idea.
reclaim what I deserve. Nothing more.
You're watching the tournament? Yeah, I will in a bit. But right now, let me just play ranked games. Have some fun.
As the wind. Hear the whisper of my sword.
That guy just ulted. Jeez.
This world is full of surprises.
What? Can you even play Fanny, sir? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hello. Hello. Real?
There's never a final mission.
It's okay though. Got her though. We good. We good. 13 seconds? Huge fan, he said. Goku.
I'm still the Cyan Finch.
They're a huge fan of me. I'm just a random, sir.
One sword reflects one's thought. Don't be blinded by obsessions. Hear the whisper of my sword.
Kinda risky. Oh, Fanny got shut down. We good, we good, we good.
As the wind. Let the wind guide you.
That was getting recalled bottom. Oh my goodness, how could I miss that one?
Sword leaves no trace. Your demise will go unsung.
Nice. Good job, Khalid. Is there blue up? No, it is not. Okay, what's the next build, guys? Is Kai Piercer? Not really worth it.
Draw your sword with the intent to kill.
be good. Ranger died again? No, one.
Soaring Finch.
Okay, gotta take my blue. Gotta take my everything. Nice.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Fortune favors the
Ruben,
persistent.
what's up? Am I going for damage? Yeah. Why do people go for lane tank? Tank don't work for me. I hate going tank, guys. You guys know that. Like utilities? Nah,
I chose to walk
not
this
my
path
type.
alone. This world is full of surprises. Fortune favors the persistent.
HP.
I chose to walk this path alone. Light as a feather. Rain tempest!
Your team destroyed. Gather up the Lord. Gather up the Lord.
Draw your
think he got
sword
Ranger
with the
now.
intent to kill.
I think he rat.
Slain.
Ah, I don't have ult. I wish. Oh my goodness. I should have waited for 2 seconds and then went in. Rylles, why you gotta be doo doo? Blink, shh, be quiet. You better change your name right now, Blinky. Hey yo? Nah, that was good. 1 HP. Oh, he actually lived. Fanny could have just hit him.
The path of cultivation.
I
is
mean, he would have
never
been so dead.
painless. You can't evade me. You're no longer bound.
I'm just gonna go bottom, clear the lane.
One sword. What a strong horse. Here's a mice will show in some.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Might die here actually. Good try though. Nice. Oh, it's over. Okay. Jeez. You gotta round up your kind Rylles. They be trolling me. This guy said round up your kind. 100k bet on SRG? Nah. You gotta go for Onyx, sir. I'm telling you right now, you don't want to lose that 100 grand. That's a lot of money, sir. Nautic is gonna win. I'm telling you guys. It's always Filipino. That was good. Okay, what time is it now? Okay, let's play one more game and then we hop into M6. It's 2:02 actually. Well, yeah, let's play one more game. It's gonna start around 2:30, I think. So let's just play one more game. That'd be it. I'm hungry. I just ate and I'm hungry. TS, yeah. Twisted Minds. Wait, what is TS? Oh wait.
Please ban a hero.
Oh. Wait, I thought TS is Twisted Minds. Oh, I'm gonna go Team Spirit. Kid Bomba. I like him, Bomba. Bomba.
Your team is banning.
This guy said tao ka ba S2?
The enemy is picking.
Of course I'm going jungle, sir. You're not going. Look at this. Clean 50, guys. I'm hoping Momba can't. I'm not gonna lie. I've actually never seen him play I've never seen him play like on live. Like I haven't really watched him.
Gaze upon the edge of the void.
Yo, pick Nolan? I was just baiting this, guys. I feel like we're going against our team from last game. Those Granger and what was the other one? Khalid. Bro, Saber into that is crazy. Not a Saber, bro. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm pulled up
Project
Saber.
Storm activated.
Change my mind. We got Rylles doing ASMR. Not really. Hey, Waterhead, what's up? How you doing, sir? A late night stream? Yep, it is. We're gonna do one shot, one kill. I feel like Mathoda. Yeah, Mathoda. So we can fly me to the moon.
Your team is picking.
Saber jungle, yeah.
Always on the way.
I got it at 250 diamonds. Jeez. Bro, I gotta cut my nails, guys. Pretty long. It's so long. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why you guys tend to ask that a lot. Like, I only play jungle now.
Join me in my dream world.
Like, even if I'm playing with Zane, I'm gonna make him go XP. I'm gonna make him play tank.
Your team is picking.
I'm gonna make him play tank, bro. I don't care. Johnson core? We lost. Nah, I don't do that, sir. Ah, hurts.
The purple dragon is ready anytime.
The purple dragon is ready anytime. How are you doing, sir? Good. Hmm. Play the guitar with them nails? Nah, I don't play guitar, guys. But I think I do know what you mean by that. But can you give me M6 pass? No. Yeah, it is them. Paligid. Yeah, freaking Layla. Vengeance? So we're only gonna focus Claude here, and then Nolan. I don't think this Nolan is good. They got a random jungle, so. Can you boost my account 80 to? You want me to boost your account? For how much? DM me on Discord, sir. I'm weak. Immortal.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them!
Hachi! Hachi! Sensya na aking mahal, di naman ako magtatagal. Nais ko lang naman.
Even the sharpest sword.
Oh, Kali Tang. I thought it was gonna be XP.
The universe is too dark. May we
Yeah, I don't know
be the
why they
light.
trying to invade. They're all gonna die.
One day, we will return to our homeland. Target acquired. Locked and loaded.
Bro, what's up with this guys? That's not how it works when you they don't know they take a lot of damage when they do that.
Enemy ahead. 12 o'clock. To end it all.
What'd you recall?
Mission underway. Scanning the area.
Slain an enemy!
You got 3 assists, I would have gotten like 4 kills by now.
The universe is too dark. May we be the light. One day, we will return. One last strike.
That was good. That was actually so clutch. Told you, Matilda was a good pick. I knew it was gonna be a good pick. Yeah, let them do turtle. It's okay. Not a problem. Not a huge problem in that. We good. We good. We good, my boys. You know what my text? I did not, sir. I'm just playing the game, trying to read your comments,
Even the
boys.
sharpest sword needs a man to wield it.
M6 fast. Would you guys want the N pass or M6 pass? Hey yo.
Enemy ahead. 12 o'clock.
I didn't get it, but it's okay.
Target acquired. Locked and loaded. Enemy ahead. 12 o'clock.
Launch attack!
To end it all.
It's okay.
System
We
restore.
good, we good. I got him
Ready
now.
for reboot.
Good for Layla. Bro, she's only level 5 compared to that Claude is like level 6 with 2,000 gold. Crazy.
One
And,
day,
and we're past for
we will
sure,
return
for
to our
real.
homeland.
Rather than M6. Valid.
Even the sharpest sword needs a man who
Boom.
wield it.
Bam, 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 bam.
The universe is too dark. May we be the light. Target acquired. Locked and loaded.
I got 2 kills though. Damn. I should have just went Leo more instead. Would have been a lot better, no? Cause like all I can do is 1 kill, right? 1 kill, then kinda go back and then in and out basically.
We write our own future.
Nice, Chow. Nice. That was good. Congratulations.
Mission underway. Scanning the area. Target acquired. Locked and loaded. One day, we will return to our home. Mission underway. Scanning the area. To end it all.
Pretty good.
The universe is too dark.
You didn't get him?
May we be the light.
That was so unfortunate.
One last strike.
I think it's dead though. Dead. Nice. Let's go Malefic Ore. Nice. Good job, Chow. Nice. Pretty good. It's not that bad, huh?
Even the sharpest sword needs a man.
I actually
to
like
wield
that.
it.
That was actually so good. RIQ maybe.
We write our own future. Enemy ahead. Want to end it all. The universe is too dark.
Oh, couldn't use my second skill. I'm in the
Restore complete.
second skill from Mathilda. Fortunate. Nice, Chow. That was so good. That was actually so good. Layla gotta do something about this. What do you think, M6 champion? You already know, bro. You already know. Hypnotic.
One day, we will return to our homeland.
Our turret has been destroyed. Your team destroyed a turret.
One last strike.
No way, bro. With 1 HP? Crazy. Ah, the vengeance. It's alright.
Gather up the lords.
Yeah, they might go dragon, to be honest.
Gather up the lords.
Too late now.
Target acquired. Locked and loaded.
Good kill on that.
Enemy ahead. 12 o'clock. To end it all.
Slain an enemy.
Too late now.
Even the sharpest sword needs a man to wield it.
Damn.
System restore
An outlook card. The vengeance. You said mana? Yeah, because they do 20% less damage while in your jungle. The first 2 minutes of the game.
Mission underway. Scanning the area. One last strike.
Turret is under attack. Our turret is under attack.
M6 pass. Ugh. Clay. 8-3, not bad. 11-7 for.
We write our
Thought is
own
OP right now,
future.
yeah, for sure. What's this Layla gonna do, bro?
Enemy ahead. 12 o'clock.
Request backup.
Can't really burst Khalid.
Initiate retreat.
Even the sharpest sword needs a man to wield it.
Request backup. Launch attack.
We write our own future. To end it all. Mission underway. Scanning the area.
We good. It's okay. We got dragon though. Whoa! Chow flicker out for that. What the heck? Chow actually flicker out. Crazy. My turn. Layla said my turn. 49 Empire medals. Stop begging. Did it bleed? 3, 2, 1.
One day, we will return to our homeland.
Don't give them dragon.
One last strike.
Team destroyed. Slain an enemy.
The universe is too dark. The light. Target acquired. Locked and loaded.
I don't think they can end though. There's no minions. Yeah. Push like tower. I mean, yeah, the tower is helping. Good morning. Good morning. Damn, Layla hurts though. They just have to protect Layla and then we're good. Protect Layla. Maybe it has a certain matchup.
Enemy ahead. 12 o'clock.
Pretty good.
Even the sharpest sword needs a man to wield it. Target acquired. Locked and loaded. The universe is too dark. May we be the light.
Oh, it's good though. 25 seconds. Oh. Layla's dead. Messed up on that. They just gotta defend that one. My turn. Peel Layla. That's the only way. No. They can't really fight them.
We write our own future. Mission underway. Scan the area.
Initiate retreat. Launch attack.
One day, we will return to our homeland. The universe is too dark.
Initiate retreat.
May we be the light to end it all.
Should be it. Too deep. Oh, Layla. Okay, never mind. Layla went home. Oh, this is a dragon tower. I don't think we can defend this. GG. We're gonna watch M6 after this match, guys, okay? We're gonna watch M6. Like, literally right after this. Good game. Alright, let's go. Time to watch M6. How do I... Okay, M6 live. Wait, what's the first game? Is it gonna be... Let me see. Just about to start now.
There's
Okay.
really no lead here. The 1,000
Oh.
Vamos is great and all, but it's still very easily swung
Vamos?
in favor. Oh, Bamba opening up. Get it stun over to Chibi. Yo, HCC!
Okay, there we go.
Soren left him, and Chibi got one shot by one shot. Spirit now gotta back away. They have to respect
Spirit
that Chibi's
now.
down, and Team Spirit can just reset
I don't
and
want
go for the
camera,
Lord.
guys.
I mean, that was a great idea, right? Sorn and Chibi together in that particular brush. Probably they could have went for the sandwich play
Ooh.
if Team Spirit had decided to show themselves towards the other side of the Lord pit, but it was a different story. They decided to check all the brushes, and now Sorn, oh wait!
It's a vengeance, and electrifying beats over to Zorn. Smooth pops into Revitalize now, circling, eager to lock him down. One shot gets the snipe out to Zorn! Smooth low, poke down. Chibi is back up again. Warlord pops in. The Bat Feast wants to join in the team fight, and Sunset Lover again is in the bottom lane, so TS will decide to reset again.
I just remember that this wasn't... Yeah, it really isn't a Jungle Joy, so the Vengeance, that's an additional layer of problem that Team Vamos would definitely have to deal with. but we're still here in the Lord Pit. They don't want to, either of these two teams want to give this up. That's the glorious pathway once again, but Smooth will be able to sustain this. He's in the middle of everything.
GB.
Oh, wait, it's from behind!
Quad Shadow, AOG, he go with the flick around Smooth. That AOG won't connect. The Sanguine Claws will bomb up. One bad impact. Kid Bomba still surviving with just 1 HP, a sliver of health. Warlord's mana is going down quick, but he claims the Lord for Vamos.
Earlier, it seemed like Team Spirit were able to set things up for them to have that Lord take. But Team Vamos, they were just able to buy enough time. They were the ones who were able to turn things around this time, and currently Nets is in the lead in terms of gold. And Team Vamos, they will definitely make use of this Lord, possibly taking out almost all of the inner turrets whenever they gain the chance or the access towards it. This is a very difficult situation for Team Spirit. The sustain that Team Vamos has in their hands and the lack of burst damage that Team Spirit has as of now, it seems like it's starting to become a problem.
Tier 2, number 1 down below, taken out. And you can see the itemization here for Nets too. I think he's building towards an endless battle. He has the mana beats. Zorn walking up, now stunned up. That's a double stun from Bomba and one shot, but it is just Zorn. He can take that. One shot again with the arrow. It will be TS allocating most of their resources into the bottom lane. A full dive. One shot caught on the AOG. Now that's the taunt as well. Going to revitalize from Bomba, but that's going to be a turret taken down. Sunset Lover walking back and forth now in the midst of it all with a vengeance and the electrifying beats over the net. Sunset Lover able to dive all the way. Now it's a killing spree. Hiko gunning them down. Sunset with a triple. One shot with a double. Team Spirit had wiped Vamos out.
The definition of punish and timing proven to us by Team Spirit.
Wait. There's no way. They're looking for the end. There's a big wave in the bottom lane. TS, they're going for the gamble. Wait a minute. The minions will spawn. Team Spirit in the mid lane.
Oh, wait.
They're already on the base turret.
Oh, wait, is this it? Are they actually going for the end? No one's going home. The minions spawned in their base and they're just going for it.
Zorn needs to get the nice shot. Eco is just targeting the base. One team fight. And they turn it around. They secure game 1 against Team Vamos.
What an unexpected turn of events for Team Spirit. One crucial mistake, one miscalculated play was all it took for them to end the game in less than 13 minutes.
One big fight, one big moment from Sunset Lover. The jungler who was knocked out by a Malaysian team at M3. Now he plays the jungler in the mid lane. That's the joy in the mid lane with vengeance. He's still got the mechanics in him.
Definitely, the mechanics were there. So now let's break down what happened in game number 1 together with our panel.
Thank you very much, and that's what happens. This is the life of a Mobile Legends player now. It only takes one mistake. Like, this is the definition of life. You do so many things, and people will forget about it. But you do one bad thing, that's gonna be the biggest thing that people will talk about. And I kind of feel like people will talk about that.
Oh, it's definitely going to stick for sure. It stings that we lost in that particular way, but why did it happen? Number 1, I gotta give it a Sunset Lover, right? Because in a majority of the early to mid-game fights, he did not want to participate. They were playing 4v5 in a lot of the scenarios, and he was able to get his 3 items on time, find the levels that he needs, and that vengeance really making the difference for these dives once all the ults and resources had been used by Vamos.
And it's interesting because it was on a little bit of an untraditional method, right? He pulls out the Joy and puts it in the mid lane. And I mean, I guess it worked because technically Joy can get away from all that aggressive gameplay because he has good peel.
Honestly, I feel like the biggest thing is the vengeance, right? He came in, he dealt the damage. Now, when he uses the ult, right, the electrifying beats, there's some magic resist as well as armor. But when you put vengeance on top of that as well, and you have some return damage, we saw the hesitation from Nets to keep on hitting because the return damage, like the bigger your damage is, the bigger that it's gonna reflect. And that was a big reflective damage there. Even Nets was like, I don't know if I want to keep on going.
I think he learned his lesson after that very first Lord interaction. You saw him hitting away at Sunset Lover. He put himself down to a quarter of his HP, and then he had to tap out. It's like, I gotta hit. I'm sorry, GB. I gotta hit your purple. If I don't, I'm gonna die. I need the crits. I need this Haas Claw to work with me. But another genius thing coming in from the side of Team Spirit is the fact that if Sunset Lover can close the distance between him and Warlord, you lose so much damage off of the tip of the bat impact.
And also credits to Sawo, right, on this Mathilda, just keeping the team alive. alive, giving them the additional shielding, and another way for Sunset Lever to go back if he needed some help when getting very low.
Yeah, I would say the critical point is definitely Sunset Lover there, especially with the Vengeance. And looking at the build as well, having that Weapon Master just makes Holy Crystal hurt a little bit more, where we even saw that Zorn got taken down pretty quickly. So this is one of those situations where Vamos looked to be a strong team. They played disciplined throughout the match, especially during that Lord take. But then they just, I guess they didn't count on the Vengeance being up yet. Like they thought, okay, maybe the Vengeance is down, so we can deal with the Joy. But once the Joy jumped in with the Vengeance, GG, lights out.
Yeah, but there's nothing much you can do with it, right? You're hoping that Smooth maybe has a taunt to try and kind of pull the Joy away in the middle of the dashes, but as you saw in that very final fight, Smooth already jumping in very heavily to try and take first inhibitor turret, which I don't think is a bad move. It's actually a very powerful siege tool that Gatot has, especially when you have the artilleryman Sicilian in your backline. But once you are out of ults, that's when you're expecting the clap back coming in from the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, one small step for Sunset Lover, a huge step for Team Spirit for game number 1 of this best of 5. The last team standing in the West. I mean, even the damage still goes over to Vamos, and it just shows you one mistake can cost everything.
Yeah, and now we got to look at the goal graph here just to show how big of a swing that is. Look at Team Spirit. They actually controlled the game for the first like 6 minutes or so, but then Vamos was able to take the lead, and more importantly, they hold down the lead up until the last moment. That very last moment, look at how fast the dip was. They were 2,200 gold ahead, and then it swung all the way down, and then the game ended.
I think that Vamos in this particular matchup was actually trying to find angles to get in an early snowball, maybe for Chibi, maybe even for Nets in the early game. But I think that Team Spirit, they've done great preparation. You could see the movements on the map to deny them, body block them, always marking each and every man, understanding that if somebody's standing on one side of the wave, we're not falling for any macro feints anymore. We need to keep our minds very elevated and stay on what's important, and that's keeping Hiko alive. Once we get into the mid game, we also saw a bit of personality from Vamos. Hey, you made one mistake, now I'm going to take your mid inhibitor. Now I'm going to start pushing into your jungle. Now I'm going to start taking every turret on the map as quickly as possible.
Yeah, there were a lot of times you saw Vamos just bounce back, even if they fell on an objective. The defense was definitely there for them to be able to come back and take the Lord away from Team Spirit. A lot of those occasions worked in their favor, but then at that end game toward that push, that's when you got to see Sunset Lover come alive on this Joy.
And now we gotta jump to the beat of the flash, where we're gonna look at the MVP for this game, and I feel like it's gonna be Sunset Lover, because I gotta say that play was the game-winning play. Like if you want to see a play of the day, that's play of the day material for you.
It's so good. It was so very, very good. I mean, look at his item build, right? We know that his emblem was my Weapon Master, but he doubled down on getting not only a Holy Crystal, but even the Blood Wings. And it's important to understand that with this emblem, you're multiplying your damage really, really quick. But he's not just greeting out. He's not like, oh, I want to get a lightning charge. I want to get the extra movement speed. I don't want to cut through with a Holy Glaive. No, he does initiate starting off with the glowing wand. He still understands, hey, I need to reduce your healing first before I can guarantee the one shot.
Yeah, and then he runs the Temple of Rain as well, right? So when he uses that ultimate, that electrifying beats, his ults or his skills are going to go on cooldown, so it's going to be even more damage, and that works really well with a hero that gets up close and personal.
Yeah, like we can definitely see it at Sunset Lover. He was completely fine. If I die, I die. As long as I take someone with me. And he took out 3 people with him, and then the rest, one shot just clean up. We're going to look at the highlights here, and I got to say, this is a good way to start game number 1, where you really can't expect anything, because if you're looking at the game, it starts off with Team Spirit doing well. And Vamos, you know, they were able to recover the lead and then just lose it at the end.
Yeah, I mean, we also have to talk about the full composition coming in from Team Spirit, right? How does all these heroes interact with each other? I would say, yes, it does look a little bit like a dive composition. It's pretty good at diving overall. But the beauty of it is how they run them down. Look, the inhibitor breaks at this point, and once the Glorious Pathway is through, that's when you're waiting for Sunset Lover to jump into that line.
Oh, I just saw a mistake.
Yep, they forced themselves into a choke point, and even worse yet, even Hiko was able to get free Death Sonata shots to allow the rest of Spirit to catch up.
No, that was not the mistake.
Was it the ejector?
Yeah, like he wanted to eject the Joy, but he ejected Nets. Oh, yeah. So Zorn, instead of tossing the Joy, he accidentally tossed the Bruno.
I mean, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, if he threw the Joy up, they would have won the fight. But he actually threw the Bruno. Oh, that was.
I feel like we're gonna have to ask him later about that.
No, I'm pretty sure it was like, because the thing about the ejector is that once the Joy is completely on top of Nets, it's really a coin toss, right? Like it could literally hit anyone unless Nets buys the potion to make sure that he doesn't get. But oh, that was unlucky.
Yeah, that's why when they were walking off the stage, it's not like they were, oh, we're really disappointed. It's like, all right, we made a mistake. We knew exactly what happened there. And honestly, TS, they played a strong game. They knew what they were doing, and it benefited their composition. Move on to game 2.
Yeah, I feel like it was one of those situations where there wasn't too many wrong answers for Vamos, right? There was a lot that went right in that game for them. Yeah, there were some mistakes. There were some times where Spirit was in the lead, but it wasn't a one-sided story. And I think even with the draft, I'm okay with the way the draft landed for both sides.
Yeah, so one thing that we have to say, they got to be careful here. They want to make sure that they don't get tilted because losing in that kind of way kind of messes with you. But something that we got to talk about, we have the ROG phone. Not physically, but unleash unmatched gaming performance with the ROG Phone 9 Pro mobile masterpiece that seamlessly blends high-power gaming with sleek modern aesthetic. And this is how you use a Joy Mid, right? Get yourself an ROG phone so that you can drop to the beat of the flash. But to let you guys know as well, from the 18th of November all the way to the 29th of December, participate in M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin, Challenges Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Skin, Lightseeker, which I personally have tried out. I haven't gotten it yet. I have no idea how Husky got both of them, but it is what it is. Don't miss out this rare opportunity to get Beatrix M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time. With my luck, I don't think I'm going to get it, by the way.
Hey, just a couple more rolls. You're going to get it at some point, right? And that's not the only thing people should be excited for, because a new optimized game has come also by MLBB, Magic Chess Go, a multiplayer strategy game, now soft launched in both Malaysia as well as Singapore. So you can pre-register. The pre-registration is actually underway for other APAC regions, so no need for fast fingers. You don't have to worry if you're not a big Joy player. Take your time and really focus on your compositions.
In one day, I went from a warrior, now I'm Grandmaster. It's an amazing game. It's an amazing game. And like you said, it's optimized. It didn't really use a lot of battery. With just one single charge, I played like 16 games.
What?
On one charge.
16 games?
16 games. And I've been top 4 every single time, by the way. So just saying.
That's a fair point. It is 60 FPS as well. I'm surprised that it's optimized too.
That is a machine in a beautiful game as well, and I'm definitely gonna have to try and maybe get some tips and tricks from you.
Oh no, dude, you'll get it instantly. You get it instantly. But yeah, we gotta talk about these teams now because this is a best of 5. Losing one game, it's okay. You can come back, and we saw that Vamos had very good discipline in that game. So like you guys said, it's not one-sided. Now, we got to go into the mental of the team. We were able to talk to Smooth, so we'll see what he has to say, and hopefully they're A-okay right now. A long journey ahead. Smooth said, I'm disappointed that both Malaysian teams are in the lower bracket. We were really hoping that this wouldn't happen. Even if both teams make it through, we might have to face each other in the end. Our journey in the lower bracket will likely be a long one. We need to stay mentally prepared and build our stamina, because only those who can endure will survive. And wise words where it's going to be tested right now.
Yeah, it's truly going to be tested, and even if they do win this series, there's still a very long journey ahead of them. I love Smooth's mentality because he's very realistic about things, right? In his own professional career, so many times has he been cursed with second places all the time. And finally, when he qualifies and makes it into top 8, he understands the journey ain't over yet until you're lifting that trophy.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure on the line for the Malaysia region, right? Trying to get out of the bottom bracket and get back up there with those at the top. And it's going to be interesting to see how they pull this off, right? I mean, even in the player interviews, we got to see Team Spirit and Vamos competing against each other, and they're very humble about the situation.
Yeah, and now looking at Team Vamos here, again, mentally, they got to be prepared, as well as their stamina. And sometimes in tournament, you have to have, short-term memory loss, right? Just like, okay, whatever happened, recover, and at the same time try to learn from mistakes. Like whatever the coaches say, just trust your coach. Maybe Pop said you guys have a late scaling comp, you guys didn't have to force it. because there's a lot of game to be played. You know, we'll see what the adjustment is going to be on game number 2.
Yeah, just one game at a time is how they have to look at this. I mean, if history repeats itself, yesterday we ran into this situation where the best of 5s, both of them went all the way to a game 5 with both teams winning the first 2 matches. I mean, this M series has been full of excitement. It's been full of surprises. And we're only in game 2. They definitely have enough time to bounce back.
Absolutely. But, I mean, on the opposite end, right? Team Spirit, they're playing on Malaysian home ground against a home ground team. The crowd is definitely not going to be on their side for a majority of these matches. If we're talking about a test of mentality in terms of stamina, you also have to make sure that overall your emotional state is not going to be shaken by the crowd screaming for every single play, every single success that the crowd is excited for.
And now it's going to be much more difficult in the draft. Who would have who would have seen that the Joy would be coming up in mid?
I know I didn't.
I didn't either, honestly.
I mean, like, we've seen Joy mids before, but not in M6.
I agree, but at the same time, it's not like it's an impossibility. We've seen the draft actually, well, not even the draft, the meta right now being pried wide open with a lot more interesting red side picks and even blue side picks. And I think that even Joy, after we've seen BTK show off that it can go into the EXP lane, it's a late scaling monster. And if you want to play long range and you lose damage when you get shorter, Joy's a pretty good option.
You know, I'm wondering with game number 2, if Vamos is going to take red side or if they're going to go blue side. They were blue side for game number 1. They were kind of forced to pick up that Bruno. We know Nets, that's not really his specialty play style. So maybe if they take the red pick swing, it could work in a totally different favor.
Yeah, honestly, red side so far has been looking very strong for M6 because, again, that final pick can really screw with you. But now we were able to talk to Zorn as well. We have an M chat with him, and let's look at how he's feeling right now. How do you feel about the team dropping to the lower bracket? And Zorn replied, I feel sad that we didn't make it to the upper bracket. We need to review our strategy and gameplay. It will be very important for us to figure out how to recover if we were to lose the early game and focus on playing for the late game, where we definitely saw that they lost a bit in the early game and they were able to recover come mid game. Now they just got to be careful not to make unnecessary mistakes or engages come to the late game.
I think we can definitely see, you know, the discipline being shown by this team. I mean, even prior to M6, we were always wondering if this team had hit a plateau because all they were focusing on was the early game for a large majority of the year. So coming into this, now I feel like Team Spirit is really testing that. How much have you evolved to your mid as well as your late games? I think that game 1, we saw a little bit of it, but now, since it's a best of 5, we're going to see a lot more, and I don't think Team Spirit is going to change the strategies.
I mean, Team Spirit's comfortable. You saw Kid Bomba. He told Eterna, I plan on winning this 100%. I plan this to be a 3-0. And then you see beside him.
Yes, I was like, maybe 3-1. He's like, you know, I'm confident, but not that confident.
He's very realist. That's why he's the godfather. All right, coming into this draft, I want to see which side they decide to be on. Initially, we saw Team Spirit going on red. I would only assume that Vamos probably also wants to go on the red side because, again, even when we look at statistic win rates, both teams have a higher win rate on red side compared to blue.
Something to note as well. Thank you for the production team bringing this up. The last time we saw a Joy mid was Troublemaker from Umbrella Squad during M5 Wildcard. That was M5 Wildcard. So that's quite a while ago, literally last year.
Oh boy, oh boy. Maybe that's where the inspiration came from. I mean, they're all from the same region, right? So information spreads quick.
And now Vamos is going to be on first pick. This time they ban out the Bruno. So maybe this is just, you know, they haven't gotten used to it yet. They haven't gotten used to Bruno's power spike and etc.
I suppose, but they're also banning out the glue. So I'm guessing that at least for Vamos, they want to make sure that even if they do have a tank EXP laner, they're not going to get punished too hard. I like the response because this is right after they get rid of the Phobius from the side of Team Spirit. But now in this very final ban, it feels like there's too much to give away. We could say, yes, they could lean back into the Matilda once more since Vamos was pretty adamant on getting the Bruno the last time, and they could have gone for Suyo as well.
Yeah, I mean, you could go Blue Yo, take that Suyo up, or you could go the Cho route. Definitely have it to be able to flex to the XP or the roam position. I feel like right now, picking up the Marksman first pick, you can wait a little bit, right? I mean, you can get the Beatrix, you can get the Granger, you can get a Harith. You know, Nets likes to play a little bit more up close and personal. I don't feel like they have to rush this. I just think it's a great time to maybe go in for the mid laner, but they're going to go in for Blue Yo. So Suyo is going to be in the jungle for Vamos.
Maybe it's to make one shot a little less comfortable. I mean, he was technically, in terms of clear speed, doing a much better job at clearing his camps in comparison to GB on a Hayabusa, but that's just the nature of the hero.
Wow, okay, now I feel old. This will be Sao's 62nd game. In the M series, just M series. It's his 62nd game in just M series.
You know what's the wildest part? I've watched all 62 games.
Yeah.
I have seen every single one of those games, whether on the desk or off the desk, just watching the M series in all of the games.
He's heavily decorated. I mean, the only M series that we did not see him in was M4. So, yeah, there's a lot of legacy, there's a lot of history to kind of talk about between both of these teams. Vamos, Team Spirit, formerly Homeboys, Deus Volts, and now here they are again on the grand stage to fight it out again. As you are going to see that Mathilda picked up with the Hylos. They're going to go ahead and show some of these cards early.
Team Spirit, they might pick up the Granger as well because they banned out the Hilda. Hilda has been good, making sure that Granger stays far away from the team fight, but without that Hilda, he's going to be free hitting here. And Team Spirit kind of feels like having the Matilda as well as the Hylos is a very good answer to what Vamos shows on the table.
Yeah, I think that, you know, Team Spirit is going to go back to the previous comp that we've seen in game number 1. They want to be able to punish their opponents. They want to be able to run them down. So I think that Vamos may have to pivot in terms of, hey, we need a composition that can fight on a dime but isn't reliant on our ults too much, so we don't give a clear flag to TS when they do decide to unleash upon us.
I wonder if Vamos, okay, I was going to say, are they going to go the Sicilian route again? But no, they're going to go in for the Valentina. Now, with Team Spirit, do they still go in for this Joy? I feel like it'll be a little harder, especially with a Valentina able to kind of get a little bit more crowd control to stop that Joy from being as mobile. But for the side of Team Spirit, they definitely have some options on the table. Technically, the Aurora could come out here. We've seen that picked up a lot, especially up against the Valentina. The Eve would have been a great pickup, but you have to risk giving Vamos the RWM.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that Team Spirit is pretty open to pick Sunset Lovers hero last. Like, that's just the Joy. Maybe they have something even crazier for us. Like, I don't know.
Who should?
Well, they show up the Joy.
Oh, fun.
No, here's the thing. It's flex, which is crazy. It's flex.
It's flex. It poses a lot of questions whether or not Vamos is going to be able to handle it. Can they even find an early game opportunity against TS? If not, they're going to have to play mid to late. And even so, right now, I'm not seeing a lot of scaling on Vamos' side just yet.
And right now, I feel like the high value targets are going to be what's going to be ran in the gold lane. I mean, technically, you could go in for the Harith in this situation for Vamos, maybe something that Team Spirit wants to take off the table. The Granger, a high value target as well, that's still walking for either side, and we have yet to really see what could be in the XP lane, because I mean, the Katat could be roam still.
Also a possibility. At least we understand that Vamos wants to hold back on what that gold lane pick is going to be first. I like the fact that, you know, Team Spirit, they're just covering their bases, make sure that you start limiting down on the potential options when it comes down to just the roam supports. Maybe even the Tigreal might be a follow-up ban afterwards. We'll see what Ren has in mind just a bit, because now we're looking towards Pops' side, right? If you make the comparison, we don't know where this, we're not exactly sure where this Joy is going to be, but more so the jungler is going to be a lot slower in comparison to the CEO, unless they're trying to play for something scaling or map heavy, like a Ling, or I would hope Alpha.
Something crazy, like maybe Vamos can pick up, I don't know, Fredrin EXP.
Against the Hylos?
Against the Joy specifically.
Against the Joy.
Because Fredrin is good against the Joy, and we've seen the evolution of the EXP. It's basically just a second roamer, right? As the timer is about to hit 5 minutes, they're basically going to swap lanes, right? Where the EXP laner will move around the map, and then the jungler will go to the EXP lane and start absorbing those minions. So, you know, it's open, but now the Khalid as well as the Cho gets banned out. So, at least for Team Spirit, they're seeing this Gato Kacha to be an EXP laner.
I mean, options are wide open on the table. In terms of the gold lane, the only thing you've seen take out so far was that Bruno in the first phase of the ban. So definitely a comfortability for both Nets and Hiko to be able to get the job done. Now, we got to see, right? If you do go the roam route, I believe Tig is still there. So Tig could go for the side of Vamos.
Wait. I haven't seen Nets use 1-1, but that's an option here because they banned out the Faramis, and one of 1-1's weakness is the Faramis. Because I'm thinking, why do you need to ban the Faramis here?
Exactly. I was thinking the same thing as well. I'm not sure why the Faramis, and then I would imagine that the Loyi would have come first, and then maybe they start thinking of getting rid of Yves, and then force them to play something a little more awkward, right? But now that we're coming into the first picks of the second phase, I want to see how TS is going to respond to this, right? They could get their gold lane very early on, but I would imagine that they want to hold it to the very end unless they're abusing the Joy as the flex pick.
Yeah, because they can pick up a Granger or a Beatrix here, because both options are open, and both Hiko is definitely comfortable with. If they really want reliable late game scaling, then probably the Beatrix. If they just want to bully out the lane, then hey, Granger is a good pick.
The Joy has just been such a power pick. It poses a lot of questions, right? Because now you see it in the mid lane, which means you could pick up the Eve.
Okay.
Because it's a flex pick, which means this is going to be Joy in the jungle.
Yeah. All right. Something that I want to point out here, there's two, again, you have the Matilda who's able to enable somebody to dash out of tough situations. You have Joy, who I want to see whether or not Vamos thinks is a true problem. We've seen a couple of answers before, but maybe if they're going to experiment once again, I'm thinking maybe even a Minstar might be possible.
Or Ruby. You know,
or
something
Ruby.
Simple. Yeah, something simple like a Ruby.
A Ruby would be good here. Has a lot of slow and sustainability as well. Like, the problem is the Joy. Who's going to stop this Joy from rushing in? There goes the CC, a great hero to get to the back line.
All right. So they want to win out on that EXP lane. They want to make sure that Rylles is, you know, a little uncomfortable here, but now they can still flex it out. That's why Coach Ren has done a very good job on this red side draft.
Yeah, and right now Vamos is just picking comfort here because the CC is to face up against the against the Rylles, because that's a winning matchup. And Harif doesn't have a lot of losing matchup and is one of Net's comfort heroes. So Vamos, they're just going on pure comfort, and then we'll see how this works out for them, because there's a chance that Team Spirit can counter this Harif pick.
And now, you know, it poses the question, what's going to be slotted in that gold lane? I mean, there's still pretty much everything on the table minus that Harith. I mean, you can still see the Granger, you can still see the Beatrix sneak up in there. Hiko's definitely got a deadly Beatrix, but you have to worry about that AOG, right? You got to worry about that Gatot getting to the back line, as well as that CC. And there we go.
1-1.
The 1-1.
I mean, I was talking about the 1-1, but I feel like it was going to be a good pick for Vamos, but they're like, you know what? It's open. Might as well give it to Hiko, and Hiko has used the 1-1 before to amazing success. Thank you very much to the panelists, Gideon as well as Steph Weezy, but now we're throwing it over to Brigida as well as Mirko to call this game.
Thank you so much to our panelists. And similar to game number 1, I think we're heading into this match with yet another surprise from Team Spirit. Coach Ren is feeling it today. He's been showing us some unique drafts since game number 1. So we'll see how Vamos will respond to this, because if it's just a matter of comfort, I think they're very much comfortable again with their lineup.
Technically, Ren is the defending champion, right? He was the M5 World Champ, so he's a defending coach World Champion here at the M6 World Championship. And you can definitely see the experience here. I was thinking maybe something like a Clint to go and double down on the front to back with the Yi, but they go for the 1-1, so extra aggression. Say One Shot wants to go in, 1-1 can do that. If they want to kite back, 1-1 can do that too.
I mean, they didn't really decide to go for a safe option, right? Even the Granger, in terms of range, if we're talking about range, those are some of the options that they can potentially pick up, but they really wanted to go for the aggressive plays. So we'll see if that will really happen in this game, because Vamos, they should have learned their lesson. Team Spirit is really a very methodical team, a very patient team, so they cannot afford to go all out and make the same mistakes once again. So still, of course, not letting go of that potential aggressions, because we're seeing it right now from Zorn, but Team Spirit, they really know how to play around this. But wait, what? Warlord in the EXP lane? Oh, both of the mid laners are in the EXP lane.
It's a full lane swap done by Spirit and Vamos. I think maybe it's because I think Team Spirit initiated this, right? Because there's no way Vamos wanted the mid lane to be where CC would be. He wanted CC to go lane up against Bamba, but because it's such a bad matchup for the Hylos, they decide to lane swap over to the mid lane to give Bamba a better laning phase. And up top, it's basically the same, right? Valentina, it'll go as is. Great setup too, by the way, for a skirmish. Zorn gets in the taunt. One shot, still able to dash back and forth. Oh my goodness, that damage smooth with the yo-yos. Even with Bamba and Sawo to provide sustain, it was not enough.
Even with the Revitalize, even with all that, Team Vamos, this is clearly the type of early game that they want to play, and it's something you would expect with the CC in the mid lane. It wasn't directly towards interrupting the jungler of Team Spirit, but then the moment that they saw each other in that Riverside, it inevitably led to that death by one shot, and that's not a great start, definitely, for Team Spirit here. So they would want to get the upper hand for this upcoming turtle that we are about to see. And now that Warlord, though, he's yet to get his level 4. Let's see how they're gonna work around this, because they're bursting it down and they're not letting Team Spirit get near it at all.
Okay, Zorn is all alone. That's the art of UM2. Oh, smooth. Pops in a vengeance. Great stun from Chibi. That's a kill at the current call. Locks Sunset Lover down, but whoa, Bamba able to get the kill back on Smooth. Becomes a 2-2 stat line at this point, but Vamos did take the turtle. Now Chibi trying to go for this invade, but Sawo and Sunset Lover will be able to keep it safe from that invade.
Yeah, and I mean, they tried to at least play it safe, but still get some sort of trades against Team Vamos, even despite all that. And I feel like they wouldn't really want to mine their gold lane as of now, but this isn't quite the best possible scenario for Hiko if we're just going to base it in terms of the matchup. But we've seen a similar scenario for Hiko even in game number 1. Regardless of what kind of matchup you put him against, regardless of the amount of focus you put towards the gold lane, Hiko will just be able to maintain that lane and stay stable throughout the entirety of the game until the moment that you will need him. But Team Vamos, will they proceed with the aggression this time around? Will they want to go for the invades? Because as we're seeing it right now, we're back to the usual laning. And both side lanes of Team Vamos are having a relatively good time.
It's a very good time for Vamos right now. The Harith winning in the lane, up top to CC. That one is the lane we kind of predicted to actually go in favor of Vamos. But even in the jungle, Chibi out farming one shot after getting that kill smooth early. It does look like Chibi is just very, very comfortable. Oh, Circling Eagle over to Warlord. It's going to be one shot with the electrifying beats as well. No real kill threat as of right now, though. Both teams are able to disengage whenever, and one shot will just bounce away. Chibi stealing it away. Oh, Eco getting punished quite a bit on this 1-1. Not popping the Inspire, and up top, it's a yo-yo battle. Bomba will just accept some of that damage.
We're seeing just what we were all expecting to happen, but this is space for Team Vamos. Oh, but Rico gets spotted by Chibi!
What a read by Chibi! And that sets up perfectly for the next neutral objective. It spawns in right as Hiko died. That should be a free neutral objective.
Yeah, I mean, no one else is probably going to attempt to contest this turtle, knowing that even all the side lanes, the mid lane even showing himself in the mid lane, it's only just Chibi taking that objective. Now they will immediately transition to stealing away this purple buff from a one shot, but will they be successful in doing so? One shot still has the retribution, but so does Chibi. And the skirmish is really happening. Oh, they take it away.
That's the combo. The arrow into the retribution. Great usage of the arrow. To get a bit more HP to secure it. One shot will use the retribution on to another camp. And right now, Vamos are leading just with the sheer amount of neutral objective control and farm speed. Does seem like Chibi, every time he gets the Suyo, by the way, he's a neutral objective god. Even when he was up against the Suyo in game number 1, he secured more neutral objectives than one shot.
Yeah, and honestly, this is a great scenario for Team Vamos because even Nets is having a great time. Like, both of them, they're just really able to perform this early into the game, but the real-world manipulation, though, oh, they go in!
Zorn, very low, Circling Eagle Horn coming down, real-world manipulation as well. There's AOG, Sunset Lover, flickering out from Chibi. Now it's Hiko, looking for all the weakness points. That's just one more, but he is able to dash away. Now in the mid lane, it's a battle. One shot taken low. Taken down by Smooth. Sawo cut down by Chibi and splashed by Warlord. Vamos getting everything on the map.
They're definitely back in the game, and Smooth just denying the rest of the members of Team Spirit from catching up, even being able to handle them all on his own. So that's an immense amount of pressure that's coming in from Team Vamos right now. I feel like for Team Spirit, they really want to play into the team fights, but Team Vamos, they're handling all the split-up fight skirmishes really, really well. And now they're slowly able to convert into objectives. They might want to go for the defense, and they will successfully do so. But the other turrets, they won't be able to save them anymore.
They even need to, you know, use out these retributions inside of their own jungle just to secure it. Chibi, the British Pathway is placed down by Bomba. RWM as well. The AOG will catch Sunset Lover. Oh, the ton, and that's the chain CC that we saw from Spirit, and now we see from Vamos. Sunset Lover down. Vamos controlling this mid lane. They don't care about the turtle. They want to get more structures.
Now they're the ones doing these 5-man aggressive plays towards Team Spirit. Imagine 6 minutes into the game, exposing one inhibitor turret already for Team Spirit, and they could barely touch Team Vamos' outer turrets. That's how that's the struggle that Team Spirit is actually facing right now.
They can't do anything. Literally, even if they want to commit onto Smooth, there's a Vengeance. He can sustain all day. And unfortunately for Spirit, we're just so far behind. That's a 6,000 gold deficit for Spirit. Vamos are going to dictate every step of the way in this game.
Yeah, and if you were Team Spirit, probably just really want to wait for that particular opening. But I'm liking how Sorn decides to time all of these Avatar of the Guardians, even Sunset Lover not having the best time just yet in this game. Look at that 2k gold lead in Net's hands compared to Hiko. That's a lot. Hiko only got his hands on the corrosion side, and imagine Net is probably looking to build his holy crystal.
Yeah. That's a quick holy crystal if he gets it before the 8th minute mark. Yeah, Harith is snowballing. One shot. Dashing forward, Chibi. Oh, they get the retribution, gets stunned down. Oh, Chibi, this might be a mistake. Strictly Eagle knocks him up. One shot gets the kill. Smooth the backline, looking for the flank. Will tie both of them up, but one shot on Hiko will get the help to revitalize to escape. So they get Chibi, but there's no shutdown. So Vamos are still chill with it.
Yeah, and the second skill really helped a lot for Hiko to be able to find his way out of that curtain call. But this is how you visually see the goal differences that are existing between Team Vamos and Team Spirit right now, even in terms of their junglers. Chibi, with all the objectives that they were able to secure with the 3 turtles that are in Team Vamos' hands right now, this is one shot. He's finding it very, very difficult to dive in, to look for the targets. Aside from the fact that they're very high in terms of mobility, I don't think at this point One Shot will want to go in alone. Like, Team Vamos, they're doing a really great job just trying to protect nets. And Team Spirit, Hiko, I don't think he has the liberty to actually just jump around and dance around Team Vamos, considering the amount of burst damage that they could probably throw out at him.
And now it's all about the farming game for Spirit. For Vamos, they can just take it slow as they want. They can constantly just play in the side lanes. And I think even if they force out a team fight, they have the tools necessary. A 6 that okay,
there
that's
you go.
a sign. That's literally the green light with the Holy Crystal to actually go for a fight if Spirit wants to contest. And yeah, there's absolutely no way Spirit wants to contest this. This is a free neutral objective. 4 out of 4 neutral objectives. 3 turtles, 1 lord for Chibi.
And when you see Team Vamos spamming the recalls, or better yet, forming the letter V, that's the indicator that they're definitely in the lead, that they're really dominating the game. And as of the moment, it's looking very much possible because they're just trying to manage the lanes. This is discipline from Team Vamos, but again, they cannot repeat the same mistakes.
Yeah.
One wrong call, one miscoordinated play could eventually turn things around once again for Team Spirit. So now they're looking to just sync up the lanes, but Chibi with one shot! Oh.
Chibi very low. One shot might be dead here. He picks up the Holy Crystal. He's trying to run away. He will be able to run away. Chibi gets the BOD, already using the Retribution earlier. Has that bought enough time? Lord of the mid lane. Holy Defense still intact. Will be popped. And the Lord will be cleared out. Whoa. One shot might have actually defended, helped Team Spirit defend from the first Lord.
Yep. And Chibi didn't really risk it anymore, but will he be able to catch one shot? Okay,
my Lord.
That was close. The Evil Queller.
A pixel away. That was close. That was real close, man.
Okay.
Hey, one shot. That's he's cold with it. He just stuck by that recall. He committed.
That was so close. But now, at least for Team Spirit, thanks to what One Shot has done towards the bottom lane, I think they're able to breathe a little more. That's a magic scent. They spot out Smooth and Warlord, but will they go for the actually? They used the Avatar of the Guardian as well for Team Vamos.
Catches Sawo as well. Now, Circling Eagle Bomba dismantled by Vamos. Spirit. Oh, wait a minute. Zorn was recalling on him. All right, he gets away from the weakness point. Oh, one more. They're all so low. He goes gunning for it. He needs just one more, but he's going to be caught in. Smooth jumps in with a vengeance, takes the double, and punishes Hiko for his overextension. Now it's Smooth. Getting targeted by one shot. He's just there. Poked down by Sunset Lover 2. 7 seconds on Bomba, and there's a big wave in the mid lane.
And interestingly enough, it feels like Team Spirit are taking advantage of all the range, the Void Crystals. They're trying to slow Team Vamos down, but will they be able to slow them down?
They're very low. The mini waves will be dealt with. One shot able to survive. Warlord splash of damage. Now the mini wave still available, but Team Vamos in similar fashion, capitalizing on a mistake, shoves it in and takes game 2. It is now 1-1.
With just the glorious pathway down, Team Vamos' call was to proceed with the fight, and they need not wait for any other objective. They just forced their way through, and they equalize the series.
1-1. Vamos Spirit.
I mean,
Are we expecting a full 5 games?
I mean, I'm expecting nothing less, especially since we experienced it the other day. But let's break down what happened in that game. Let's head over back to our panel.
Well, let me tell you what. Just like Hiko's pick, this game is now a 1-1.
It's interesting. It's interesting to see how both teams work with momentum extremely well. We've seen great conversions, but I think this time around, Vamos has really solidified exactly what they want to do, and it's clear that both teams have done preparation instantly. Oh, you're playing a Hylos, you know CC is a bad matchup. I'm expecting the early lane swap to the mid lane.
Yeah, and you see Nets get a lot more comfortable with that Hereth in his hands as well, and it just showcases that even with the loss underneath their belt in this series, it didn't count them out of the whole entire match, right? So to be able to bounce back now, both teams are tied up.
Yeah, now I feel like for Team Spirit, they got to consider quite a few things here because them picking up the Hylos early does leave the vulnerability of losing against the CC. And we see that Smooth can definitely use the CC quite well. Now, I want to take some time here and actually look at all the items because we got to talk about the timing here because Nats was 2-0-6, but we got to consider the timing. The difference in terms of gold, 10K against 7K. Nats got 3 items in the first 8 to 9 minutes. And that's very fast, considering you went up against 1-1.
It's way too fast for most people. And with 1-1, even with 3 items, there's a very good chance that you're going to get one-shot by Nets, especially if you misplace your jumps, if you're not careful with the way that you move around your opponents to hit those weakness points. And I think, yes, it's not necessarily Hiko's fault. He was dealt a pretty bad hand overall, because worst comes to worst, if the fight's going bad, they're expecting the GOA to come save the day. They also have to worry about getting run down by Chibi.
One other thing is that look at the itemization for Zorn and then look at the lineup coming in from Team Spirit. Besides Hiko, everyone is magic damage. Hylos magic damage, Joy magic damage, Eve magic damage, the Matilda is magic damage as well. We've seen a few Gato Kacha, especially in the EXP lane, using the Thunderbelt. But here Zorn completely understands that as a Gato Kacha, you're fine going up against physical damage. It's that magic damage that you really have to deal with. And instead of building more magic resist, he just went for the Winter Crown because he's just like, I'm just gonna go in, have a good engage, and whatever happens, happens. And he only died once this game.
Exactly. And I think, you know, the best part about this is if he times that Winter Crown well, expecting people to jump on top of him, whether it be Matilda, but specifically against that Joy, miss that one dash, oh my goodness, it feels so bad. You're left out, and you're just hoping not to die at that point.
I feel like Zorn's got to be like the recall king.
Oh yeah, he is.
Every time, the later the game goes, the more objectives they take over, the more he recalls.
Let me just say he should have died there. He should have died plenty of times. But now let's look at the emblem setup as well, just to see how Vamos really set things up, and just to say this is their comfort draft, right? Only Smooth is not well known on that CC, but War Axe, CC, going up against a Hylos, I would not want to be that Hylos.
It's a pretty free matchup, and even Bomba understood that. That's why initially, it's not like it's the first time we've seen Bomba play a terrible matchup before, but they have ways around that with that initial lane swap. But Vamos, with their pre-preparation, expecting to see it happen, also sending Warlord to take on Sunset Lover in that lane as well. It's all about control, and with Zorn, it doesn't really matter. Oh, you can't push as fast? Don't worry, I got Concussive Blast. I'll support you for that short bit of time before I move off.
And you asked the question with Nets, 8 to 9 minutes, having 3 items, that 10K to 7K. He had the Bargain Hunter, right? So that helped him definitely get about like 90% of the original cost, and especially up against Hiko, where he went for the Tenacity route.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. He went Tenacity and he was already having a hard time. Imagine if he did it. Imagine if he took something like a Master Assassin. He will not be survive in that lane. So this is also another pick that Team Spirit has to consider. Like, that Hari from Nets is quite nasty.
It is nasty, but I think they were really hoping that if we can survive the laning phase, once everybody's unlocked, even if we have to sacrifice all of our tier 1s, our team fighting capabilities are pretty good. We can bait a lot of resources coming in from Vamos. However, we need to rely heavily on Sunset Lover, who I gotta give him credit. He's dealing damage, but that GOA is too much of a problem. TS was not able to take control over the game because of the tempo, and Vamos, especially when Smooth is not only winning the lane, but spreading his influence outside of the lane, he's playing not to accelerate his own team, but to slow down TS at every moment.
Just a small thing as well, look at Vamos damage. Everyone's doing roughly the same amount of damage, even Zorn, which does show that everyone is doing work here. But now we got to talk about the MVP of this game. And I feel like you guys got to be playing some yo-yos after this, because I feel like it's Smooth on that CC. And I got to say, one hero, honestly countering every single aspect of the draft coming in from Team Spirit. That's huge, because percent HP damage does well against high loss. But that curtain call, locking down that Joy, dude, that's genius.
I mean, it's not only Joy. If 1-1 gets the opportunity as well to pair them both together, that's maximum value coming in from Smooth. I love seeing Smooth as the MVP because as an EXP laner, I can relate to him, but his level of influence over the map, his impact is always felt when he's doing well.
Yeah, and you see him with the Festival of Blood and the Brave Smite as well, and then on top of that with the War Axe, and then he buys the Runner Crown. So he's in the heart of the battle. He has not really too much to worry about because he's going to get a lot of HP back inside of those engagements, and that just goes to show 6-1-4 on the KDA. He was everywhere.
Oh yeah, he was definitely everywhere, and like you said, Gideon, spreading the influence, but that Winter Crown as well is very crucial, I feel like, for everyone from Vamos, because maybe they talked about it. And what about just Winter Crown? Then we can deal with the Joy. Then it won't be that big of a problem. Now we got to look at the highlights here, and it's as quick as before 2 minutes here. Now Zorn honestly did a lot here, getting that taunt as well as the Revitalize. But then again, the damage coming in from Smooth, and this is like what, level 2?
Yep, that was only level 2, and on top of the passive coming in from Zorn. Most people don't expect Gato to deal that much damage, but in the early game, that's kind of what he's known to do, kind of beat you up 1v1, even if he's 2 levels down. Although, we did see a couple mistakes coming in from Team Spirit, and a lot of it just came down to how hard do you want to force against your opponent. Their targets, Chibi and as well as Smooth. Smooth is a little hard to catch, Chibi may be a little more punishable, but at the same time, we heard from the cast itself, as soon as Chibi doesn't have that shutdown gold, there's not much value. And we've seen that even Chibi understands, hey, there's nothing to fight on the map. What I'm going to do is throw my body in, steal away your orange buff just to slow your EXP down. 3-level difference.
Something that's nice to be seeing there is that Hiko got the weakness tag onto Nets. Nets immediately flicker out of there just to make sure that the range is not long enough for Hiko to use the crossbow of Tang. And then Smooth is just like, let me be the hero. He jumped in, immediately uses the Vengeance because he knows what Hiko wants to do is get those weakness stack and then fly up. Vengeance killed Hiko first.
And taking him down, I mean, it's huge, right? Without having him in the game with Hiko falling, that led to them being able to pull off that victory, and it just showcases, and that's he had the tenacity, right? On top of that. And still to be able to be bursted down first. A major victory for Vamos to even out this series.
The Battle of the Vengeance, man.
Oh, yeah.
Game number 1, it was on the Joy. Game number 2 is on the CC. Battle of Vengeance, there you go.
Makes me excited for game number 3, right? Because now it shows that Vamos is saying, hey, even if you are winning on one side of the map, if we have another winning side of the map, we're going to have to trade here. It's a give and take in this draft.
Let me just say, all hearts are beating for this game. And you guys can discover the beating heart of Qiddiya City, the gaming and esport district, the world's first real-life gaming hub and a beacon of gaming culture. Make sure you guys visit Qiddiya Gaming because they've been here for the longest of time. And I kind of feel like they'll be involved in way more esports tournament coming forward. So thank you very much to Qiddiya Gaming. Now, talking about game number 3, like we said, Gideon, draft. Game number 1, Joy mid, unexpected.
Yep.
Game number 3, CC, it might be unexpected coming in from Team Spirit. But you know what can be expected?
What can be expected?
A lot of guests for you guys at home. From the 22nd of November all the way to the 29th of December, the M6 support chats will be available for a limited time. Limited time, again, up until the 29th of December. Purchase the support chats for 50 diamonds only to get a large amount of past EXP. That's the best way for you to actually get the cloth kit as well as the figurine up in front here. With the chance to obtain a basic M6 pass, use the basics M6 pass to instantly activate the M6 pass and then get all of the goodies.
It's the easy way of doing it, and honestly, 50 diamonds, not that much.
Now, one more game to see who's leading the tempo for this series. Something we saw different in game number 2. We still saw Vamos on the blue side, but they banned out the Bruno.
Yep.
Is that a hard tell is what I'm concerned about. I feel like as long as Vamos controls tempo, they have a very high chance of winning. But Team Spirit, at any point of time, could have easily bounced back off of a single mistake being made. So not only do you have to play a perfect game coming in from Vamos, but you also have to worry about the draft and more so some of the tells. Because again, it didn't necessarily have to be 1-1 there.
I guess the thing that I'm afraid of is if the Bruno is left open. And if Vamos has a chance to pick it up. And then Nets is like, I don't want it. But then they're like, we got to pick it. Bruno mid. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know how to feel about it.
Warlord is like, yes, Pops, I can do it.
I can use a Khalid mid. I can use a Bruno mid. But anyways, right now it does look like, okay, so she's tall enough. I can see her. So Eterna is there, you know. Shout out to Bude Clara. Shout out to Bude Clara. But now we're going to go with Eterna where it looks like she's alone. Or are you with someone? Let's go over to Eterna.
Thanks, guys. It's Eterna here, courtside reporter once again. And do I have a surprise for you today? Now, I'm wondering, do you guys know who Kazuki Official is? Yeah? You do? Exactly, yeah. Kazuki Official. Now, I've been hearing that he's apparently in the building. And yeah, a lot of fans in the building. And I'm hearing that as a special surprise for all of the audience in the building right now, he's actually going to show his face for the first time ever, special for M6. Now we're going to walk over to him. And now the thing is, this is the first time that we're going to ever see the face behind the voice. So it's a huge deal. Let's call him over. Kazuki Official, please join us. Hello, Kazuki. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, it's amazing feeling, and I'm a little bit nervous also. And this is my first time to be here in such type of this tournament. And yeah, I'm a little nervous right now.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're all here. We're all friendly, right? Nobody's gonna bite, right? You guys aren't. No. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No one's gonna bite here. So, why? Why after all this time? I've been hearing that you've been in the MLBB scene for quite some time. What made you? What drove you to finally, upload your identity here for M6?
Even I'm playing this game from 2016, and yeah, it's already been a while. And I'm start creating content from 2019, and this is already 5 years. And this is the first time we got an invitation from Moonchun to be in the tournament. So yeah, I wanted to come before also, but yeah, this is the first time we got an invitation.
So this is the first time you've ever been to an M Series event?
Yeah, in any tournament even.
Any tournament? Wow, it's an honor. Thank you so much for being here. Amazing. Okay, so now that you're here at M6, we want to kind of know, is there a particular team that you're supporting?
I'm supporting every team because I can't be biased with any team because all teams worked very hard. Yeah, so I'm supporting everyone. But I especially want to see matches of Onyx PH. I want to learn more about their strategies and gameplay. Yeah.
Why Fnatic Onyx in particular?
I think everyone in India also love Onyx PH. Yeah. We are very towards the Philippines teams. Yeah. My mostly subscribers are also from Philippines.
Ah, I see. So Fnatic Onyx, you guys have a lot of Indian fans over there. Very, very, very cool. Very interesting. What's the attraction to Fnatic Onyx PH? Is it because they've been doing so well? Is there a particular gameplay that you're excited about whenever you see them play?
I just love the Philippines teams. Yeah, but it's still like I'm supporting every team because they work very hard to be in here. It's not easy to be in here. Yeah.
All right. So coming back to your content, coming back to your YouTube account, what kind of content do you usually make? Like what particular thing really stands out about MLBB to you?
I think we are covering everything. We are covering guides, strategies, and tips and tricks, events, patch notes, skin reviews, everything we are covering, even the tournament reviews. So I think there's nothing we are not covering, and we are the only in the YouTube that we are covering everything.
Ah, okay. Is there a particular hero that you like? Favorite hero?
Claude is good.
Claude? Even now in this meta?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to know my favorite? My favorite hero? Do you want to know my favorite hero? Do you guys want to know my favorite hero, guys? Are you guys curious? Yeah? See, I love the crowd here. Thank you, Malaysia. Amazing. My favorite hero is Uranus. Yeah. Do you like Uranus?
I'm a MM player, so...
All right. So before we wrap things up and we continue this best of 5 series, I want to know what you have or a message maybe to your fans out there who are watching right now.
Okay, so thank you guys, thank you everyone to support me and your love, and it's like I'm honored to be in here, and yeah, and thank you my fans from the India. And I actually came in here just because I want to be, I want our country to be recognized in this tournament, and I'm also working for that. In next 2025, we will establish a boot camp in India, and I'm working for it. And I will support many players in India. I will make opportunities for them. And we will also host tournaments in there, and so guys, this is the time you should again start the game. Who left the game? This is I just believe in me and believe in Moonchun. We will have an opportunity to be in the tournament. So guys, this is the time.
All right, thank you so much. We're gonna look out for that real soon. So once again, everybody give a round of applause for Kazuki Official. And we're gonna throw it over back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Kazuki Official. By the way, Eterna, shout out to you. Very nice phone. And let me just tell Eterna, Gideon absolutely hates Uranus.
Bad take. Terrible take. Awful take. Just the worst of the worst.
Right? Like we've seen Uranus all around, but we really don't like it. It's a good thing it's not meta right now.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God. Woo! At the bare minimum, you know, shouts out to Kazuki being brave enough to stand next to a Uranus lover like that. Oh, terrible. And
Eterna is too much.
It's just too much.
Eterna is too much.
What's your favorite hero?
Honestly, because of my ADHD, it keeps on changing. But one of my favorite heroes for sure is the Grok Execute. Oh, those were back in the days. That was back in the days. But now, we have a code here, so let's actually check that out. We'll talk about favorite heroes there. Right now, maybe I'm skewed towards Matilda. But anyways, a test of teamwork. It's not that Liquid ID became stronger because we were weak. This is from One Shot, by the way. In our match against them, there was a lot of miscommunications and disconnect within the team. Some of us ended up as sitting ducks, unsure of what to expect. Against Vamos, we won't rely on mind games. Instead, we'll focus on playing our own game, securing objectives, and taking the win. And honestly, this is some pitfalls that I see a lot of teams where they overthink things, and then they should have just gone with the basics.
All I have to say is I knew it. I knew they weren't playing exactly their strongest game. I totally agree. There was a couple of moments where they're like sitting ducks for no reason, and especially after the performance that we saw from the Swiss stage, it was a little disappointing that they lost in that fashion. So at least with One Shot giving that code, it's validation that yes, we were the weaker team at that point of time, but we can see it right now against Vamos. They are playing well, not really a different game, but they're not overthinking too much.
That's interesting. What does Brigitte think? Oh yeah, for sure. No, I agree.
Totally
100%. Honestly, I like her takes.
Yeah.
I really like her takes. But now we were able to talk to Kid Bomba, and let's see what he has to say. Could you tell us the reasons for your loss against TLID? And he said, we lost because it wasn't a team effort. Not everyone gave 100%. We'll also make little adjustments to our draft. I hope we can come back just like how we did after losing to RRQ. So looks like they're on the same page here. You know, it's like they understand where the mistake is. So step one is understanding where it went wrong. So step two, we got to see how they fix it.
Well, at least they acknowledge it, and we're hoping to see that as we progress through this series. Now, both of these teams tied up 1-1. Today, it's make it or break it. Whoever wins this series will move on forward. The loser will be going back home.
Man, it's going to be a very painful loss no matter what, but I think it's time. Everybody's been waiting for this. Let's get into the drafting phase between both of these teams. First things first, who is blue, who is red, who is first, and who is second. It's so important to see whether the adaptations in this game is going to say, hey, maybe we're going to show a different card, or are we just going to slightly adjust it? It looks like for the side of Team Spirit, it's going to be slightly adjusting.
So we got to see if Team Spirit will bat out that Suyo, because just like what Mirko said during the game, it's like if he gets his hand on Suyo, objective is for him. Win or lose, doesn't matter. He will get that objective.
It's tough, but I think there's one more pitfall, and I think that's the Matilda. Showing it extremely early tells you, hey, it's not a flex pick, you know exactly what we're doing.
And then also for Vamos' side, do they ban out the Bruno? Yes, they do. Bruno will be banned out again. Definitely has been a heavy hitter so far in the M series. Now, yeah, the Matilda is still on the table. It could definitely be up for grabs. The Eve has had a good showcasing today as well. Definitely something you want to be a little bit more mindful of. But then also the Blue Yo.
Well, I don't think they want to ban out Blue Yo this time around. Unless, if that's going to be an adjustment, I would like to see what, whether or not they're going to try and force the Joy into that Beleric matchup we've seen before. Oh, that just might be the case here.
So now becomes the question, what is first pickable here for Vamos? Because if we're looking at the junglers, I don't know, too much is open. The Alpha is still open. The Joy is still open. The Hayabusa is still open. We haven't seen Nolan around. Nolan's there as well. So I have no idea what the first pick is going to be. Hylos? Even Hylos is iffy.
I would say Hylos or Cho could be definitely a great option right now. I would say something that could be flexed into one or two different roles. So I wouldn't go so hard as picking up and showing a trump card this early, right? You want to keep Team Spirit on their toes.
Or Valentina.
That's what I was thinking as well. The Valentina opener might just be the way to go, because if you go into Joy, you're expecting the Beleric to be showing up on the other side. You go for Cho, then other picks are going to come through. Hilda, it's strong, but there is still counterplay for the side of Team Spirit. For an example, putting Alpha in the jungle, it's like, oh, you want to harass me? I got true damage. I literally don't care.
Could be a threat. Definitely have to watch out for it. I mean, the Fredrin could be another viable option as well, especially up against that Hilda. The Assassins is where you're going to kind of be a little bit weaker with that Hilda, especially invading on those buffs. So for Team Spirit, the ball's in their court. They can definitely go in for their goat laner. They can pick up their marksman super early. They have Mage Prio right now. They could pick up something like the Eve. They were comfortable running an Eve against the Valentina. Didn't work out in their favor, but they were comfortable with it.
I feel like the Hilda is just to shut down the Granger and the Joy pick. And the Joy still got picked. So this is Vamos anticipating this Joy pick and try to fight against it. And now even the Matilda is picked. Vamos has an option here. They can go Hayabusa, which goes well against the Joy. Even the Fredrin does well against the Joy. So it's really about what the gold lane is going to be that will kind of dictate what the jungler pickup is going to be. Not saying they pick up gold now, but meaning whatever either Hayabusa or Fredrin can kind of give us some kind of clue. Valentina picked up first.
Okay, no surprises there. I want to see which shows up first, whether or not there we go. The Hayabusa shows up first. Again, decent matchup, but we've seen how annoying this Matilda can be, especially when you're in the Oki Shadow Kill. You can help, make sure pull teams away, pull team members away from the Shadow Kill so that, maybe RNG isn't on your side, or at the very least be able to kind of body block a couple of the shots for your team. I'm still curious about the gold, because that's really what's going to predetermine how you want to play your composition or how you want to design it.
Now, you might want to go for a marksman with survivability, just because not only you're going against the Hayabusa, but you're also going against that Hilda as well. We haven't seen a Natan in a while. Natan has kind of slipped through the cracks. The Claude has been a little out of the ballpark for a while, but things we have seen, the Beatrix still could be picked up, something that is definitely a comfortable pick, or the Moskov as well, but they're going to go in for that Alpha, and this just seems to be the case because of the Hilda.
Is it too early to show, though, Gideon? I mean, you already have the Joy. Now you're just saying, yep, this is Joy, mate. What are you going to do about it?
I mean, it could be Joy EXP for all we know. That's
true.
That's another possibility. I don't want to keep speculating upon it, because at the very least, here are some of the perks of having the Alpha. The Alpha can only go in one direction. He's not very good at pulling himself out of hard scenarios, but at the same time, does that mean that they're looking towards that mid lane? Are they going to try and set up potential gank angles, or at least cut out supply routes, because a lot of the movements from Vamos are predetermined by the mid lane anyways?
I'm expecting Team Spirit to go for, I would say, maybe a Hylos in the XP lane if they could pull it off, because it's still up for grabs. Maybe something that Vamos wants to take off the table. I mean, with the Matilda, they don't really have too much crowd control aspect. Yeah, you have the Alpha, the Spear of Alpha. You get a little bit of a knock up there, but they need a little bit more oomph when it comes to crowd control.
I could agree with that as well.
I mean, Kid Bomba can still pick up something like the Arla or Charizla.
That's what I was thinking as well. I feel like the Arla would make a little bit more sense, but we're going to need to see those gold laners first, and that's the beauty of being on that red side. At least you get to see the full composition. So I'm assuming that they're going to wait until the very end to reveal it. They're probably going to pick 4th pick for Sunset Lover, and then 5th pick for Kid Bomba. But now looking at the bans, right? Banning out the Hylos, banning out the Harith. They want to give Hiko a good matchup at the bare minimum.
Now, they could pull the okie doke on the Vamos, right? You could put this Joy in the mid. Then you don't have to worry about the Valentina too much.
I mean, to be fair, I kind of feel like the Valentina has a pretty good matchup against the Joy because the Valentina can steal away the electrifying beats and basically just deal maximum damage all the time. So I feel like because this is not a Sicilian, at least Warlord has a better time going up against this. The Cho has been banned out, so Vamos has options here, right? The Gatot is still open, the Jawhead is still open, and I don't know, maybe Zorn has some surprises here to deal with the Joy. Maybe he picks up the Belleric, who knows?
I mean, I suppose, but I think at the same time, how are you going to kind of keep control over the waves? Like, Hilda, yes, is decent at like clearing waves, but then you start comparing it with like Gator, who basically one-shots the wave, right? Even Rylles is able to kind of hard sustain. We're not seeing enough of Vamos on ways to actually pressure the enemy jungler, or at the very least force out that priority, right? And I think at this point, now that they've gotten rid of the high loss, that's one problem out of the way. But the Khalid, yes, this is something that I was expecting to be banned pretty early on.
So does this mean Vamos, they're going to probably pick up, well, no, the Hereth is gone. So, I mean, yeah, maybe Beatrix.
Carry.
Yeah, Carry would probably be next over there for Nets. But for the side of Team Spirit, maybe the Beatrix is going to sneak into the occasion. And then we got to see what's going to be put inside of that XP lane. Now, also, the question still is, yeah, the Joy with the Valentina may not be the best option, but there's just so much flexibility with Team Spirit's composition so far, right? Not only do you have sustainability with the Alpha and the Mathilda, but you also have that Joy and not too many heroes to kind of slow them down.
Yeah, they pick up the 1-1, which hides where this Joy is going. Because like I said, it could still go to the EXP, and maybe that's what Team Spirit is playing around. So now Vamos, they just have to expect the unexpected, right? And right now we have the behind the IGN for Smooth. Understanding what's up with the name Smooth. So Smooth from his IGN from being praised for his silky smooth Fanny gameplay when he first started MLBB. Let me just say, I played with Smooth before, and he can carry like crazy. Like when he's on EXP, he can 1v5. And I've never had freer games than when I'm playing with Smooth.
It's pretty crazy, right? Especially during his time with MYA, if I remember it, like ages ago. He was known to be a Fanny player, and then just kept on playing Uranus for like 2 seasons straight. But now, completing the draft, Gatot as well as the Irithel, they finally go for the counter matchup. I didn't know why they didn't do it in the previous game, but they already locked their gold laner at that point in time, so it's like, all right, fair enough. But now...
This is nasty, by the way. This Irithel is nasty.
Exactly, because how exactly is Team Spirit supposed to catch it without the Irithel, right? Other than the Irithel, they're going to try and run it down, but there's plenty of heal with Valentina and Gatot as well.
Well, right now, the final pick is here, and they're picking up the Fredrin. So Fredrin, EXP, and then Joy mid here. So we have seen the Fredrin go up against the Hilda, and the Fredrin is able to stop the Hilda from moving around. So looks like Team Spirit wants to have a 1v1 5 times here. Thank you very much to our panelists, Steph Weezy, as well as Gideon. Now we're going to throw it over to our casters, where what do you guys think about the draft?
As if we didn't have enough interesting laning matchups in the previous game. The coaches give us more. Fredrin in the EXP. And another Joy mid lane for Team Spirit.
Hey, usually for Fren, he has someone stopping him from all these, you know, mad scientist choices, right? Usually Stucky, maybe few for AP Bren. This time he's like, I'm gonna go full Fren. That's a Fredrin Revitalize in the XP. The first of its kind. When was the last time we saw Fredrin XP? That was like back in the MSC 2023 Onyx days when Boots always played it.
Oh, definitely months ago. It has to be at least months
a year ago.
Or a year ago, at the very least. For perhaps some of the local regions, they might have seen it a little more recently, but at least for M6, it's the first time we're seeing it. So now it will have to go against this composition of Team Vamos, which is very, very high in mobility, but early game damage. Warlord again on the Valentina.
Whoa.
But Sunset still goes for the clear either way.
Uh-oh. Oh my goodness, just relying on the guiding wind, playing with pixels of almost death.
My goodness, what an action-packed early game we're seeing with a lot of early invades as well. But don't forget that the M6 Pass is available from November 11 or November 18 to December 29. Complete all tasks achieved, the level 75. But again, we're back at the game. On shot. Oh, he seems very, very low. But at least Sao and Kid Bomba are there to aid him.
there's no prio in this lane at all for the Fredrin though, because usually, at least when we see the Fredrin 2, we usually see the concussive blast. This is more of a pure tank Fredrin for Bomba. He wants to just sustain in the lane with Revitalize and the Brave Smite. That means clear speed is going to be a problem. And when it comes to prio in the XP lane, you kind of need clear speed with how neutral objectives are played. Team Spirit don't really have that. This is a team fighting composition. Purely team fight. If they fall behind, Vamos are just gonna siege every turret for free.
Definitely. And for Team Spirit, it seems like you'd have to take them front to back. Like, at least you'll have to get past Kid Bomba. You'd have to get past the one shot. But Team Spirit, on the other hand, they also have ways to access and penetrate Team Vamos and their lineups. But that seems like a problem as well for Sunset Lover. Like, how easy would it be for Sunset Lover to look for targets, to look for a pickoff, or at least to disrupt Team Vamos and their positioning with the Joy in this kind of situation? Because at the very least, since Team Vamos got their hands on the Irithel, this is the type of marksman who makes it hard for you to actually chase after the Irithel, to make it hard for you to look after him. But they go in with the Spear of Alpha.
Oh, he's gonna be taunted down though. Fredrin comes in with Revitalize too, even with the guiding win. Chibi follows through. It's first blood. Oh, a big Appraiser's Wrath. But what are you gonna do against the two tanks? Sunset Lover, they go back now with electrifying beats. Oh, Shadow kill. Vengeance used, guiding win, terrified. One last shot from Smooth, but Sunset Lover gets away. A disaster for this team fight comp in the early game.
And we aren't seeing Team Spirit play their composition in its most aggressive way possible. Majority of the guiding wins are really to save, interestingly, Sunset Lover from all of the times which he tried to go in and look for the kills against Team Vamos. And I must say, the innate tankiness that Team Vamos has in their hands, even with just the Valentina who decides to constantly put on the pressure and join the skirmishes in the early stages, it's not one of the easiest mid laners to take down. Definitely, this isn't the best situation for Team Spirit, but as far as we know, they're also relying on Hiko to get his items. They're also waiting for the farming, the scaling, and the team fights, as you've mentioned. But if we were to just observe them based on their laning phase or one-on-ones, I don't think we'll be expecting that much action from Team Spirit just yet.
Yeah, I don't think they have enough damage to deal with Vamos right now. Like, I mean, maybe if they get to the late game, then Mr. Joy is gonna hurt, but yeah, I don't know. Even Hiko's gonna have such a tough time against the Irithel. It's always something that, I talk about. I'm a 1-1 main. Whenever 1-1's picked, I'm like, oh, please, please ban the Irithel. They banned the Harith, which I understand why after seeing last game. But the Irithel wasn't banned. They still decided to go for the first pick 1-1 in Red Side second phase. And yeah, Hiko's definitely going to have a very, very tough time in lane. In team fights, I can see how he can actually get the weakness points and fly by with Bomba getting CC. Let's see, Bomba, 3-man taunt.
Okay, now there are just little exchanges of pokes here and there right before this turtle.
They're grouping up.
But this is the moment Team Spirit has been waiting for, it seems. Kid Bomba, though, he's half HP. So they'll be dancing around this turtle for a while, and a lot of resources are still available, but as the guiding wind and the energy eruption.
They're going to use the resources on the Smooth. AOG coming down, locking Kid Bomba down there. Oh, Sunset Lover very low. Chibi wins out the retro battle again. Defensive Spear of Alpha, Nets trying to run him down. Bomba walking back, and again, this team fight composition has not worked out in favor of Spirit just yet. It's Vamos securing all the neutral objectives.
And how else do they make it work? If Kid Bomba, one of the most important frontliners here for Team Spirit, with just a brief moment of showing himself up against Team Vamos, gets poked that low, but Warlord, though, he will be spotted here by one shot and Sao. So at least they get a trade somehow, but that doesn't mean much. They're not able to necessarily convert it into other necessary objectives just yet.
Yeah, I guess for Spirit, they're really waiting for mid-game at this point, but I'm concerned that Vamos might actually just build a big enough lead to stop that mid-game power spike from being a problem. Spirit are struggling in these individual lanes on top of the fact that the neutral objectives have just not gone their way. This Irithel is bullying 1-1 hard. Sunset Lover cannot lane against the Hilda. Smooth is just having the time of his life up top. Hilda Joy? Usually meet him in the jungle, in lane. I think Hilda's like, whatever.
and they're forced to send Sunset Lover somewhere else at this moment because you're not necessarily wanting to engage in all these fights. I mean, if it was just like pure sustain, pure tankiness. Team Spirit, I think they have a lot in their lineup, but then it begs the question, where's the damage too? They're just really waiting for it to come, but the moment... Oh, while they're waiting for it to come, look at the damage though!
That's a bait, shadow kill, Nets takes the kill. Sunset Lover, nowhere near enough damage to threaten Nets, even with the Vengeance. Nets still had Sprint, he didn't even pop it. He was like, yeah, I want all the smoke.
And I mean, Irthel, it's not like it's the type of marksman that you could just force to stop all those attacks from coming in, right? You'd have to find a way to stop it, but it's okay with them and Smooth. Forces to revitalize.
Two-man taunt, one shot already. AOG from Zorn catches two and Smooth bonks him in the head. Sunset Lover walks up. The electrifying beats is just the song of victory so far for Vamos in game 3.
They're just standing there. They're okay with tanking all the damage from Team Spirit because there's not much. There's not much damage yet from Team Spirit. At the very least, Hiko, he's untouched. But then what now? If every single time Hiko's left alone, or at least two members are left, but there's the stacks taken in from Warlord, but they're still not going to go for the engage. Team Vamos, all the while they're being very aggressive around the map, they're also just making sure that they're able to convert it into the turrets, into map control, and not necessarily into unnecessary team fights that Team Spirit may capitalize on.
3.5k gold lead. That mid-game power spike is looking very close for Team Spirit, but will it even be a power spike is the question that we have now, considering Vamos have maybe outscaled that power spike. I think they have ways to actually deal with everyone. Nets, the gold laner now, 2 levels ahead of Sunset Lover and 2 levels ahead of Bomba. He's still level 8, now finally getting to level 9, but again, all in these individual lanes, it is... Warlord is 2 levels ahead of Sunset. Everybody is so far ahead. I think Hiko and One Shot, are the two... Even, One Shot's actually getting out-farmed by this Hayabusa too. It's just Hiko who's still level at this point, and Sawo, it's a roamer.
And once Team Spirit actually decides for the grouped up team fights, right? And so long as they don't find the Nets immediately, and if they just let him go in for those heavy crossbows, I don't think they'll be having such a great time too. Them being grouped up would just allow Nets to throw out the damage. Speaking of all the damage, look at that!
Revitalize Bomba, the Sky Piercer goes through all of the healing. That was just, oh man, that was ridiculous damage from Vamos.
And it's not even, we're not even at the 10-minute mark too. We're just slowly approaching the 10-minute mark. But it seems like Team Spirit, they're losing access in their own jungle. Team Vamos might actually go for this Lord. And if you were Team Spirit, very much reliant on the fronts, but they get easily bursted down by Team Vamos. How else would you approach this objective take? One Shot will be able to secure his orange buff, but Warlord gets his very own circling eagle. So with this innate tankiness that Team Vamos has in their hands, they're not at the least afraid to actually start this Lord.
Smooth is gonna walk up, he doesn't care. If he gets comboed with the Spear of Alpha, he's very happy to tank up that damage. Ooh, big bonk over to Bomba. Warlord just steals the circling eagle. Sunset Lover, not enough damage to take down anyone. Chibi, Shadow kill to the back. Sky Piercer on, now One Shot, whoa! Able to dive deep, Nets caught all alone! They were isolated, One Shot gets a triple from out of nowhere!
That seemed like a very decisive call once again from Team Spirit. We've seen it twice in this entire series. And even after Team Vamos gets their hands on the Lord, it seems like Team Spirit will be the ones to fully convert it into their much desired map control. And that was a very crucial mistake from Team Vamos. I mean, you would definitely want to group up, but that beautiful Spear of Alpha onto at least 2 or 3 members, that's when the true damage comes in. That's when Team Spirit and their pure confidence, their sheer confidence comes in.
Okay, now they gotta be careful. I guess the mid-game power spike matters a lot, even with the 3,000 gold lead. Vamos chose to fight, and Spirit were like, we got our items now. We have that power spike we were waiting for. I guess the 10th minute mark was it for Team Spirit. I want to see a replay. What happened? How Nets still didn't sprint earlier.
And it seemed like just a very decisive call again after Warlord has already used that circling eagle that he copied away from Sao. it was just Team Spirit going in. They already knew that they had no chances of contesting for that objective. So at the very least, they wanted to get some kills away from Team Vamos. And still, it seems like Team Vamos, though, will try to make use of the Lord, but they get the stack to the crossbow down!
Crossbow tang over the nets now, over to Chibi too! Okay, they get away, the waves are cleared out, and Team Spirit are able to defend the first Lord, keeping 2 of their base turrets alive, only sacrificing the bottom lane. So, they're equal in turrets, just like that. 4-4.
And even the gold lead, it's negligible at this point. I mean, at least for other members, it's quite significant. But other than that, so long as they play the team fights, they can go for the protect. They can go for the create space kind of approach. And look at that, double circling eagle. But they get to somehow pressure the purple buff from a Team Vamos. So we're seeing a closer fight right now. We're transitioning into the mid-game, and this is the game that Team Spirit wants to play.
Oh yeah, definitely the game they want to play. With that one triple kill, One Shot has equalized his gold deficit against Chibi, who was 1 level ahead of him over the course of the entire game up to that 9th minute. So now that he's equal, they have... Shadow kill. Sky Piercer not enough. Chibi! Caught in the bad spot, Spear of Alpha, circling eagle! One Shot gets the shutdown!
They just waited for the quad shadow! And Sawa was just there to provide the additional sustain, the guiding wind, healing a little bit back of HP.
The timing, it's a Lord!
And that was the perfect timing for Team Spirit, as you've mentioned. One Shot also has his hands on the Winter Crown, so they can make some plays if they want to be more aggressive, but it seems like they're just going for the zone. So One Shot will be focusing on the Lord.
Sunset.
Smooth has some vision. Sunset Lover goes for nets!
With a full dive! Sunset Lover! With the vengeance again! He finds the hits. Now he's jumping back again onto Warlord. It's baiting in everybody. Bamba catching Zorn to cancel on the CC. The AOG gets him out just barely.
Such a close call for Zorn, but he gets back to the base. And Team Spirit, regardless of all that, they think it's okay. They still have the Lord marching towards the middle lane. There are no holy defenses anymore for their base turrets. So could this be it for Team Spirit? They're knocking on Team Vamos' base.
Smooth, gonna be locked down. That's all the weakness points already for Hiko. Revitalize used up, that's a big bong over. Hiko still has a crossbow tanks. That's gonna be, again, the Shadow Kill to clear out the waves. Chibi jumping back and forth, the quad shadow. Sunset Lover walking up. The base is open now. Spear of Alpha from One Shot again with the Winter Crown. Now the lockdown once more. Hiko kiting away. That's a Winter Crown used up by Sword, but he's gonna be slashed down and taken out by Hiko's crossbow. Chasing all the way. Sunset gets a killing spree. Chibi, the ninja, followed by Sawo with the circling eagle. Hiko gets the killing spree, and in 14 minutes, Spirit turned the game around. They wipe Vamos out, and they take match point.
Regardless of that attempt from Chibi, there were other waves incoming. And so Team Spirit turned things around and are currently in the lead for this series.
Coach Friend, you mad lad! What was that draft? Wow!
That was the Bomba mentality right there, just sustaining everything, buying enough time, creating enough space. And it seems like that's the way Team Spirit wants to play into the aggression of Team Vamos. They're definitely comfortable with all that. Let's hear from our panel what they have to say now that Team Spirit's leading 2-1.
I agree with you guys. Something happened in that 10-minute where they turned things around. One Shot was able to get a triple kill, and after that, it was all Team Spirit. So that was good by Team Spirit, but this comes to the question. Nets, he had the Irithel, he had the items, but he couldn't execute on it.
Nah, he was overextending. A lot of these fights, One Shot living up to his name, was catching him with that Spear of the Alpha. When, honestly, as an Irithel, you shouldn't be that close in the first place. And not to mention, you had plenty of peel anyways. A lot of things started to break down very, very quickly for Vamos. But I'm pretty happy with Team Spirit's overall draft, right? The early game is going to be the hardest part of this game. Once they start team fighting, that's when you see them be their strongest.
Yeah, we saw a couple of mistakes too, a couple of greedy plays, right? Chibi, he tried to take down Hiko on that side push play right before the Lord spawned in and was easily picked off, which created the opportunity for them to kind of siege through that mid lane.
He didn't know that there were people there, but at the same time, he should have had this instinct. Like, this one looks a little bit too comfortable. Something's fishy here. Unfortunately, he couldn't smell the fish. And again, I just got to talk about Nets here. 1, 3, and 3. He had 4 items, but I would say mid-game, he wasn't really able to contribute much in terms of the damage. And then once Joy got the Holy Crystal, there's not much that Nets can do about it.
Absolutely. That's why if Vamos is going to play a composition with such an early lead, they have to keep on pressing the advantage. As soon as they let go of that lead, and more importantly, as soon as they lose that very first Lord, it's not like their wave clear is the best. Both teams generally struggle to deal with waves overall. So that first Lord was a very pivotal point to actually put some permanent currency in their pocket.
And the power of Joy has just been shining for Sunset Lover in the mid lane. I mean, he's just been on point again with that Temple Rain as well. Very hard to deal with, right? I mean, it's picked up. You don't know if it's going to be in the jungle. You don't know if it's going to be in the mid. And that just shows the versatility from Team Spirit to pick up the pieces and take the advantage in this series.
My only worry is that, like, the Irita was an amazing pick against what Team Spirit has. So if the Irita can do it, now I'm scratching my head. What other picks is really there for Nets now?
Honestly, I'm guessing that they're going to go back to more comfort picks all over again. If you're unable to not only win out your lane, which I think he was trying to do his best in doing so. Hiko played a strong game as well with a lot of support from the rest of his team. But once these 1v1s were done, these team fights have just not been looking as clean, right? We saw the early game movements coming in from Vamos specifically, and based on the damage, everybody was getting involved, right? Zorn was creating space, even Smooth was rotating out of his lane really, really quick, knowing that Kid Bomba doesn't really come online until he hits level 4. And in that short period of time, yeah, you're putting back one shot, but once those 2 items come through, once he does have that War Axe ready to go, once he does have that Queen's Wings, it becomes very dangerous to stick around longer than you should, especially once you've used your resources like your ults.
Now, okay, so Vamos and Team Spirit, we have a trend here. One Lord looks like it's all it is. 1 or 2 Lords.
Yeah.
Right? The game really doesn't go all that long. So mid-game power spike looks like to be the name of the game, but now we got to look at our MVP, which, by the way, 1-1 was pretty nasty in that one, and this is Hiko piloting it. So the MVP is going over to Hiko on that 1-1, and again, like, he went deathless on that 1-1.
He went deathless, even in a losing matchup in lane, which is very surprising. It means that there was a bit of sacrifice, there was a bit of give and take during the laning phase, but he still hit his item power spikes on the right time, right? He never felt like he was behind. It never felt like he was, completely out of these fights, but he was very intelligent with the way he's going in and out. He's looking for angles to kind of split the formation of Team Vamos away from not only Kid Bomba, but his general front line. And that's when Sawo can kind of fill in the gaps with the help of the guiding winds.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the Mathilda pickup on top of him already having the tenacity, it's a nasty combination. I mean, he was all over the place, and Hiko, what he couldn't get done in the previous match, he was able to get done here for this game. And now, it bids you the question, is Mathilda worth the ban?
Oh, I think Mathilda might just be worth the ban. It's putting a lot of stoppages and more so creating more opportunities than I would have liked to believe, because just look at the way these fights are playing. The front line is sustaining despite being 2 levels down. They are able to come up with very creative angles.
Okay, so for some reason, Vamos didn't have enough damage to do with Team Spirit, and Sunset Lover was actually able to dish out majority of the damage, and then one shot just came in, and this is the pivotal mistake where yeah, I kind of feel like we're at that part of the tournament where no way will a marksman be all alone in the map. So maybe GB thought like it's just one other guy, so his Ogi Shadow Kill will be able to handle 2 people, but that was basically the whole squad, man.
Yeah, he was banking. I mean, he even picked up that Sky Piercer within like 3 minutes plus in the game, and maybe he was just hoping for that lethality to kind of latch on and deal the additional damage to take down Hiko. But Mr. MVP was able to get the job done and close out the game with that full wipeout. And now we're looking at a 2-1.
I think at this point, there's a couple of things that need to be solved. Number one, this Joy is too annoying of a flex pick to deal with unless you have a direct counter towards it. And I think that, yes, you know, getting the Winter Crown is one way of potentially, you know, disrupting that combination. But I think there needs to be a valid argument of banning it out entirely, because now their backline, and especially Nets, he's struggling, and he's struggling in a way that I wasn't expecting.
This is the best thing about a best of 5 is that adjustments can come in, right? You saw what was the problem, and now it's really on you guys. Do you guys acknowledge it to be a problem, or are you just like, we just made a few mistakes. It wasn't that big of a deal, right? It's a good thing that after this we are going for a break, so both teams, honestly, Team Spirit as well as Vamos, can really consider it out. So we're gonna go for a short break. After this, we're coming back. Right now, the score is 2-1. One more win, and Team Spirit moves through. We'll see you guys after the break.
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Hello Panda, hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Game never over indeed, because right now our best of 5 is still ongoing. But for Team Spirit, they only need one more win to move on forward. While Vamos, they need to climb up. If they lose one more game, that's it. And welcome back. My name is Ophel, alongside with me, Steph Weezy, as well as Gideon. And let me just say, for the folks that just came in, honestly, Vamos has been controlling, I would say, the majority of the match, but just one mistake. One mistake is all it takes for Team Spirit to close out a game.
There's a couple of ways we got to look at this, right? First of all, Nets. We know he likes to get a little up close and personal with these mark spins, and I feel like so far Team Spirit has done a great job on trying to get him on something that's not really his nature of play style. You don't really get to see him pick up the pace on these pickups that he's had so far, and I think that's one of the many aspects to kind of look into as we progress through this series.
I mean, the same thing can be said about the draft, right? Both sides. I think the Team Spirit overall is much better at staunching their bleeding every single time the early game goes out of control, because most teams usually fumble, and we saw even in game number 2 where Vamos was able to find the victory. It's all about holding the tempo against their opponents.
Right now, we got to look at both coaches here, where we got to look at how Coach Fran as well as Coach Pubs looks on paper. And this is a good segue because, honestly, throughout the break, that 5-minute break, I kind of thought about it. And I feel like Joy should be banned because it really does shut down Nance. Right now, you guys are looking at the numbers here. When it comes to the first pick rate, Pubs has more of it. Looking at the second pick, looks like Coach Fran really likes that second pick. And when it comes to the win rate, it's more equal, but it's definitely more towards Team Spirit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just by 0.7%, right? And as more games come by, the stats are always going to change. But at the very least, the stuff that we've been seeing from Vren has been extremely interesting, right? I think, you know, even Pobbs has taken a little bit of inspiration previously, but now coming into it, they are established coaches in their own individual regions. And now, as Vren comes into the ECA, he's sharing that knowledge alongside with Team Spirit, and they're executing it very well. You are allowed to sacrifice the early stages of the game. You are allowed to lose lane. As long as you execute the comp perfectly, then you find these small opportunities. And that's the issue that we're seeing here today, because even though second pick hasn't been going too well specifically for Vamos, Team Spirit is utilizing that 45.5%.
Yeah, I mean, every single game so far, Vamos has been first pick, right? And they tried to ban out the Bruno. That one did kind of work in their favor, but other than that, it's just been Team Spirit's ball game, right? You got to find a way to disrupt them. Maybe even try to get on the red side. Maybe that could be the difference to get Net something he's more comfortable on, to deny this Joy from being picked up.
The thing is, I was even considering, what if Chibi just pick up Joy, because Chibi can use the Joy, but looking at the hero picks coming in from Team Spirit, they have a lot of picks that actually counters the Joy, even the EXP Fred. So yeah, I feel like even taking away the Joy is actually quite risk.
I mean, that's why we haven't seen him actually pick up the Joy initially, right? Previously in the Swiss stage, we saw that if given the opportunity, it's not too surprising for Chibi to actually lock it in pretty early on into the draft. But as we've seen time and time before, Team Spirit has direct counters to the Joy. Not only in that Fredrin, but prior to that, the Belleric as well. Both of which, what this team does especially well is predetermine where we're going to fight, and we know exactly how we want the fight to look like.
And then to hit you with another element, the Mathilda. How do we feel about that so far? I mean, I feel like it's been pretty successful today.
I feel like it really shuts down the Hayabusa. Like, I already feel like that's it, because as much as the Hayabusa damage does, but shield and heal is a little bit too much. If it's just, I don't know, something like a Hylos in the roam, something like a Belleric, it's gonna be difficult, but it's doable. Against the Matilda, it looks like you're about to get it, but then the shield pops up, and then while the shield is there, the healing is gonna come in. It really disrupts your plan, making it so that Chibi alone, that's the problem. Chibi alone can't do it. He needs help from Nets, and Nets has been dealt with the Joy. So it looks like the Matilda is to go up against Chibi, and then the Joy is to go up against Nets. Both damage leaders are not in the fight. How are you going to win?
Yeah. And I think that's, right now, I think that Vamos is trying to figure out the best solution because they have to invest in one of these players. We've seen games where, as long as Smooth has a winning matchup, maybe we can influence the lane even more. But you got to win 2 out of the 3 matchups, whether it be gold lane, EXP, or even in the jungle. And really the question is, most of the time, is that mid trio. Now, so far, we've been seeing that at least for Team Spirit, they don't mind losing the early game. They expect Vamos to do a very good job with the way that they rotate. But at the same time, they're also investing in their players like Sunset Lover to give him farm on the opposite side of the map to make sure that he hits that item power spike on time. And same goes for Hiko, even willing to sacrifice jungle just to make sure that he has enough funds in the bank.
It's like Team Spirit's not really giving any room for opportunity for Vamos to make a mistake. I mean, every single time we see one slight mistake, it's a game winner.
One feels like too much. That's the problem. It feels like Vamos making one mistake. It feels like too much of a mistake, right? Because every single time, one mistake makes it so that at least 3 members are taken down. And I feel like even Vamos has realized this. The only thing that we have to see is they realized why, right? What was the mistake and how was it capitalized? Is it a mistake of Vamos or was it the outplay coming in from Team Spirit? That is something that they have to acknowledge, and if they get it wrong, they're gonna get eliminated. Because just to remind you folks, this is the battle to go further into the tournament. If not, they're absolutely out of the competition. But now we got to look at Turtle Mania here. Chibi is #1, and honestly by quite a lot. 28 turtles so far. The second being Dax with 24. Third being King Kong with 18 turtles so far. So Chibi has been contesting the turtle a lot, and more importantly, he's been winning a lot of those contests.
Oh yeah, he's great at the retribution, but it's also great that he has a support system in the early game to get those turtles. And I think for these first 10 minutes, it's going to be really important for them to maintain that tempo, because we've seen Team Spirit do it again and again and again at completely shoving them down just before that very first Lord.
Now we have Lord Terminator here, where Fabian is #1 alongside with Dax, both having 15 Lords in Turtle, followed up with Sakai's with 12 Lord and Chibi with 11. So, although to be fair, if you look at Vamos' game, again, just 1 or 2 Lords, and it's either win or lose. Vamos really doesn't go to the ultra late game.
Yeah, you got to be careful, right? You want to not overextend, but you also don't want to miss an opportunity by not taking one. And I feel like right now a pitfall for Vamos is the mind games that we're seeing Team Spirit play so far, right? I mean, even when it came to the M-Chat and it came to Team Spirit's players, looking through where they went wrong in some of their previous matches, they never said that they didn't have the talent to pull it off. They said it was more of a mental game that was the issue. And it seems like they found their composure.
Yep. And now coming into the drafting phase, the true test is whether or not Vamos has not broken underneath the pressure. This, again, home crowd, home soil as well. They've got the supporters by them, but pushed against match point, a single mistake is all it could take for them to get eliminated here today.
This is going to be very important, folks, because now we're in the drafting phase. Team Spirit banning out the Suyo as well as the Jushin. Vamos banning out the Fanny as well as the Glue. Now the last ban is on Vamos here. They ban out the Bruno twice now.
And Vamos is red side again.
Blue side. Vamos is blue side.
Oh, blue side again.
I mean, like, to be fair, I'm colorblind, so you could be right.
No, you're right. Vamos is blue side again, which means every single game so far, they have had first pick priority. Do they ban out the Bruno here? Do they go for something like that Joy from Sunset Lover?
Because it looks like this side is blue.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Vamos is going to be first pick, and Team Spirit is going to be second pick. But they ban out the Joy and leave out the Bruno. The real question is whether or not they're going to first pick it this time around, because if they don't, we know for a fact that Hiko more than happy to pick it up.
I mean, like, to be fair, Hiko has not picked it up so far. And Hiko, on an interview, he did say, if he gets the Bruno, it's over. He hasn't shown it just yet. But on an interview, he did say, like, don't give him the Bruno.
Most people don't give him the Bruno, unfortunately.
Well, you can get the best of both worlds, right? I mean, you banned out the Joy, and you still can get the Bruno because you have first pick, so that should definitely be the move from Vamos, but we know it's not a Nets specialty.
I'm just hoping. We're hoping and praying that Nets is going to be able to first pick it this time, unless Team Spirit decides not to and bans it out here and really breaks open the draft.
At night. Your team is
Sicilian. Oh, very clever draft here. So we've seen just Cecilia and Valentina. I'm not counting those tanks. I don't care what you say.
Yep.
I'm not counting those tanks for the Warlord hero pool here. Unless Warlord has something crazy as well, like a Xavier or whatever. But the Bruno has been picked up. Nets wasn't able to get the W in game number 1. Although, to be fair, it was against the Joy. The Joy really did take him down very, very fast.
Yeah, it chunked him really hard, but they are giving Hilda this time over to the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, now we have behind the IGN for Sao. Sao actually means sapodilla or chiku, a tropical fruit in Bahasa Indonesia. Pretty sure it's Bahasa Malaysia as well, but oh well. Chiku. Sao means chiku?
No.
Sao
really?
Sao means chiku.
Huh. I wasn't expecting it.
The ultimate answer.
It doesn't have as nice of a ring to it, but I get where it's coming from. That's actually really interesting. I would have never expected it, especially for someone with his level of veterancy. But as expected, the Hilda comes out, and they're going to be pairing it up with the Matilda.
Okay, so here's the thing. Hayabusa against the Matilda, not so well. Alpha maybe though, right? Because you can stay in the fight for a little bit longer, where the Hayabusa is like skill-based heroes that has very long cooldowns don't do well against Matilda.
Agreed. There's two ways of taking it. It's either you take the alpha, or maybe even consider like picking up the Suyo once again to kind of fulfill
Suyo
that
bad.
flexibility. But I mean, you're kind of forced in that position, and hopefully, I would imagine that Vamos, and yes, Suyo is banned. If they do decide to go for the alpha, there are still other picks that they can go for. Something a little bit more passive. I would say even a Bane does pretty decently into this matchup as well to sustain and even disengage.
Even the Fredrin can technically walk here. They're going to go in for that show. Oh, the Hayabusa picked up yet again. Not too worried about this Hilda.
I mean, Hilda and Matilda, there's two ways to shut down the Hayabusa. So Vamos has to play this very, very cleanly. And it's to the point where I feel like Chibi just has to play the side lane. They got to give Warlord some kind of damage dealer, which maybe Team Spirit saw through, and that's why they banned out the Sicilian.
This is going to be challenging.
Side lanes.
Meaning like just split push, you know?
If they are going to try and split push here, I feel like they need to break the composition, right? It's all about timings, and I think more so it's priority. Can they shove out these lanes a lot faster than their opponents? With the Hilda, you basically got a winning matchup. So the real question is whether or not EXP, smooth side, can he find something that can actually match up against the Hilda? And as expected, Beatrix is going to get locked in for the side TS, so now they can force out the gold easily. Single ult clears the way if they move out from there.
And now Team Spirit just bends out the Hive, and then what else does Nets have?
They're going to have to dig deep, really, really deep on this one. We could expect, something along the lines of...
Carry?
No, I mean, they've already locked in the Bruno for their side anyways.
What am I thinking about? Oh, sorry, my
No
bad,
worries, we all get one. We all get one. But at this point, the mid lane is just so valuable right now. They could play for a traditional teamfight composition, but now with the Beatrix, it doesn't seem likely. EXP needs a winning matchup, but the Hilda's already there. It's not checkmate just yet, but I feel like Vamos, at this point, getting a Yve might just be the way to go.
Yeah, and maybe Hylos could be a pickup for the side of Vamos. Just considering the show, I mean, again, with the G Kondo, it's great for setup, but they may need a little bit more in their arsenal to go up against Team Spirit. You know what else they could pick up here? Technically, you could go in for the fairness in this situation. You can throw an element of sustainability on your side as well, and go with the Hylos to top that off. could be a pretty solidified draft.
I was thinking about that, but then the only and the counterplay would just be picking up Valentina on your side. At the very least, you're able to kind of punish melee heroes coming into that range while still having the Netherrealm ready to go once stolen. It forces an interesting playstyle, but I feel like Vamos, they gotta double down. They've already locked in the Cho. It's single target lockdown. It's all about controlling those waves and making sure that they can visibly see where Team Spirit's motions across the map are gonna look like.
There we go. CC banned off the board for Team Spirit. This is definitely due to that Hilda, right? They don't want to have the easiest way to match that mobility to go up against it and get to the backline with some great pills. So now we got to look at the mid lane matchups, right? Sunset Lover, he's been on fire with the Joy, and this time around, it's taken off the board. What does he run now? Because if he goes in for something like the Eve, there's a lot of answers from Vamos to shut that down.
Yeah, they can still pick up the Gatakacha and the EXP, and then the Valentina coming in from Warlord. Again, unsure if Warlord has a different hero up his sleeve, because against the B-Trace, you kind of need range. You're talking about Eve, Barsas, the likes.
Your team is
And now the Fredrin gets banned as well. Pretty smart ban.
Yep. They want to make sure that they don't have the lockdown, right? What Beatrix really needs right now is a setup for her to land very easy ult. Then you have quick bursts, two synergies, and fights and skirmishes that happen along the riverside.
Bane is still on the table.
That's what I'm thinking of as well. But it doesn't have that setup. You're expecting at that
Nolan
point.
is there.
Oh, that one's not bad as well.
Yeah. Nolan is up for grabs. We haven't seen too much of Nolan. If we dig in even deeper, something like that Kai could be a very cheesy pick. But yeah, I'm thinking of Nolan. Bane is a good shout out as well. They can delay it for a little bit and just pick up their mid laner. But again, I would say mid lane is kind of good to keep it a secret for now. Never mind, they pick up the Valentina. So not giving it over to Warlord. So now it's on Warlord's hand. Whatever mage she picks up, undoubtedly will give a very good ult towards Sunset Lover.
I'm curious why they want it, because again, I feel like Valentina super safe here. It could have gone to either one of these teams, but at the very least, it's an admittance of we want to hide our jungler first. And the question is, why exactly do you want to hide your jungler? You already know the alpha is pretty much gone. You've banned out the Suyo on your side, so we don't have the fighter-style traditional junglers as we usually expect to. Does that mean that you're going to have to play an assassin on your side of the map and look to kind of split up formations, or more of a setup, which could have been the Akai for all we know?
It's a mind game for Team Spirit right now in the draft up against Vamos. I feel like this is a little bit of a repetitive pattern we've been seeing all day. You are going to see the Khalid picked up, though, for Vamos, and the Vexana to top that off to finalize their draft. And now one more pick for Team Spirit. What do we think it's going to be, right? We have the mid lane matchup. We have the marksman as well, but we have yet to see the jungler in effect. They take out the Alpha. They take out the Fredrin. LaFell talked about some cheese picks. He talked about the Akai possibly rising to the occasion. We mentioned maybe
Nolan.
even a Bane or a Nolan to sneak into the scene to finalize this draft. But Vamos has put him in a tricky situation on limiting the pool.
I mean, they need some kind of dive, because that's what they had with the Joy going up against the Bruno. So it looks like it is going to be the Bane. Yeah, like we talked about it, the Bane does get picked up here. So now Vamos going up against Team Spirit. Again, just to remind everyone, if Team Spirit wins this one, that's it. That's over. Vamos gets eliminated. Thank you very much to both our panelists. And now we're throwing it over to our casters, where potentially this might be the final game of this match.
Our panelists have mentioned it. This is potentially the last game of this series. Welcome to the Casters Desk. It's still Brigida and Mirko bringing you the action. And this sounds like a more holistic approach to drafting from both of the coaches. But still, there are a lot of hero synergies that we have to watch out for. Mathilda Bane, Mathilda Hilda. But Vamos, they have equally the same amount of reach and potential to surprise Team Spirit.
They got a lot of combos too. The Cho should be a way, at least for the first turtle, to lock the Bane down. But later on, it comes down to how One Shot utilizes the Deadly Catch. Because you can cancel Chikundo when you use the Deadly Catch. It comes down to timing.
Yep.
And again, elimination match.
Yes. A lot is at stake, especially for Team Vamos, as they're definitely looking to extend this series. Fighting in their home ground, they definitely would want to proceed in the lower bracket. But will Team Spirit let that happen? One thing I would definitely want to talk about, as mentioned by our panelists, is wait, sword?
An early steal from Zorn.
He didn't even let me finish my sentence.
That's the... I would say that's why a lot of jungles don't go for the retry early, right? But One Shot went for it, wants to go for the fast clear. In the end, it backfired by a lot. Zorn claiming first orange.
So far, a really great start, aside from the fact that even Smooth is able to cut his lane immediately. So Team Vamos, they're playing the early game really well.
Man.
One shot, oh no!
First orange buff and first blood to Team Vamos. And now Team Spirit, they're in a bit of a pickle. Zorn wants to continue this. Bomba walking forward against 3 members. That's the guiding win to get him to safety. But Chibi's already level 4. 2 whole levels ahead. Whoa, Bomba dealing a lot of damage now. The Revitalize as well. Shadow kill in towards the camps. Bomba surviving the Curse Blast, not connecting. Smooth. Unable to get the kill to Terrify as well. What? Sawo gets the kill back on Chibi.
I think...
Oh! One shot with the bounce.
Kid Bomba was okay with that. I mean, they went in for the skirmish right inside the bushes, and we know how the passive works. And even towards the bottom lane nets, it seems like he's having a great time up against Hiko. But after that moment, Team Vamos, it seems like their momentum was suddenly halted. They're not as aggressive anymore. Team Spirit, you can't afford to make those mistakes. The panelists have mentioned it earlier. Such expensive mistakes, Team Spirit, they punish it really well.
Oh my goodness. One shot, still not level 4. Chibi level 5, so at least it should still be an advantage to Vamos. Zorn getting chased out by 3 members. Raging Sandstorm from Sunset Lover 2. A bit of an over-chase situation for sure there. Zorn definitely happy with that. Raging Sandstorm coming down. Now Deadly Catch as well. One shot taken down. Sawo very low. Chibi! Quad Shadow and the Shurikens. Bomba on Smooth. Just needs a few more hits. That's a great quick sand guard to get him back to safety with Warlord disengaging for them. So in the end, it's still Vamos who get the turtle and survive with that 1.5k gold lead.
And I mean, that's exactly the reason why we said timings are definitely important here for Team Spirit, right? That was the Deadly Catch. Oh, the Renner's Apathy misses, but then again, that was the Deadly Catch, which was casted a little bit too early. So Team Vamos, they're just able to go in with the aggression once again, but there's the Way of the Dragon used onto Sao. So now Team Spirit, it feels like they have to watch out for One Shot. It seems like they have to accompany him in order for him to successfully be able to take his very own objectives, in order for him to farm. Because they're not stopping with the pressure. The mere fact that Smooth has this much of an advantage compared to Kid Bomba in the XP lane, we're seeing a lot of rotations, a lot of perhaps even double lanes, and you want that to happen to Team Spirit, but Sawo, he gets spotted out!
Great combo, Raging Sandstorm, Terrify, Eternal Guard, Zorn G Kundo, and that's a double for Chibi. A great start for Vamos, despite a few mishaps there, back and forth. One shot will only get 2 hits on the turret.
And I like how they're really trying to pick up the pace, right? They're trying to be really fast in terms of rotations. Team Spirit, you would expect with the amount of mobility that they also have, with also Hiko and the composition of their lineup, that Hiko would want to rotate out of his lane a lot more often, just focus on clearing the waves, not entirely picking up a fight against Nets, and potentially even going for the double lanes. But since Nets is also handling the laning pretty well, and Team Vamos, they're really going for the evade, similar to this.
Whoa, Terrify, Deadly Catch! One shot gets the shutdown again! It's all about the Deadly Catch timing, and that one was perfect. Bomba walking up, the Terrify to disengage. Turtle number 2 has spawned in the game, and Chibi is down.
Yeah. He won't be there, so Team Spirit, they want to get this turtle for themselves. Kid Bomba zoning 3 members, but will they still go in? They don't have the retribution.
Bomba's cool with taking all that damage. Bomba wants to walk back in. Gets the guiding win as One Shot takes the neutral objective, and we are back to almost dead center. Equal game.
Yes, Hiko's able to breathe too. He's able to attempt to go for the double lanes. He wasn't for like the past 5 minutes. He was just restricted in his own lane, even under the turret even, because like there's just so much rotation, so much pressure coming in from Team Vamos. But that's also one of the advantages we're seeing. That One Shot still goes for the engage with 3-man knockup!
Great kick into the Curse Blast. Nets takes that kill away, and Vamos are now trying to grasp onto that lead. They want to hold it for as long as possible. But that big lead that Chibi had over to One Shot, is no longer present, right? One shot is also level 9. That's a good shot from Hiko too. Nets, though, is doing a very good job right now on the Bruno up against this Beatrix. Zorn, he needs to be on point with his picks.
Every single mistake, a wrong targeting on the way of the dragon, and especially if it's not well coordinated with the other members of Team Vamos, Team Spirit, they have a lot of ways to punish that. Aside from the deadly catch, once it's timed really, really well, there's the Terrify and the AoE ultimates coming in from Hiko. But we'll see how this goes, because Team Vamos, they're starting to group up a lot more often. Checking out the items, there's not much of a difference in terms of the lane-to-lane matchup, but oh wait!
Oh, Bennett's Rage! It's actually going to be turned around. Kid Bomba taken down, though. Smooth, able to shot enough damage. Sunset Lover goes over to Terrify Chibi! The assassin coming in the end to assassinate Sunset Lover. That's a 2-for-1 as the Bane gets a turret up top, but it is traded by Vamos in the bottom lane by Nets, who is still free farming.
Team Spirit, they have to be careful with this. I mean, I think they're sort of willing to accept all the pressure and all those kills that Team Vamos are getting off them, since one shot he's really consistent in looking for the trades. He's just trying to always make sure that at least the opposite lanes are shoved and at least a turret is taken down for Team Spirit. But then if they get more and more kills such as this, oh no!
Raging Sandstorm into one shot, now deadly catch, but it's Rage! Hiko getting the combo down, Smooth very low, still has a quick sand guard, no CC available, Eternal Guard not connecting though. Smooth running away, Sunset Level with a chase, Smooth should fall, unless, no, he will be taken down. Vamos will be happy with the neutral objective trade, with one shot and Smooth.
Smooth and Sword, I'd say they're really doing a great job.
Amazing.
At buying time, distracting Team Spirit, and preventing them from just keeping their head in the game and focusing on the trades that will not allow the lead to grow that big between them and Team Vamos. Each and every time Team Spirit chase after the members of Team Vamos, it's always either a neutral objective or a turret, as we're seeing right now. So Team Spirit, they're starting to feel that they're really behind. 2K goal lead for Team Vamos. And imagine, Chibi doesn't even have his hands on the Sky Piercer just yet. They're just really this much ahead and focusing on the damage.
My question is, does Chibi even want to go Sky Piercer this game? We saw how volatile both these teams can play just last game, and Chibi had a Sky Piercer. He had a lot of stacks on that Sky Piercer, and when he died, when he got shut down, he had to sell it. That became a very useless item towards the late game. So I think for Chibi, it's safer to go for normal items, right? Just go for the Elphic Roar, Hunter Strike, maybe a BOD as well. Zorn has a great position, but gets spotted out in the bush. It's the Pixel Brush now. Hayabusa up top, Chibi still just farming. And based on the items that I'm seeing, yeah, Chibi is not going for Sky Piercer.
Yeah, he's not. They're just going for sheer aggression here and damage. Both Chibi and Nets are doing really well. Nets hasn't even been picked off by Team Spirit just yet. Not to say that they have the pick-off capabilities, but oh, the way of the dragon, there you go!
Raging Sandstorm, though, only connecting on towards Mr. Bamba. Raging Sandstorm from Sunset Lover! And Hiko gets the Nibiru's Passion. Bamba still surviving. Oh, Sawo with the save. Wow, Warlord down. They want to go for the chase, it seems. Hiko, no flicker, has to be careful. Team Spirit, they got that fight turned around.
Clutch Flask of the Oasis. Sawo even using the flicker to ensure that Kid Bomba is within range. So now it seems like they will be accompanying each other a lot more often, trying to make use of the range of their capabilities to take some objectives away from Team Vamos, but they have to be wary of Zorn. Zorn's been on point on his targeting in terms of the way of the dragon, but oh, there's the Bennett Rage already used!
Retreat for one shot, the deadly catch catches on the Chibi. What happened to Smooth? Evaporated. Eternal Guard connecting on a Bomba. It will be a kill over. Smooth for Bomba, but Spirit get the Lord. Sunset Lover always just scheming in these bushes.
Yeah, and it seems like this is the way to play around this Bane lineup that Team Spirit has, right? If you just overextend a little bit, they definitely have the tools to be able to answer back. Now they have the Lord in their hands. They will try to gain a little bit more access towards Team Vamos map. And the Flicker is still in cooldown for Zorn, so they could potentially be a little bit more aggressive this time around. One thing to note, if you let Hiko and one shot within range of a turret, they will definitely seek to take it down.
What turret, right?
Which turret?
That's That's what Spirit will be asking every single time if they have the way, or wave rather, to siege in. They'll just be like, turret? What turret? It's gone. That's a minion to us. Even without minions, maybe. There you go.
Oh my god.
Turret tier 1 in the mid lane falling down as well. Team Spirit, they have match point. Lafelt spoke about this. There's no room for error for Team Vamos.
Yeah. Right.
This is an elimination match.
This is. And Soren, it seems like he still wants to look for the targets. They have a lot of information, but Team Spirit, they're all grouped up. So who would you want to target in this kind of situation? They don't want to let anyone behind. They don't want to let Hiko become an easy target anymore. And Kinboba, he's just going for it. Poking Soren down really low. They have another wave in the bottom lane. And there's just one inner turret left for Team Vamos at this point.
The siege composition is ridiculous. So much poke from Hiko in one shot. Oh, Wind of Nature from Spirit. So the big problem, I would say, for Vamos now, another big problem to add onto the list, is the fact that there's a Wind of Nature for Hiko.
Yeah.
Most of the members, if not all the members from Vamos who can dive to threaten Hiko are all physical damage. Nets, Chibi, Smooth. It'll come down to Warlord to get the last hit, and on Vexana, that's tough.
Yep. And this is the type of gameplay that Hiko introduced to us even. The first time they were able to respond to the Bruno and the Siege comp, Team Spirit were just able to play so naturally with the Beatrix. Picking up an immediate Malefic Gun, and that's the Eternal Guard gone for Team Vamos. They know it too. 26 seconds before the next Lord, but prior to that, it seems like they want to go for a play. They're scouting for Chibi, but does Chibi know this?
I don't know. They don't see anyone on the map, and they do see Hiko down below, so it should be a sign. Nets picks up the Wind of Nature as well, so he will have similar amounts of outplay ability to Hiko. That's a great sign for Vamos. Signs of life, I would say, in this match point position for Team Spirit. 1.7k gold lead in the mid game. Comes down to a big fight.
Yep, Soren is looking for a target here. He's waiting, but they will be able to spot him down. Oh, they use the Circling Eagle first onto Soren, and they spot JB too.
Eternal Guard unable to connect. Smooth trying to go for the flank there, and Team Spirit are just playing it so well with the bottom lane slow pushing. Team Spirit will just take their time on this Lord.
Yeah, Smooth trying to look for an angle too. But Team Spirit, they know it. Oh, that's a once again!
He gets Hiko. The deadly catch comes down. There's a Wind of Nature. Hiko still able to kite away. Smooth gonna be locked down. Chibi gets the retribution, but two members have fallen. Sunset with a chase. Nets with a worldie. That's the bounce of the Crab Claw Cannon. Nets sliding tackle. Hiko with a dash forward. Nets able to escape the guiding wind. Gets him closer, and Nets escapes. Now, it's a Lord that will be dealt with by Team Spirit. They will be able to clear this Lord super quick. With two members down, can they get more?
He doesn't even walk past the tier 2 turret. That's just how quick Team Spirit are able to deal with it. And they are looking to get even this sole remaining inner turret for Team Vamos. Oh, our Wilderness misses. But they take out almost all turrets away from Team Vamos.
This is a problem now. That was almost perfect for Vamos. They got the kick on Hiko yet, but it still did not get a kill. They didn't get Hiko. So what does it take to take Hiko down? They just have too much peel. The Deadly Catch, the Valentina Terrify, the Mathilda.
Yep.
Look at this.
Yep, Nets was focusing on Hiko the entire time, but the heal was there, even the Wind of Nature. And they were able to just punish the members who were trying to go in for the backlines, namely Soren and Smooth. If Team Vamos were just a little bit closer, if they tried to go for the more committed follow-up, that could have been a wipeout too for Team Spirit.
Definitely.
So it's nice to see that Team Vamos, they're being very cautious with their positionings as well. Knowing that Team Spirit is one of the teams you have to watch out for in terms of the team fighting. So one unsuccessful play, it seems like the immediate call is to back off, especially if you know that you are at a disadvantage. But speaking of a disadvantage, it is Smooth. Oh!
Doesn't get clipped by the Bennett's Rage. Sawa will get that Circling Eagle. Hayabusa spotted up top. Team Spirit will just set up for a slow push towards Vamos.
They're the ones who want to pressure the lanes for Team Spirit this time around. Because Team Spirit, at the very least, you need someone to always be with Hiko. Soren is always on the lookout for Hiko. Like, he is the prime target here for Team Vamos. So they definitely wouldn't want him to be isolated. And it's good for them that not once has Hiko been taken down. He also has the Rose Gold Meteor alongside the Wind of Nature So he's really focusing on survivability too. He wants to make sure that he doesn't fall because Hiko's role in this lineup is super important. Like, I know one shot, he's also capable of just going in for the siege, but he's the one that they should have the least access to in terms of Team Vamos.
It's just really tough to go for the catch there, right? Most of the catch potential from Vamos, I mean, all of it almost, is on Zorn. The Raging Sandstorm has been very easy to dodge, at least for Team Spirit.
Yep.
I don't know, I guess they need to try to like go in together, right? They need to try to bait in some of these flickers out, because if they still have flicker plus that Mathilda guiding win, it's just so tough to go for one shot, to go for Beatrix even. And man, I guess for Vamos, the advantage that they have is not a team fight in a 5v5, but it's on this, in the side lane. CS though, they don't care. They're gonna go and try to blitz it.
Nah, they really want to go for the team fights. Oh, Zorn will even burst it down.
Smooth. Oh, Raging Sandstorm. Oh, flickers out that. Oh my crap, Claw Cannon. Oh my god, that was almost a one-shot by one-shot.
That wasn't even a full-on team fight by two of these teams, but the amount of poke, the amount of burst damage, it's enough to zone Team Vamos away from the Lord, and it seems like they won't gain any access towards it. Team Spirit, that was a clean take on the Lord.
That was beautiful, a phenomenal take for Team Spirit, and now all questions are back to Vamos. Can they defend? It's a Vexana, it's a Bruno. They do have ways to deal with the waves, but then you look at this composition from Spirit. They got a Beatrix and a Bane. We were talking about the siege potential. They could use a deadly catch to try to get the turret, but if they do, that's a wasted resource in the team fight.
Yes.
Vamos, their big condition, I would say, is to bait out the deadly catch and then go for the pickoff.
Yep, and Team Spirit, they will be waiting for that Lord. This isn't the evolved Lord just yet. We are still 17 minutes into the game, but this is still approaching the 18-minute mark. We know the death timers are deadly for both of these teams, whoever will fall, and now they will gain access towards the base of Team Vamos. Could this be it for Team Spirit?
Smooth goes to the Raging Sandstorm, the Defense Rage to zone them away. The deadly catch has been used up. Zorn, this is an angle to attack. Bomba, Smooth loses the immortality. Bomba's on the turret right now. Smooth is down! The Lord taken down, dealt with the Terrify and the Wishing Lantern. Over to Hiko. Nets gets the Rose Gold. One last attempt.
Oh my gosh. They're spamming the recalls. Team Vamos, is this it for the hometown villains?
Zorn able to get in the way of the dragon, but he gets the kick back towards the team. Hiko with a nature. Nets gunned down, but the Mirror's Passion still able to slide tackle forward. Hiko gets caught by the Eternal Guard. Nets is fighting for dear life. Dashing in again. Hiko very low. Hiko going for it, but teammate shuts him down. And it will be a defense for Vamos. They stay alive at the M6 World Championship.
Warlord focusing down onto Hiko, reserving the Eternal Guard and showing us how it's done. Team Vamos, they prolong this game. And Team Spirit, we have to see what happened. Let's look in for that instant replay. They definitely wanted to go in for the siege. There was a switch up, going in for the Bennett even for Hiko here. But there was just such a well-timed Eternal Guard and that defense from Nets as well. And the follow-up from Chibi, that cleanup, that was immaculate for Team Vamos.
That was so well played. Nets, and Chibi. Great ultimate by Warlord, like you said. If it wasn't for that Eternal Guard, I think Hiko would have actually gotten enough space to maybe not kill Nets, but maybe kill the base. He was locked in.
He was just so focused on it. We mentioned the switch up. So now Team Spirit, they'll have to back off once again. And we're probably waiting for the next objective, which is this time around, an Evolved Lord.
Yeah.
So you'd want to accompany this if you were Team Spirit. That's where your strengths lie too. It's really in your siege potential. But for Team Vamos, would they want to just burst it down the same way? Because I feel like if you were Team Vamos in this situation, Hero is definitely one way to approach it. But it seems like it's been unsuccessful for them. You've mentioned the countless times the Way of the Dragon has even landed onto Hiko. But the follow-up seems to just be absent for Team Vamos. So how will they deal with this time around?
They're so grouped up, it hasn't even really been the follow. Oh no, Zorn! Able to dash out. Kid Bomba was walking forward, one shot. Raging Sandstorm onto two. No follow-up, Eternal Guard. Hiko's still able to flicker out. Mirror's Passion, Smooth flickers out as well. Now one shot, no immortality. Chibi with the Retribution saves the game once again!
And that was just consecutive layering of crowd control to ensure that one shot will not find his way to the retribution, to securing the Lord for Team Vamos. Now they're able to breathe, and they get another chance at fighting back. Team Spirit, fortunately for them, they also have a lot of wave clear in their lineup. They have the Deadly Catch again, they have the Bennett's Rage, the Nibiru's Passion. But what will their plan be really, to just wait for this Lord Siege up against Team Vamos? It seems like they're still looking for the members. It seems like they're still trying to scout them out.
Hey, TS gotta be careful here. If they make the wrong move, that's an evolved Lord. Even one member left standing can end the game. Heck, even I think if both of them get wiped out, the Lord can end the game.
He can do it alone.
He can.
Honestly. So they will be a little bit more careful, but Sao and Kid Bomba still trying to get some information.
Okay.
It's Guiding Wind. Okay, so they will try to head back. They need to be safe in terms of positioning this time around. Team Vamos, they're the ones who will potentially be a little bit more aggressive. Sorn has the Flicker even, so he can go in for a Flicker knock-up on the Jeet Kune Do or even a Way of the Dragon if he wants to. So Team Spirit, they have to be careful this time.
Flicker on Hiko, 26 seconds. That's the real resource that they want to try to, bait out here for Vamos. Oh, almost. Great Terrifying, great Disengage. Circling Eagle already baited out the mid lane. There's going to be another wave coming down. The tier 2 should fall as Vamos take their time to build up this Evolved Lord. I think it'll be a base turret take for Vamos.
Yep. Now they will eventually be the ones to pressure. That's the Conceal. Sword goes in, but he gets revealed. And still, they are able to take down the base turret. That's the Raging Sandstorm, which missed from Smooth. Will Team Spirit try to go for it? Because they'll just be focusing on defending the Lord for now. What a close fight. We're beyond 20 minutes in this game, so I think the statement, you cannot afford to make a mistake, matters all the more now that the death timers are probably taking more around 60 seconds if you fall in this particular situation.
Wow. One shot. Topping the damage dealt ranking here. 71,758. Did he build full damage? Not even. No, he has a brute force breastplate. That's just a crab claw cannon for you. This is why Leo loves the Bane so much. Zorn's going to be spotted out. So what's good about Vamos' turret take up top is the fact that they got the far lane, right? So at least the minion waves will not be slow pushing constantly towards Vamos. That will mean that Vamos can actually play with it. They also have the Hayabusa, so I would personally think that the Hayabusa will be staying up top for a while to try to threaten a split push.
Yep. And they'll have to deal with that. And for Team Spirit, who always wants to group up, that'll be a problem. But now that they find GB away, they seem like they want to go in for the fight!
Turn a guard, Bomba's here able to actually dash away from it. The wave up top is still in equilibrium, no Flicker on Warlord. Immortality both taken down. In the back is a Shadow kill over. GB's still able to survive, Warlord is down. Hiko getting them down slowly but surely. Revitalized, GB, can he run away? He buys the Immortality. Hiko has the Flicker. That's a conceal defensively. Warlord is down. What is the decision by Spirit?
Team Spirit might just want to go for the Lord, but Smooth is there as well. He's not letting them out of sight, but Sunset Lover knows that that is the plan for Team Vamos. Will they go for the burst down? Chibi is still here. He also has the Retribution, but Kid Bomba, he says, let's go for Smooth!
Chibi in the back with a Shadow kill again. Zorn jumping in, Raging Sandstorm. Eagle places the Wind of Nature perfectly. Zorn is down. Now another to add onto the death tally. Team Spirit on the Evolved Lord. 24 minutes in. They should be able to take this. And Vamos, there's just one question again that we've been asking the entire game. Can they defend?
Nets hasn't fallen, not once in this entire game. And they have to repeat it once more for this upcoming defense. Warlord has already returned to the game, but Sword is not here to add on to the pressure of Team Spirit to make them very cautious of their positioning. And there goes the Circling Eagle once again onto Warlord and the Bennett's Rage, but they're able to dodge it either way. But there's still the Evolved Lord marching in the mid lane.
This might be premature abilities to be using very early in this siege, but we will see. Evolved Lord in the mid lane. Massive one, Eternal Guard catches Warlord. Raging Sandstorm with the flanker. Hiko still in the back, hiding away. Chibi will try to go for it. Team Spirit will bid adios to Vamos.
One shot from the side. reach potential. And the pride of EECA will reign, and they defend their spot in the competition. No room for mistakes indeed if you're up against Team Spirit.
The Spirit might have wavered in their decider bracket match, but it was not gone. Spirit will make their way into the next round of the lower brackets. What a phenomenal performance by Spirit.
Unfortunately, Team Vamos, their journey ends here, but we have to recall what happened in that game together with our panel.
Out of all the games in that match, that last one, like, if you were to get out of this competition, that's a good game from Vamos.
If there was any team that we're going to lose to, at least it was Spirit, because they put on a show. Both sides played an incredible game here. Congratulations to Team Spirit as they move on to the next stage, an exciting time for their region.
A major step for EECA, and also, this is kind of giving some nostalgia, right? This is kind of feeling like M5. Back when we got to see Davis Foltz go up against Homeboys.
Yep, a good time that was. But man, it does break my heart to see Vamos lose in that sense. But at least they put up everything on the table, making sure there's nothing to regret at the end of that game.
Yep, hopefully they'll keep on trucking and actually improve as a team. Because I believe coming into M6, a lot of doubts were thrown over to Vamos, but they've really showed up. They tried their best, only up until this point. But again, now we just got to see what happens in the future. Speaking of which, looks like Rose is already on stage. So we're going to throw it over to Rose alongside with Vamos and then eventually Team Spirit.
These anti-heroes had showed heroism towards their journey to be greater than ever. It is unfortunate that their journey will end today. However, ladies and gentlemen, in a count of 3, let us give them one final round of applause. In 3, 2, 1, everybody, this is Team Vamos. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you guys come back stronger next year. And the team that has just won this elimination match. Give it up for Team Spirit, Kid Bomba, and One Shot. Hello, how are you?
Good.
You're feeling good? Were you nervous just now?
Not really. Maybe a little bit in the first game.
I think the last game was more nerve-wracking for me.
Not really. We understood what we had to do to win.
Oh, you guys understood what you guys had to do to win. Maybe you can share with me a little bit what you meant by that?
So One Shot lost the first minute, right?
Yes.
And usually it's impossible to come back games like this, but we still did it, so yeah.
Okay, Kid Bomba, I have a question for you. We know that most of these players were the reason why you guys had an early MSC exit, right?
Right.
How does it feel getting vengeance on the international stage once again?
Good, but we will face them many more times, so yeah, that's it. We will just face them many more times, you know, so it's just one win. I think the score now is 2-2. So it's like best of 5. The next one, who wins the next one, won.
Who wins the next one will win the best of 5. Okay, now One Shot, hello. Welcome back to the international stage. We know the last time you were in the international stage was M2.
Yeah.
How different is it this time to be playing in M6?
Ну, стало менее волнительно. Я просто полагаюсь на свою игру, на игру своей команды. И, в принципе, все.
So I don't feel nervous. I just play with my teammates, and you know, I feel good. Overall, I feel good. Yeah.
Yes. You know what? Seeing you guys play, seeing you guys dominate like that, I would feel good too if I were in your shoes. Like, a huge congratulations. You guys just survived another elimination match. But let's go back to the games, okay? Kid Bomba, we see that you guys have been throwing curveball after curveballs because you guys are coming up with very interesting drafts. Joy mid lane, all these kind of stuff. Why do you guys come up with these kind of drafts, and how?
We just try it in scrims, and then if it works, we play it in the tournament, stuff like that.
Whose idea is it usually?
Our coach's idea, sometimes mine, sometimes it's Sun's idea, sometimes it's picks that we already used, you know? For example, Joy, Sun's already played in MCC Grand Finals when we qualified for M5, and it was played back then. Then when it got buffed, we just tried it on mid, it worked, so we just kept trying it.
Yeah, I agree. It does work. I don't think Team Vamos could counter that. Now, will we see any more interesting picks in weirder lanes?
No idea. Let's see.
Let's see. Now, let's talk about more of the draft, yes? We know that this unorthodox draft comes from you guys as a team itself. Now, is this a EECA specialty or just Team Spirit itself?
I'm not sure. I guess it's just us, you know, we have a deep hero pool and then we just use it to be able to overthrow the enemy.
Oh, having a big hero pool really does play a big part, huh?
Does?
It does. Now, One Shot, you're the only non-Southeast Asian team left in M6. What does this mean for you guys?
Мы хотим показать, что наш регион очень сильный, что с нами надо считаться.
I want to prove that our region is pretty strong, so we continue the playing better and better, you know.
So you guys want to prove that EECA is not something to look down on, right? That's what he's trying to say. Okay, maybe Kid Bomba, you could give a final word to the fans who has come and support you guys.
Thank you for supporting us, even though we dropped through the lower bracket. We will keep trying our best, and our next game is us Falcons, so watch that match as well, and that's just about it. Thank you, everybody.
Ooh. There we go. The love from Team Spirit is there. Thank you very much. And guys, congratulations on continuing your journey in the knockout stage. And with that, let's throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this match up against Team Vamos.
And now we got to talk about what happened in that game. And in my mind, it just keeps on replaying the moment Sao got Warlord. After that, everything started crumbling down.
It was such a great angle as well. Like an incredible angle because he was circling around Smooth initially and honestly, not too bad of an option. Get rid of the Raging Sandstorm, then you don't really have to worry too much about, you know, securing this lore, which time and time again, One Shot was kind of struggling, which is why Kibamba was laughing a little bit at him up on stage, knowing like, dude, you just gotta hit that. We need this lore to end the game.
A curveball indeed, but overall, a great game and a major victory for the EECA region and Team Spirit to move on forward into M6. What phenomenal gameplay we just seen.
Now, honestly, I want to look at the items a little bit longer, especially for Hiko, because this is a bit of a different build coming in from Hiko. The one that I really want people to pay attention to is actually that Hoskklaw, because having that Hoskklaw, having that Wind of Nature as well, and before it is even had the Rose Gold Meteor, that's a lot of defense for a marksman, where the Hoskklaw gives crit, but more importantly, gives that lifesteal. And having that BOD, the Blade of Despair, every single basic attack is going to hurt quite a lot because that's how Beatrix's passive works. And having the Hoskklaw just makes it so that even though Zorn was able to catch Hiko, what are you going to do about it? Like, once Hiko is free from the Way of the Dragon, he can lifesteal back up. If he went for a 100 strike build, then he might have died.
Yeah, let's not forget about the consistency of his item swaps as well. Like, he is fast on it. He doesn't miss so far.
Yeah, and then the Malefic Gun to top it off. I mean, with the Bruno, everybody picking up the Malefic Gun super fast. You got the range to match with it, and then a little bit more versatility. And the Beatrix is a comfort pick for Hiko, and it definitely showcases today.
Yeah, and again, looking at, I would say the hero pick here, Vamos, they were able to play the side lanes very, very well up until the point where Warlord got picked off. And this is just one of those situations where one mistake is all it took. And again, if Hiko didn't build the way that he built, he even had a tenacity. Zorn caught Hiko quite a few times. Hiko should have died if he went for the old build.
I mean, I want to say that it's going to be enough, but at the same time, he also has supplementary heroes to make sure that he can successfully do so, that he has that one or two autos that could make the difference in those types of fights. Number one, coming in from Sawo, Matilda, it's obvious. But most importantly, it has to be One Shot. The utilization of the Deadly Catch has been used in many different ways. You walk up to that Lord, you're like, okay, when it gets low, we drop this ult, we walk alongside the Sharks, then we go for the retreat. Or we use it to actually position it to save Hiko from some pretty terrible situations. So be able to be, you don't need to be as scared, right? Not to mention the Revitalize coming in from Kid Bomba made the early tomato slightly better, but generally, Vamos was not able to break apart their composition battle lines. And that was the most difficult bit, because Zorn, despite hitting so many of those Way of the Dragons, Fortunately, they didn't have enough people to actually follow up. And as soon as Warlord lost his position and got compromised, it becomes very difficult to start falling back.
Just a mind game overall for Team Spirit up against Vamos, starting all the way in the draft. And then we saw a few mistakes slip through the cracks, and Team Spirit was able to capitalize on that. Having the Mathilda in the mix definitely made things a little bit more challenging. The sustainability, the later the game went, the harder it was to deal with. The curveball shots with the guiding winds and the circling eagles from Sawo were challenging. And then looking at Vamos, I mean, look at Nets. He, overall, we saw that crit come alive when they were defending for that base crystal, and he even has a higher damage output than Hiko on the Beatrix.
The other, like the entire team, 77, like in terms of damage, Vamos did quite a lot, but now we got to look at the MVP, and let me just say, he got the Matilda all this while. It's only a matter of time until Sao gets the MVP. And again, that very last catch. Woo! Talk about game-changing.
That was incredible. I mean, we've seen a lot of impactful plays coming in from Matilda players. Sao now joining the ranks of them as well. With it. Again, most people wouldn't have seen that angle as well. The fact that he was able to get the knockup and understands how much range he has really shows mastery over the hero.
Like a magician, like, look at this hand, and then the other hand does the magic.
Yeah, I mean, man, Warlord, he didn't even see it coming. He thought, okay, I created enough distance, right? Like, I'm already in the mid lane. Smooth is already by Pixel Brush, past Pixel Brush. It's totally fine. And then the support system comes in.
It's Mr. EECA. He's made multiple M-Series appearances. The only one he missed was M4. You heard Kid Bomba's promise, right? He wanted Sunset Lover and also Sawo to be able to make it to the grand stage, to be able to make it to Oxiata, and now they're one step closer to that dream.
And now we got to look at the highlights of this game. And honestly, this game, there's a lot of highlights.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Again, like, this is just one of those things. You just take one play, and then that kind of describes what really happened in the game.
Yeah, but both compositions were pretty difficult to pull off, right? Team Spirit is expecting these responses from the side of Team Vamos, but if they group together, they give up side lane pressure. So it's this awkward balancing act between both teams as Vamos wants to be able to kind of pick apart the members from Team Spirit to create 4v5 advantages. And even so, despite everything that has happened, the likelihood for a team fight composition like Team Spirit is extremely high. With GB, with the rest of his team, creating not only opportunities of finding Hiko, but stealing away the Lords when it seems nearly and virtually impossible, helped drag this game longer than it should have been.
Yeah, that Matilda was a problem, but again, we talked about it before the game starts. Pick your poison. Do you want to ban out the Joy, or do you want to ban out the Matilda? And Vamos picked their poison, then they took out the Joy, which again, looking at the game, it extended for quite a long time. So maybe it was the right decision. But this is the advantage when you have too many problems. You can't ban all of them.
Yeah, you can't ban all of them. There's only 5 bans overall. It's an interesting take, and I think that at least from Vamos' side, this is quite the learning experience for them. We've seen them being really pushed all the way to the edge, back into the corner. We didn't see their mental break, and they were still making plays like their personality. They've been playing all year just like this, so I'm at least glad that they are, you know, putting everything on the table to say, hey, this is still us, we're not changing, we just need to polish it up some more.
Going further, I'd love to see just the stats on the blue side versus the red side in terms of who's more victorious, because just off of this series alone, the blue side definitely got a buff. Or actually, no. They got
second
a nerf.
Second pick. Yeah.
Yes. It's because it's blue on.
I'm already colorblind. Don't make it worse
We're both
for me.
colorblind.
Come on. Oh, you're
red
colorblind
side.
too?
Just in this.
Okay.
With this situation.
All right. I'm actually colorblind, so I'm like, what? I can't tell heads or tails. But again, that is the matchup between Vamos going up against Team Spirit, and again, Team Spirit will be going up against Falcon. And this does mean that Team Vamos has been eliminated. We have more matches after this, but before that, we want to say thank you to everyone supporting M6, and we want to improve. We want to make sure that M6 is an experience that everyone can enjoy, and hopefully all of our upcoming events will be better. So make sure you guys scan the QR code and let us know how we can improve and what do you guys really want to see for the upcoming tournaments. And make sure you guys don't miss out the M6 Battle Night happening from December 28 up until 29. So it's just between those 2 days. Enjoy exclusive bonuses, including a limited time 25 epic skin trial and all hero free trial. See you there. And here's the thing. This game, I'm only able to hold myself because of Secret Lab. Because Gideon, let me just tell you, that was a that was an interesting game to watch.
Oh yeah, it's stressful, especially for those of you who are wondering, especially if you've got like the wide shoulders like us here at the desk. Let me tell you specifically about the Secret Lab Titan Evo. I'm not talking about the Omega, I'm talking about the Titan. You can play better for longer with its ergonomic chair design, and it keeps you at the top of your game, just like our players playing up on that stage. All of them have a Secret Lab when they are playing in this competition here at M6, and it can be used for multiple different various uses. It's not even just for mobile game, PC game, and anything. Watching a movie, it's a comfortable chair. So treat yourself to the same match-winning comfort enjoyed by the best players in MLBB.
Heck, we have a Secret Lab at home.
We do have one at home. Actually,
I have one. Do you have two?
Well, yes, I do have two.
You won in your...
I passed one to my girlfriend, and that was the M Series one from MSC, and I already purchased my own prior to that.
I wonder if our producer wants one.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's so comfortable that even with these engagements and these matches, normally I stand up, but no, not in this chair.
Oh, yeah.
I'm staying seated.
Let's just sit down. Standing up is cool and stuff. But either ways, right now we got to look at the bracket to officiate what really happened after this matchup. And that's going to be all the matches for today, which, you know, is one other one. And now looking at this, Team Spirit will be going up against Falcon, which, reminding everyone, Falcon pushed Fnatic Onyx Philippines to all 5 games. So Team Spirit, this is going to be a challenging matchup for them. But if they do that, they can go to the Axiata Arena. Ooh. And after this, it's going to be Selangor Giants going up against NIP Flash in another elimination match. As you guys can see, Vamos has been eliminated. The very first team, actually, to be eliminated from M6.
Yeah.
Well, knockout stage.
Yeah, from the knockout stage. And honestly, I was really worried coming into today because both of these regions, EECA and as well as Singapore, notorious for knocking out Malaysian teams.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, look, I've been to every single M series, and I've seen the downfalls and also the rises of Malaysian teams and other regions at the same time. What the commonality between them is somehow they all have a good matchup against Malaysian teams.
Yeah, we'll have to see if what Vamos couldn't accomplish, their #1 seed, can SRG take down NIP Flash? If not...
Yep, screaming on the inside, keeping it chill on the outside. That's the way most people are going to be feeling, not only here in the arena, but for those at home. I'm hoping that SRG can put up a decent matchup because even when they did go into their decider match, not the best showing, including NIP Flash as well. I tweeted about this multiple times, well, X'd about it multiple times, that it just felt that they weren't given their best just yet.
Let me just say, I'm not Daijo Boo after what happened in the first match. We're going to see what happens in the second match. Thank you very much, Gideon, as well as Steph Wheezy. But we're going for a quick break. Thank you to the casters as well. But after this, it's going to be Selangor Giants going up against NIP Flash.
ultimate glory starts now.
모바일 레전드 M6 스위스 워치 메이지 Hello panda semua suka biskuitnya biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry Hello panda semua suka biskuitnya biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry Hello panda biskuit isi yang enak
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Going Sons, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants for, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
Alright, let's see, another fight commences here. Gear goes in, it's gonna be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash!
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Fiery! The god in the jungle takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Kagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Oppie and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a train as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Eronshiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger.
The double, the Roy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
Ohio minasan! Welcome back to the M6 knockout stage where this is an elimination match. And unfortunately, if you guys just tuned in, Vamos has been eliminated and another Malaysian team will be going up against Singapore team NIP Flash. Welcome back to the M6 knockouts. My name is Lafel. Alongside with me is Steph Weezy as well as Gideon to call out the games for today. And there's just one more game. And this is another elimination with Malaysia on the line. Ah!
We're gonna be keeping on screaming all day, man. Okay on the outside, screaming on the inside, but we want to also make sure that we're shouting out our sponsors, specifically to Kadia Gaming, because Kadia Gaming and Esports District unites gamers, communities, and fans all across the world at every walk of life. And today, they're gonna be united on this one because this is gonna be quite the battle between our two teams.
Brigida, you okay, Brigida? All right, she's okay. And for you guys, we want to celebrate 1.5 billion registered MLBB players. So from the 6th of December all the way to the 23rd of December, join the event and complete tasks to get a random epic skin for free. So thank you guys for playing MLBB, because you guys are absolutely amazing, and it doesn't stop there. From the 18th of November all the way to the 29th of December, participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win M4 painted skin for Beatrix, as well as Claw's new epic skin challenges. Flare, I haven't gotten it myself. Husky apparently has gotten it. You haven't gotten it, I guess, Gideon. We haven't gotten it so far, but keep on trying. Eventually, you'll get it. Speaking of which, Malaysia and Singapore, quite the rivalry. Like, we can't seem to avoid this, Gideon.
I mean, you know my opinions about Singaporeans in general. As much as we are brothers amongst the causeway, it has been a very long rivalry from our time of the MPL NYSG, the dark times, as some may call it.
Well, today we're going to see that rivalry continue as both these teams battle it out, and it's make it or break it as one team will be going home. This is Malaysia's last hope.
Hey, look on the bright side. Both teams don't have to travel far. But now, the Causeway Nemesis, the Red Giants, taking on the Singaporean Rulers. And the last time they met, it was on MSC. Maybe they have met after that, but that's the closest in my memory bank. And now, really, both teams, I'm pretty sure neither of them want to be in this spot. But again, like we've been saying, winner goes home. And, loser go home, and winner will be going up against RRQ tomorrow.
maybe they should have thought of the better strategy of just win more games. Just win more games. Stay in the upper bracket. We would have avoided this entirely. And this rivalry has been going for a very long time. So I'm curious about you, Weezy. What do you think about this upcoming matchup? Because again, you were there during MSC to watch that initial battle. It could have been NIP Flash who took over SRG and ended up in the grand finals.
Well, I will start with NIP Flash just because, you know, from your perspective, Region, you guys can cover SRG.
Sure.
So NIP Flash, they're known as a loco team. They're known to get a little wild in the draft, specifically the mid laner, Cortese.
Yeah.
He can get a little crazy.
He gets a little loco sometimes, man.
He goes that. He's got that dog in him.
He's got that dog in him, and it's a good point to bring up because he has a lot of interesting ideas in terms of quote-unquote counter matchups. Like Loyi, he likes to bring out that Martis every once in a while. The anti-CC is a great way to deal with the duality. But when I'm thinking about NIP Flash, I'm thinking of how much they've evolved over a very short period of time from the last time we saw them play against SRG to where we are now. More disciplined, more cool, calm, and collected, and yet even Vanix, he used to be the laughingstock, but now he is one true pillar for the team.
And they know how to turn up the heat with Diablo. Somebody you have to watch out for. He likes to run those mobility heroes, and can SRG keep up with his rhythm?
You know, NIP Flash might be the only team where people bat on the Fanny and they're like, oh, you guys are worried the jungle? No, not the jungle. We don't want Cortese the mid to be using that. It's like, oh, so it's not Hades on their face. Nope, it's the mid laner, Cortese. The only team where you're like, you ban the Fanny because of the mid lane. That's a weird thing to say, Gideon.
It is weird, but yes, I will admit, it's one of those things you have to keep in mind. I mean, even Hades has been known to be quite the assassin player, despite it being in a... Honestly, he was playing through the meta with assassins when it's supposed to be... It's either you pick Fredrin or Baxia. If you're not picking one of these two, you're trolling.
Yep, and now we have a giveaway on stage by Ferry where it looks like you can win. I believe it's the ring. I got the ring on, but let's see which audience will get it. We're throwing it over to Eterna as well as Poji.
Thank you so much, panel. Are you serious?
I'm 100% serious.
Really?
To do a giveaway to you guys.
Because it's almost the holiday season, and of course Christmas is also around the corner, we thought that it would be amazing to give back to our lovely and loyal fans.
Now, whoever get this, they can play 90% like the player itself, but then again, they have to understand this is a very special ring, which is a hero ring, specially made to make you propose to a pretty girl.
Okay.
Again and again.
Maybe after this?
After this.
Maybe after this.
This is just a rehearsal.
Oh, okay. Okay. We'll let them get to that, right? So
yeah.
They will be able to get a chance to win 2 fairy rings.
True.
I said wings. Why did I say wings?
Wings.
Because it makes you fly.
Yeah.
Because it's so cool. So they actually have signatures from SRG players. So if you guys are fans of Innocent, and who do you have on you?
Stormy.
Stormy. You guys can get a chance to get this. So, are you guys ready?
Korang nak tak dapat percuma, kita nak bagi. Angkat tangan, jawab je soalan. Nak ke tak nak? Kan senang.
Okay. So before we begin, we do want to let you guys know that whoever does get chosen, they will have to answer. You guys can't join. Analysts, put your hands down. You can't join. You can't join. Neither can you, Gideon. Lafel, no. Okay. You guys will have to put your hands up as soon as possible, and the first 2 people to put their hands up will be chosen to come up on stage and answer the question correctly. So we're gonna have a little bit of a countdown first.
All right.
Okay. Let's start with 3, 2, 1, and then
3, 2, 1.
Oh, is that real?
No, rehearsal.
Oh, it's a rehearsal.
Rehearsal.
There's a lot of rehearsals going on stage.
See, only one person focus.
Yeah, that's true. We like that. We like that energy. Okay, you ready?
3, 2, 1. Okay, you choose first.
I chose one. I'm gonna choose that one. The same person that was really super focused.
All right, maybe.
Yeah, you. Come up on stage.
I need a representative from this side, my man. 3, 2, 1. One more time. Semangat sikit, bang. Semangat sikit. Cincin. 1, 2, 3.
You have to choose that one, right? You have to choose him.
All right, come.
All right. We found another one? All right, amazing. Hey, no spoilers.
No spoiler. Actually, he's asking, is it a very easy question or hard question?
It's kind of hard. You can stand in the middle here. All right, cool. So you want to ask first, or do you want me to ask first?
Yeah, you go first.
Oh yeah,
you go first.
you want to see what you yeah. Me first?
Yeah.
Why are you asking him to smell it?
No.
You smell anything? I don't smell anything.
No.
You don't smell anything, right? Yes. All right, that wasn't the question, by the way. Let's get to the question.
Actually, it smells expensive.
Oh, okay, I like that. Okay, the first question is, are you ready? Are you nervous a bit?
Yeah, nervous.
He's nervous, okay. The first question is, where is Fairy manufactured?
Dekat mana Fairy dicipta? Kilang bang, jawapan ni kilang.
Why'd you push the mic? It's okay, we'll give you. Okay. It's okay, just talk to the mic, it's okay.
I think.
Can we phone a friend? Do you want to phone a friend? Do you want to ask the audience to help you? We'll allow that. We'll allow it. It's okay, right?
Yeah,
Phone
sure.
a friend, phone a friend?
Can.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Can you apa ni?
Dekat mana cincin Fairy ni di-manufacture, dicipta, dibuat? Negaranya di mana?
Yeah.
Asal?
Malaysia.
No.
It's okay.
No. Unfortunately, no, not Malaysia.
Malaysia. You know what? I'm feeling nice today.
All right.
I'm feeling generous today. So does anyone in the audience want to help him out here? Does anyone know from the audience?
Jawab situ.
You heard it? You heard it? A lot of people are helping in the audience.
Switzerland.
Close.
Close.
Very, very close. We'll give you one more chance.
Yeah. Okay, macam ni bang. Jawapan dia.
Okay, I won't look.
Round apa sebelum knockout? Tu jawapan dia. Sebelum knockout stage kita ada round apa?
Oh.
Okay, you got it? Nobody was helping you, right?
Yeah. Switzerland.
Pendek je. Round apa?
Swiss.
Yes! Congratulations, you got it right.
Woo!
Congratulations. What's your name again?
You can call me Yus.
Yus, congratulations because you have won exclusive Fairy ring by Innocent. Exclusive signature as well. You want to show the camera what you got?
Show off, man. Show off.
Show it off.
Hey.
Amazing.
Seronok.
I'm so jealous.
Oh, feeling happy, right? Nice one. Okay. Kamera belakang. Macam tu. Okay, bang. Nama siapa, bang?
Hafiz.
Alright. So the second question is, in which season did Innocent get his Savage?
What?
Season manakah seorang Innocent Nur Ehsan berjaya mendapatkan Savage?
Season 13? 14.
Kena yakin.
14. Yes.
Sure?
Yes, sure.
Nak tanya penonton dulu?
No. 14.
So he's quite confident with his answer. So season 14.
Correct.
It is correct.
Yay!
Okay bang, bagi kata-kata semangat bang. Kata semangat. Bagi kata-kata terima kasih bang kepada keluarga semua. Saya masuk TV.
Okay, thank you. I love you so much.
Alright, okay. Nak tunjuk depan kamera bang. Alright, next one. Maybe Ferry should give us another 2 more for me and Eterna as well.
Yeah, we're waiting, we're waiting. But Poji, it looks like we are gonna end this segment. Maybe we have to keep an eye out for more giveaways in the future. But we are gonna throw it back to the panel. Do you guys want to help us throw it back to the panel? Help us throw it back to the panel? Lempar balik ke panel? Iya, no, bukan ring ya.
Bukan. Maksudnya sini. Alright, let's go back to the panel.
Okay,
macam tu.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Hey, yo, I don't know about you. I know that MPL MY has been an exciting time. I didn't expect it to kind of bring up that spice back on stage.
By the way, Turner already got the ring. Thank you very much, Ferry. Okay, I already got the ring. All right, I got the Stormy ring. I got the Stormy bling. All right, thank you very much, Ferry. Thank you very much, Turner and Poji.
Well, I do not have a ring, so Ferry, if you want to be generous, you know, maybe one for Gideon as well.
Hey, man, I already got myself the Swiss-made Black Fairy Dragon Hide Leather. Genuine, by the way. Looking real good. Thank you so much, Fairy.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that my watch is made of dragons. Anyways, we have a quote coming in from Arcadia. So let's see what Arcadia has to say before coming up for this matchup, which again is an elimination match. We just had fun, but let's bring it back. On leaving Bruno open, oh, this is going to be very interesting from the coach himself. Bruno isn't a hero that always needs to be banned. There are times when you have to leave it open. We know it's a strong hero, but there are counters to it. Unfortunately, we weren't able to execute our plan properly in the previous match against FNOP. In this match against NIP Flash, we need to make sure we're well prepared. They're a team with a lot of pocket picks, so I think we'll have an interesting match ahead, which, yeah, it makes it hard for you to really ban up against them, because if you ban Bruno, there's so many things that's open. Even the Marcus.
I think in terms of things to be genuinely worried about, I think Moskov is something that we have to focus on as well, because Vanix has been popping off a number of times with it.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams allow the Bruno to walk. Instead of just banning it, finding a way through it, and that looks like the game plan for Coach Arcadia.
Yeah, and again, the curious case of Bruno, where honestly, we have seen a number of matches here, Gideon as well as Wheezy. And can Bruno be countered? Yes, but I feel like we have come to the consensus is like, how much is it worth, right? Because Gideon, I heard you talk on the panel before when I'm not here, where you're like, yeah, you can counter Bruno, but sometimes it takes too much, right? Maybe 2 heroes, maybe 3. And then like 3-to-1 ratio, like, is it really that worth it?
Yeah, I think in terms of like a 3-to-1 ratio, that's when it's like it deserves to be banned all the time. But I understand where Coach Arcadia is coming from, right? As long as your players are able to execute, make basically no mistakes, then Bruno doesn't have a way out. But that's asking a lot execution-wise, especially for such a high-stakes game where Bruno, sometimes there's a certain point of the game where you can kind of turn off your brain and let the auto attacks kind of do the work itself.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of methods come to fruition to try and shut it down. We saw the Angie Ling come out. We saw Granger put up against it. We've seen the Beatrix put up against it as well. But now we're starting to see when it's picked up on the blue side, red side tends to try and go in for that joy to create another issue, another element to disrupt just how strong that Bruno can be.
Yeah, now we're looking at NIP Flasher, and just to give I'll give my own opinions on the Bruno, but now we got to see, will there be more surprises from NIP Flash? Where personally, out of every tournament that we've seen NIP Flash, this might be the tournament where they're more settled in. They're not really trying anything too crazy. Even Diablo, he's just using up the high loss. He's using these tanky frontliners just to give space for his team, because again, like you guys said, Vanix has been amazing. Like, whenever he picks up the Moskov, I feel like the chances of NIP Flash winning is just much, much higher.
Oh, for sure. I definitely think that NIP Flash is one of those teams you got to be worried about, right? They got veterans all across the board. They clearly have the mechanical skill to back up, but at the same time, their drafts have been also incredibly intelligent. The one thing that sets them apart from everybody else, their success rate on the Bruno itself. The fact that they can push and pull consistently amongst 3 of their members, they have that 3-to-1 ratio and they can execute it properly.
And both their side laners are reliable, right? You have Vanix on one side, you have Diablo on the other. What one can't accomplish, the other one usually finds a window of opportunity, which gives a little bit of a thing to look at for SRG to be able to shut them down.
Yeah, the way that Diablo really suppresses everyone's movements, making it very easy for Vanix to free hit. And just for the Bruno part, I've watched a lot of games, and I feel like one of the ways that I really like of how the counter really happens is how TLID deal with it and having extra range. They pick up the Granger, and then whatever the mid laner is, the Xavier, the Eve, the Novaria, just makes it so that, yeah, you guys can kill our front lines, but our back lines can deal with everything else. So I really like long-range sieging composition that TLID showed. I feel like that's a good way to deal with the Bruno, but like Coach Arcadia said, it's all about execution. And I can see 2,000 ways of how you can make a mistake in that execution. Speaking of which, gentlemen, looking behind me, it looks like both teams are just about ready. So, hopefully we're all ready as we introduce SRG and NIP Flash onto the stage.
The journey down the golden road is never easy, yet the Malaysian champions endure. Make sure that the challenges from here on out will be dealt with smoothly. IOI, give it up for your Selangor Red Giants!
Going up against them is a budding rival seeking vengeance for the loss that stopped them from seeing the world. Dashing toward being greater than ever, it's NIP Flash!
And now, as the players settle in, we will invite the coaches coming in from both teams from Selangor Giants, Coach Arcadia and Coach Ozora Vecchi from NIP Flash, Coach Zorafi, as well as Coach KZP. This is going to be a bit of a mind game, as NIP Flash has said and quoted, because of their unusual drafting patterns, it makes it harder for the enemy to anticipate what do they want. And we see what Becky said. This time they're sticking to their guns. They know what works, and then they're sticking to it. And now we're jumping into this matchup. Selangor Giants going up against NIP Flash. Can NIP Flash get into the head of Arcadia as well as Becky and make them hesitate in the drafting phase?
I hope so, but I think even then, there are words that need to be met with at least some good execution. I'm hoping that the players don't kind of muddle it up as well.
And now we were able to talk to Skies or Sikis. We noticed that you haven't been able to fully perform in your last match against Fanop. What happened? He said, I think we could have chose a better hero for me. A little bit sad, you know, with the emojis. Coach gave some suggestions and options, but I ended up choosing the wrong one. I couldn't play that game in the end, and I believe he's really talking about that Julian pick, which, to be fair, Onyx banned out a lot of his heroes, and he really didn't have much of a choice.
Which makes me wonder, what were the other options?
I'm guessing the Hayabusa.
I mean, it could have gone, but the counters were already there, so there's no winning position for him.
It's either Hayabusa or Julian at that point.
Man, it's painful to see, but at the same time, it does mean that SRG need to evolve from their current position. So far, NIP Flash, it didn't look like they gave their best the last decider match, but coming into this particular game, hopefully it's going to be enough, because again, when we're looking at average GPM rankings, with Aaron Shiki sitting comfortably on top, second is Innocent at 828.
Oh my god, look at the names here. Which, by the way, King Kong is a jungler, but he snuck in. He's at number 5. The untouchable Aaron Shiki, the half-man, half-beast Innocent, Kara, the gold standard, and Benny as well showing up, coming in from Falcons. Looking at that GPM, it's quite stacked. And I kind of feel like even at number 5, King Kong is making a name for himself. As a jungler, he's keeping up with gold laners. Gold laners. The farming lane, he's able to get it.
Well, technically that means he's number 1 in junglers.
Yeah.
He's crushing it. He's crushing it. And right now, coming into this upcoming matchup, we've seen even in our previous best of 5, the goal lane was a very big part, a very big proponent of how people have been drafting so far. I don't know if they're going to take the exact same angle this time round, especially against NIP Flash, because it's clear that Vanix, when he gets his comfort, it's totally fine. It could be a point of attack, but at the same time, we've seen SRG drop games because there's just no junglers to play.
Yeah, we're going to have to see who gets the blue side and who gets the red side, as we're starting to see a little bit of a pattern with that Bruno being picked up on the blue side. Coach Arcadia saying he has a plan to work through it. We're going to see if that comes to fruition as we are now jumping into the draft for our final series of the day to determine who will be moving forward and who will be knocked out of M6.
I'm just saying, I'm just going to say first pick, second pick. I don't care what colors you guys see.
Don't worry.
Because apparently I'm seeing different from you guys. Anyways, SRG, first pick here. Yes, I know Left is first pick. I just don't know the color. Anyways, SRG betting out the Cho as well as the Lu Yi. And NIP Flash betting out that Fanny. Sakai's or Sakis has been known for that Fanny. And the last time it was let through, it was during ISF. And I don't think he's going to get it. And now the Alpha ban as well. This is what every team has been doing against Langore Giants.
Man, the
ban out the
Singaporeans.
jungles.
I'm telling you, Singaporeans have like the best way of approaching when it comes down to draft as well as macro, right? They've seen you. I mean, they've seen you not have your jungle pick. We're gonna force it out as early as possible. 2 in the jungle bans, and the question still remains: are they going to get rid of the traditionals, right? What about Zhu Xin? Are they going to let that through?
Yeah, or the Bruno still walking through as well. There goes the Granger ban instead. So
great response.
It's looking like SRG may actually just pick up this Bruno, and they're just trying to limit.
Jushin. Bruno or Jushin, depends on the ban.
I feel like they're going to take Bruno first pick over the Zhu Xin. But then again, that's just me. We'll see what this very final ban is from the side of NIP Flash. Because they were saying, hey, our first 2 bans, we're targeting the Sikis. And then SRG said, you know what? If you're going to target our jungler, we're looking at Vanix. No Granger for you. So what are you going to do about it now?
Another hot pick too. The Mathilda still walks, may walk through this entire first phase of the bans as well, which could be a 2-pick swing for the side of NIP Flash moving forward, as they are going to be banning out that Zhu Xin.
So between Jushin and Bruno, they're like, you know what? We can handle the Bruno. Without the Granger, their other options are honestly 2 right now. The Beatrix as well as the Moscow, which is the picks that they have used before. And now the Bruno has been picked up by Innocent, half man, half beast. How does NIP Flash respond?
All right. Firstly, they're probably going to look straight into the jungle, right?
Suyo.
Suyo for sure. That makes a lot of sense to me at this point of time. It fits in pretty much every single composition with its toolbox, overall toolbox kit. It's got sustain, it's got stuns, and it has iframes.
Joy. We've seen how much of a threat it could be. May work inside of NIP Flash's toolbox. Can definitely be a threat. The Mathilda still walking. Could provide some survivability if they want to go that route as well. The Eve is still on the table, but they have to worry about the Valentina on the other side.
If Leo is here, he would say the Matilda is still cawing.
Every time, man. Matilda Airlines saves the day, as we saw in our previous best of 5, but it's going to be Suyo and as well as High Loss. Once again, a staple for Diablo. I don't think it's going to go into the support roam section, mainly because JPL, he's more of a playmaker more than a I press 1 button and I tank, I big.
Yeah, now SRG, just saying, if they don't pick up the jungler here, most probably it is going to get banned out. Oh wait, I just thought of another one, Nolan. I can't remember if the last game Nolan was banned or not, but
it was.
Either ways, SRG, Stormy has quite a big hero pool. If they want to pick up Eve, they can, because it is good going up against the High Loss. Afterwards, perhaps pick up the jungler, but they pick up the Hilda as well as the Joy, and the Joy does have a good matchup against the Suyo.
Oh, it's going to be a little bit challenging now with that Joy in the mix. I mean, just from the last series, we see how impactful that can be. Now going on to the side of NIP Flash. Do they want to pick up something to go up against this Bruno before more of the marksmen get limited out on the second phase of this draft?
It would make sense if we do see a Moskov get locked in. At the end of the day, Moskov does pretty well, especially with the knockback both against Hilda, both against Joy. You're able to kind of create distance between yourself, especially when they want to get on top of you. But no, they're going to go straight for the direct counter matchup towards Joy Integral.
Gentlemen, what do you guys think about the CEO pick, by the way? And before you answer, let me tell you why I asked. This is Hades' first Suyo in M6. And M6 has been going on for quite a while. This is his first Suyo.
I agree. I think that he's going to do absolutely fine. He is playing more mechanically challenging, high execution heroes like Ling, like Hayabusa. It makes sense that Suyo, less execution overall, has a better skill set and overall toolkit like Box.
Well, they prowed it super early, so I'm expecting him to be at least a little comfortable on that with letting that slide through the draft. But the question also to be asked is what's going to be put into this mid lane? You are seeing the Valentina taken off the board. The Lu Yi was banned out from SRG. They know how NIP Flash likes to favor that, to have the element of surprise. If you go for something like an Eve, which is still on the table, it's going to have a lot of threat with the composition that SRG has so far. You have the Joy who can rush in, pick you off. You have the Hilda as well.
Now we got to talk about fun facts here. From the Swiss stage until now, both SRG and NIP Flash have only been on the blue side twice. Both teams only hold 50% win rate when they are picking first. Will this change?
It's kind of funny.
Watashi wa don't know.
Look, hey man, you keep that with between you and JPL, but between the two teams, the fact that they have only a 50% win rate on blue side is kind of ironic, considering that yes, they are able to kind of play very counteractive towards their opponents, and overall having a better win rate on red side anyways. Second part of the draft, Valentino followed up by the Harith this time round, really wanted to limiting that pool.
Oh, okay, so Aurora possibly could be picked up here for NIP Flash. Like I said, I just don't feel like the Eve would be the answer with this composition. Maybe even a Vexana could be something they pull out here. We have yet to see the response back to the Bruno, though. We talked about Coach Arcadia and how he felt about the Bruno. But for NIP Flash, we don't know what their game plan is for it.
More so, it looks like it has to be very team fight heavy. They've got the Tigreal, they've also got the high loss. It only makes sense if they do so. They ban, interestingly enough, they ban out the Vexana. They don't want some form of disengage. They might just devolve back down to Veil.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Yeah, they ban out the Vexana just so that they can pick up the Aurora themselves. But like you said, Stormy is kind of bored using Valentina all the time. Towards he asked the coach, can I just pick up a Veil? Which, by the way, if they lost the game, they would have been eliminated. And then the coach is like, sure. So sometimes maybe just look at Stormy, and then coach is like, huh? And then Stormy's like,
Okay. Well, keep in mind, in NIP Flash, they are the Loco team. I mean, they could pull out something crazy in the mid lane that none of us are expecting.
That's a good point, but now we're seeing that the target is definitely towards Vanix's side. They got rid of the Harith. They also made sure that the Moskov is out of range at this point. With Granger gone, it kind of forces him on the other counter, which would be Beatrix, but that's only to a certain degree, and it doesn't look like, well, actually, with the Tigreal, maybe possible.
With what Wheezy said, it will be funny if it's a Suyo mid. Because again, Hades hasn't used it so far.
Don't you
Not
dare.
saying Cortese has, but I've watched clips on YouTube. It has happened before, so I'm not throwing it out the window just yet.
Oh man, how illegal would that be?
Let this be a mid lane pick so that we don't talk about it anymore.
Oh, okay, all right, fair enough. But let's see what this next pick is going to be.
Suyo jungle.
Thank God, thank God. But it's Farsa still. Farsa can still be canceled out by a number of abilities coming in from the side of SRG. Well, I mean, Joy's already can close the distance, right? But that's threatening. It doesn't immediately cancel it.
There's some punish too. I mean, when you have a strong front line like a Tig and a Hylos on your side, and then you have the Farza who already has mobility, and then you stack a Flicker on top of it, there's a means for escape if you have the Joy or the Hilda trying to rush in. So definitely have to be careful for that. Not to mention now you have the artillery on your side, right? When it comes to these neutral engagements, these turtles, these lords, they have more range in this composition compared to SRG.
I would agree with the range, but I'm also worried that SRG might play a really difficult comp if they like lock in Matilda, for an example, take a couple of Purifies. It's really difficult to execute.
Among the planes.
Oh, so they pick up the Eve as well as the Guinevere as a roam here. So this Farsa kind of doesn't have a choice but to go Purify. But again, you Purify for the Guinevere, but you want that Flicker going up against the Joy. So honestly, this kind of put pressure on JPL, where I feel like he wants to engage, but at the same time, he has to look at his backline, because if Cortese gets caught, he has to be there to you know, back him up.
Yeah, at this point, you might as well go Claude, right? You're able to use the BMI, close the distance, and natural counter towards Eve's side. That would make the most sense at this point. I mean, you're gonna, no matter what, it's gonna be a difficult lane against the Bruno. If you want to play something more passive, sure, you can go for the Beatrix, but at the end of the day, you need a wombo combo with something. Both are viable options.
That I see the fondest.
Oh, but they pick up the Natan.
Works
So
the same.
a very late game carry. But honestly, looking at how Natan has been playing, honestly, I feel like Natan has a one item power spike at this point. So maybe we don't have to wait for that long. But now, thank you very much, panelists. Now we're going to throw it over to our casters for the very first match, very first game in this match.
Thank you so much to our panelists. We're down to the final series of the day, and it's going to be between back-to-back champions of their respective regions. It's Brigida and Mirko bringing you the action once again. And surprisingly, it's a balanced composition for both of these teams heading into game number 1.
More surprising for NIP Flash, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when was the last time you saw Curtisi on an actual mage? You know, does the Farsa have like the Decimate ulti? Is this the new Farsa or what? Because yeah, Curtisi, we have seen him on mages before. Just it's not the common, it's not the thing we usually think about when we think Curtisi. But let's see how it works out up against SRG's Bruno and Yums' Guinevere.
Yes, because if there's one thing I would immediately want to point out when it comes to Curtisi and his confidence heading into this game, it's that he's not picking up the Purify on the Farsa. So he's really confident in terms of positioning, or it's important that he has to be, because Yums would probably be constantly on the hunt for him, but it's not just Yums actually, it's even Sekai's, Cram. There's a lot of members from SRG who could just hunt the backlines of NIP Flash.
Yeah, it does seem like for NIP Flash, their draft is more to shut down Bruno and Joy, right? Yves is going to have a very good time, I would say, the Guinevere and Cram on Hilda. We should see Cram able to get into that backline, but again, JPL goes in. Oh, what was that damage? Hades! A double kill! Yums and Skies disappeared!
And I'm not sure if there was the Sacred Hammer too, or it was just JPL right in front of two members of SRG, but that was a beautiful Blade Surge.
What was that?
Stunning two members and that immediate burst down as well. So I think this is also one thing you'd have to be careful if you were SRG up against NIP. The amount of early game damage that they have in their hands, they could literally burst down any member they spot out from SRG at this point. Both Hades, Curtisi, and probably even a bit of like poke here and there from Vanix on the Nathan.
I'm still surprised that that dealt that much damage. It's not like he went for Thrill, so there's a bit more damage there. Season Hunter, Impurage, yeah, nothing too crazy there. Bargain Hunter for Vanix though means that, yeah, like LaFell said, we might get like some power spikes very early on. If Vanix is able to just farm up and go even with Innocent on the Bruno, we might actually see the power spikes be very, very similar to each other, the timing at least. It's Tenacity too, by the way, for Innocent. This is something I'm personally not used to seeing. We usually see more of an aggressive stance for Mr. Innocent. Great push. Wow, Hades with a blink getting away from the spatial migration. That's the glory. Oh my lord, Humans just disappeared again. Curtisi will be traded in. But NIP Flash are playing so good.
Yeah, Curti stood there. He knew they were winning anyway. And you could see the priority of NIP Flash in terms of objectives. Diablo just making sure he would be accompanying his other members even though he doesn't get his hands on the level 4 yet. The glorious pathway wasn't even necessary for them to be able to burst down and secure that objective. So NIP Flash, they're off to a really good start, and that pretty much reflects in terms of the gold between our two junglers. Hades, I mean 3-0 for this Suyo in the early game. You would understand why he's this much ahead.
Yeah, 3-0, 1.2k gold lead against the Joy and Diablo. Here, Electrifying Beats, Diablo should fall. Oh, he jukes him! Revitalize, gets away. He's gonna buy a lot of time and a lot of positions from SRG will have to be given away to rotate over to deal with Mr. Diablo. For the airstrike though, on the Stormy, that's 1, 2, 3 hits, 4 hits. Every single one of those feathered airstrikes was on Mr. Stormy.
Why does it feel like Curtisi, if only second skill even hit at that moment, could have bursted down Stormy in a full combo. That pretty much reflects how NIP flashes ahead, but Hades spots Sekai's. And one thing at least for SRG is just how ahead their Expelade is. But oh wait, Fanny's with the Purify.
Yep, escaping from the spatial migration, Violet Requiem combo, just wanting to play safe in this weak side. He knows the team is doing well right now, so there's no reason for him to actually walk in, do anything aggressive, just play it by the book, passive, and farm up. Whoa,
Whoa,
right.
what is this?
Oh, the timing was good. Oh, a bit unfortunate timing for Hades there. He was charging up that skill 1, that stun, but Yums came out a bit late from the bush. Good timing from Yums. And now turtle number 2, bottom lane, Cram diving! The turret is nothing to Cram, but it does give all the prio over to NIP Flash up top around the turtle. So it'll be a kill on Vanix, traded for the second turtle of the game.
You gotta take note of this. SRG, it's not even their mid laner, it's not even their roamer suddenly rotating to the bottom lane. It's their XP laner rotating to the bottom lane, helping Innocent. So the priorities for Cram, you're seeing it, like just how focused they are in terms of securing that early game for Innocent as well, and they're about to take out almost all of the energy shields. But for Vanix, it is equally important for him to not get picked off. I mean, they should be wary of that. These rotations from Selangor Giants, they're pathing, it's really interesting.
And it's back to just a farming battle for both these teams, you know? Not really going for anything, any invades, ambushes, aggressive takes. NIP Flash, they want to farm. Same goes for SRG. They still have a very, very good mid-game power spike with Stormy and Innocent. So if there's no neutral objective, don't really expect any of these teams to be looking for big plays around the map.
Yep. So for now, we were just waiting for that next neutral objective potentially, and that major rotation that we'll be seeing from both of these teams. Because again, Crab here in the mid lane, adding a bit of pressure as well. And it's it kind of limits overall the rotations that NIP Flash could do as well. But Hades versus Sekai's in the top lane. But even in the bottom lane, there's action too!
The Worldie! Bouncing from the mini waves, Innocent getting the solo kill there. JPL with a good shove to escape. Oh, that's an implosion for the airstrike. Almost dealt with him. The stun over to Yums. It should be a trade. No, he flickers out. Great timing from Stormy to pop in that RWM. Good field of immobility to stop NIP Flash from getting that trade.
Such clutch timings from both of these teams in terms of using their crucial battle spells and even ultimates just to save each other, but this is looking pretty good for SRG. They're able to get their hands on the tier 1 lane up top, and they might just get their hands on the bottom lane tier 1 turret too. So with just that amount of pressure, which we thought initially would have been favorable for NIP Flash, it's actually SRG who gets the better of it, but Yums immunes himself with a Violet Cream. So NIP Flash, they know which resources are gone, but they still want to go for this turtle.
Bottom lane shoved in. Does seem like Fanix will be joining the team here as he shoves into mid lane. JPL doesn't have the flicker, doesn't have that instant engage. Diablo lowers pathway to try to zone them away. Spatial migration comes in, but Hades just wins it out. Yum's very low. Hades going in. That's a kill. Mega kill for Hades as SRG take or concede the turtle and say, all right, we've got enough. We're going to back off.
Yeah, and NIP Flash, I think they're slowly finding their way to play around SRG's pattern in terms of the team fights. Oh, wait.
Nice steal.
They got it away from Hades. Still pretty much ahead in terms of gold. I mean, no one's leading more than Innocent, though. If it was just gold that we're talking about, he's pretty much ahead of everyone. But those who are able to convert it. Earlier it was SRG, but gradually NIP Flash, it seems like they're slowly making their way towards SRG's jungle as well.
Purify baited out. No flicker for JPL still. They're going to try to go for the steal. The retribution from Hades will secure the purple buff. And that's info. No Purify for Stormy.
Yeah, and they just got their purple buff too. That's some form of revenge from NIP Flash. So now we're looking at the current situation wherein we barely get to feel the discrepancy in terms of gold. It seems like it's such an equal game between both of these teams. Even in terms of skill score, they're just having exchanges here and there. So I feel like it's very important that we see who gets the better of the other in terms of the objective fights and the neutrals. But then, even before that, slowly, NIP Flash working their way macro-wise in terms of the game as well. So it seems like they're just being so careful about their engages. This is not the typical hyper-aggressive approach we're seeing from either of these two teams.
Definitely not. Yeah, I guess, they've learned from their mistakes, early on in the Swiss stage, we saw just how aggressive SRG were in the best of ones. Didn't really pay off for them. So they've learned from that. Now they're going to play more to their win conditions. NIP Flash, on the other hand, they got a lot of success by playing a lot of the aggressive strategies in the Swiss stage, but I guess it's just because of the composition. They have a Farsa and an Atan. So if SRG want to play it slow, NIP Flash are gladly going to try to match that as well with this composition. They will gladly take the late game, the mid game too. We'll see. Item. Oh, wait. Glorious Pathway. Spatial Migration used already. Feather Airstrike though. Ooh, that's a very low Curtis with the flicker out. Cram trying to go and dive, and Hades zones skies away. Big resources used up before the Lord.
Yeah, but I just want to say, Cram, he's just so consistent in making sure that NIP Flash will be able to position themselves well, but no, Stormy! He doesn't get saved by the Purify.
Doesn't matter, the Purify Diablo with the DOT. Damage over time, slowly getting Stormy down. Diablo's an assassin with the high lows. JPL goes in for the Flicker Implosion. Doesn't find anyone. Innocent, meanwhile, getting a Spatial Migration, Violent Requiem. They're getting split up for their airstrike, and JPL's gonna be picked off on the other side of the map as well.
Oh no, 3 members left for NIP Flash, and this might just be a 4v3 or a 5v3 since Stormy is about to return as well. So guys just trying to pressure them a bit. There's a reset though for the Lord, but they're not stopping anyway. That's a Spatial Migration once again!
Connecting Hades, unable to do anything. Skies gets the shutdown, and Cram is trying to go for the flank power wilderness. Curtis, he's still able to escape. Edison gets the fadeaway shot. Vanix forces the entropy back, and SRG gets the 2,100 gold lead plus the Lord.
We were just talking about how NIP Flash could have just managed everything considering their composition, and even way back in the drafting phase, earlier they didn't have much of range, but when they picked up the Farsa, you would have thought that they were already able to answer just that. They have ways to reach Innocent, they already have ways to dish out damage from afar, but SRG, they also have the range in terms, or in Stormy, and it's not just that. There's no one in NIP Flash doing the same job as Cram. There's no one in NIP Flash just forcing out the cancels on the Fettered Airstrikes and forcing those 2 damage dealers to stick together to make sure that they don't get picked off by the Hilda. And now it's SRG slowly knocking on NIP Flash's base. Holy defense already used for the bottom lane turrets, and they just have to really work their defense to this.
RWM2 trying to get Innocent as much room as possible. You can see the 2 basic attacks on Vanix there. Luckily for Vanix, that did not crit. Wow, it was just so stunning to see that Lord fight, right? It was like NIP Flash were everywhere, and SRG just capitalized on every single mistake. They got the top lane as JPL failed the Implosion Flicker. They killed Diablo, who was alone with no initiator. And then the shutdown happened as Hades tried to recover the situation. And now SRG find themselves with a 5,000 gold lead. It's just clean from SRG.
Yeah, look at Innocent and his items. He's just lacking one more item, whereas Vanix was just able to pick up his Holy Crystal, but is still looking for more in order to dish out the necessary damage. For the other members too, I think for TC at least, we would be expecting some sort of damage as well, but SRG, at this point, I think they'd be pretty much okay with sustaining all that. He doesn't even get to just use the Fettered Airstrike as freely as he wants to. There's always pressure from Cram, and even Sekai's, whenever there's a team fight. So I don't think NIP Flash, they're able to capitalize on their team fighting as much.
Not at all. Now they're really going to have to wait for late game. Vanix already has the Holy Crystal. Does Fanny have enough to actually deal with Cram? Because Cram has been a nuisance to Stormy. Hot opposition. Diablo goes in for the airstrike as well. Purify used. Oh, Spatial Migration! Finds Curtisi. An implosion, though, to catch him now. Vanix, will he be able to go through everybody's skies? Is on a killing spree. And it just melts Mr. Man, Vanix on the Natan. Innocent looking for 3 members down for NIP Flash.
And it seems like NIP Flash grouping up together didn't work as well, because that was a beautiful spatial migration for Dooms. And it seems like this might just be their walk towards the base.
Diablo is doing a good job at baiting and buying time, but he will be slain. Now it's just JPL with a shove onto the minions. Curtisi finds himself back alive. That's a respawn timer for the S-Right. strike into the cannon minion. They will be able to delay it a bit more. Hades and Vanish will spawn again. SRG still wanting to go for the end. Hades jumping in spatial migration. The minutes have been dealt with. They're going to go for it, but Hades is still there. It doesn't even matter. Melfic gun range on the Bruno gets it done for SRG in game 1.
They didn't even want to reach the late game, nor even probably stay in the mid game. SRG ends it in less than 14 minutes. One access to the base was all it took for them to secure the first game of the series.
Well played to SRG, constantly just waiting for these mistakes from NIP Flash, capitalizing on them. And that's what really surprising. There were many mistakes happening on different parts of the map, but they capitalized on every single one. They punished every single one.
And I want to hear from our panel how crucial these mistakes were for NIP Flash. Let's break down that game for you and head over back to our panel.
I would say it's very, I agree with our casters here, where Slangory Giants was able to win, capitalizing on the mistakes for NIP Flash. Though I gotta say, this is not the kind of matchup that we were expecting, I guess, because it's less explosive. Where honestly, both sides, they definitely made some mistakes where, to be fair, even we were surprised. Like, I feel like the first interaction between both teams, NFP Flash and SRG, where Hades got the double kill, I feel like it's mostly on Farsa's damage, but that was huge damage, by the way, in the early game.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that early double kill, at that point, I was like, oh man, it's pretty done for Skies, right? Because then you're going to get continuously oppressed by this Suyo who just walks in your jungle and you can't really do much about it. But I have to say, this is one of the few games where you're looking at one side of the map and the next thing you know, you're looking at the next side of the map and it's just, why is it so messy?
Yeah, it's quite messy from both teams, but right now we want to look at itemization as well as the picks coming in from both teams. Now, even though we say that Joy is pretty good going up against Suyo, I gotta say, for the first time we see Hades on the Suyo, his Suyo is actually good and was able to deal with Skies. And Skies, he died once, and he was one of the first to fall, but he didn't after that. He was able to play it to make sure that he goes in, gets the kill, and able to get out.
And I know a lot of fans are thinking it was a little strange for Curtizi running something not unorthodox, but a little bit more traditional, but not able to get the job done on this Farsa use. In the beginning, it was a little shaky with the spatial migration Violent Requiem plays, but the later it went, he was able to find that ace in the hole to get the setup to deny a lot of these feathered airstrikes to allow the pickoffs, and then where he couldn't get it done, that's when you saw Cram follow up with the Hilda.
Exactly, and I think, you know, the first item's very, very important here. The fact that he was going not only top boost, but making sure that he has an Athena shield is really important in a composition where a majority of their damage comes from magic, right? The big burst coming in from Farsa, not to mention that, you know, Vanix is also magic. The only other person who could deal some significant damage would be Hades, but he plays against attack. So that makes it a little easier for SRG to scale towards the later half of the game, but I will mention that at least for Cram, he was having the time of his life.
Something to note here, we already skipped the itemization, but Diablo, he focuses on the armor, right? He's really making sure that he can take some damage coming in from Innocent, where, again, there's the Joy as well as it's mostly the Joy. I kind of feel like maybe he could have gone for some magic resist to deal with the Joy, maybe a little bit better. Maybe he could have tanked it much, much more.
I suppose, but at the same time, there's just, again, much better distribution of damage from the side of SRG, which is one of the few things that I was worried about NIP Flash coming in towards, like, the, you know, mid to late game, where you do have those 1 or 2 items to protect yourself against the initial burst. And not to mention, if, let's say, you know, Vanix is forced to stand next to Curtizi during that feathered airstrike, once the Athena shield pop, the extra auto attacks and even the, you know, abilities being thrown by Vanix won't do as much, even prior to getting a Radiant armor. Even so, I think that even SRG understood that their positions got compromised multiple times. I think this was a game of who could recover better in the middle of the scramble.
And then we take a look at the gold lane matchup too, right? Innocent up against Vanix. We saw the Bruno picked up early prio, and then you even mentioned Gideon maybe seeing a Claude sneak into the cracks, but then we saw the Natan. Didn't really have the hottest moments inside of this game. We got to see Innocent definitely thrive in the gold lane for this one. He even picked up the Rose Gold Meteor for a little bit of that additional defense, and overall was able to get the job done with the Bruno.
Now, say it, like, call him whatever you want. You may say he's guilty, but I gotta say, he's pretty innocent. We gotta look at our MVP. And when you get your hands on the Bruno, the half-man, half-beast, Innocent, is able to deliver 4-0-4. And again, the Farsa came close, right? Curtisi on the Farsa was able to hit the Feather S-Strike quite a few times, but when he gets the Rose Gold Meteor, he's able to sustain much better.
I'm pretty glad that they closed out this game before Curtisi got to that third item. At the very least, you know, he was going for Wishing Lantern on top of the Glowing Wand, so it's not the most amount of damage this far, so could potentially hit, but they closed it out just before that, which is great. Not to mention that Innocent, his laning phase was looking great already, but finding that initial kill onto Vanix early on and then calling for the redive upon him, that could solidify his lead, and that way they could actually recover through a lot of structural damage. Because a lot of it just came from, hey, if we keep on taking down their structures, at least the guys can find farm on the opposite side of the map and pull attention away from where he is, because he was the one who was suffering the most.
Yeah, like, look at that. Like, the Worldie was actually able to secure the kill down at the bot side, and now we just see Innocent honestly positioning very, very well and not really forcing it out. The moment he sees that the Farsa is there, he is maintaining his position to make sure that he doesn't get caught. And the range, man, the Malefic gun. I can't believe there's still some argument saying that, oh, you know, Bruno isn't that great. I'm like, huh, maybe we're watching different games here.
Yeah, and then to top it off, he goes the Tenacity route and then the Quantum Charge as well. So not only is he a little bit beefier, but he has more mobility to work on his side. And so that's one of the key factors that helped him stay alive, alongside trusting in Cram, trusting in Yumes as well, to be able to find those setups for them to initiate.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of question mark was on Yumes on that Guinevere pick, but I gotta say, once mid-game starts to roll in, he's actually able to execute it quite well. And by the way, just to say, shout out to Ferry. I got the ring, I got the bling, get in as well. I'm what color is this? Green Fairy and your Black Fairy. Luxury meets gaming with Fairy's first M6 Swiss watches and especially jewelry collection for Jushin as well as Mia. If you guys are here at the venue, you guys just saw Eterna as well as Poji giving away 2 rings to our lucky audiences. This is just one of those perks where you come on here. Sometimes, you know, the sponsors feel very nice. They give away stuff for you guys. And really loving to watch, by the way.
Well, I'll tell you what, I got this necklace, right? You can get this if you hit Mythic.
Yeah, which most people should.
They should. They
just
should.
saying.
Just hey, pointing it out there to, you know, the 1.5 billion people out there playing the game. Better hit Mythic sometime soon. And don't forget that it does come in this beautiful box here. It also got the Fairy logo engraved right into it. It's nice and soft, and that's just so that you can keep it nice and safe in that box for that necklace, specifically for Mythic players.
I got 2 Fairy boxes at home, and I gotta say, I'm very happy with my purchases, because again, I bought this with my own money. The ring is good, the ring is good. But yeah, this, coming up for the second game, we can see that Vanix was pushed a little bit to the point where he had to use an Natan. So we're gonna see if they will change up the priority and maybe let Vanix pick up his hero earlier, because Natan is a good pick, don't get me wrong. But maybe just not that comfortable, maybe?
It could be not so comfortable. More so is the fact that resources will call to his side of the map, but that's the important thing. When you have that lead, you got to press it forward and call a couple of people to redive a target, especially dying 2 times in a row consecutively. Ooh, really sets you really far behind.
Yeah, and I believe we have a quote coming up, so let's see where it's from. It might be from NFV Flash, just to see like what they're thinking about this matchup. And yes, it is from NFV Flash. It's from Adamir, shaking the Giants. SRG has been shakier compared to before, which I believe even on this we all agree. And they barely made it into the Swiss stage, or I think he meant knockout stage. So I hope NFV Flash can turn things around and achieve a different outcome compared to what went down in MSC 2024. Just to remind, it was a 3-0 in that best of 5, but not gonna lie, yeah, they look a bit shakier. So we asked Ozaravecki what are his thoughts on this. So we got a quote coming in from Ozaravecki: obstacles on the golden road. I agree that SRG has been a bit shaky compared to MSC. There are aspects of the current meta that we still need to adapt to and master fully. You can see the difference between now and MSC. Back then, we played with confidence and comfort. Right now, we feel shakier, but it's still not impossible for us to bounce back. We can't afford any more losses. We need to focus on what we need to bring into the next game, where, personally for me, them being in the lower bracket, the fact that they're shaky means that they have more practice time, right? If they win, then they can play more games, and then they can start to solve the problems game by game.
I mean, as we mentioned throughout the entirety of today, first you got to acknowledge the initial problem and afterwards work towards solving it. And yes, the repetitions are definitely going to help a team like SRG kind of fully master every aspect of the meta. But truly, is it the meta's fault or is it something that's happening outside of the game? I feel like the outside of the game thing was mainly MSC. That's where we saw them. They didn't have the confidence, and when they did, they won. But this meta, it's too wide, too varied, too open, and I don't think anybody has really fully encapsulated the entire meta just yet.
Well, like I said, pressure, burst pipes, or mixed diamonds, and we're going to find out what that is today as we progress through this series. SRG now up 1-0 up against NIP Flash, and it kind of makes you want to ask the question, where did NIP Flash go wrong?
Well, we asked Diablo any message for SRG, and he said, for SRG, yeah. I'll make sure this time it won't be a clean sweep for you. We'll give you a hard time, and we'll make sure to avenge our loss. And is that a sun emoji?
It is a silence.
Shh emoji.
Yeah.
So it's like, hey, M-Chat, this is a secret, by the way. Don't show the world.
Yeah.
Definitely don't bring it up on broadcast.
Definitely don't put it on a lower third and show it to the rest of the M6.
Yeah, and then they're like, oh, so that's what he meant. We thought it was emojis.
All right, with that being said, it's time to go into the drafting phase for game number 2. As you mentioned, Weezy, where exactly did it go wrong? I don't think it came down to the draft. I really thought it came down to the execution of the overall game plan. It felt like both sides were posing really interesting questions. Hey, if you're going to target our jungle, we're going to target your gold laner. It's a give and take every single time we hit the drafting stage.
And again, NIP Flash is going to be first pick here. They're going to be banning out that Alpha. And SRG, now they have to consider banning out that Bruno because, quote, Arcadia said there are ways to deal with the Bruno. But again, we've seen time and time again, it doesn't take one hero. It at least takes 2.
Well, now SRG is going to be on the red side, so they have that 2-pick swing. This is a good question, though. Coach Arcadia said they have a plan for the Bruno. So that means effectively it's going to create opportunity in the ban phase for the first half for him to be able to take something else out instead. What that may be, I'm curious to see, but Zushin is still walking on the table so far. There goes that Hilda ban out. We saw some great rotations from Cram on that in game number 1.
I mean, so far he's been getting it time and time again. It's bound to get bad. How long has it been, by the way?
Too many times. Too many times. Every series he gets to at least play it at least one time, and most teams are pretty adamant on not letting Hilda go through at all. But now that we see the Jushin, these are the expected bans coming up from the side of SRG. The only adaptation we've seen from NIP Flash is going to be in that Hilda. We're going to see what the next follow-up ban is supposed to look like. At this point, do they follow the exact same plan that they did in game number 1? You target the jungles first, then start moving towards the opposite side.
Yeah, definitely a lot of questions, and we need some answers. For SRG, that also pose that question, if they don't ban that Bruno out, what do they take out instead? I mean, right now, we've been seeing Diablo, when you can't get it done in the gold lane, you get it done in the XP lane. Also, maybe limiting something from his toolbox could be a wise decision. Speaking of toolboxes, though, the Phoveus ban on the blue side to finalize the first half for NIP Flash.
Now, the second pick, they have a strategy here. You know that both the Bruno as well as Suyo is going to be a hot pick. Choose either one, or the second strategy is have a throwaway ban so that if NIP Flash picks up the Bruno per se, they can have the Suyo +1. So that is a strategy. We do have to see if Coach Arcadia and Coach Ozoravecchi wants to take that risk.
I suppose, but at the same time, Cho hasn't been touched, Matilda hasn't been touched, both of which, I would say, even in the previous game, yes, they locked in their supports pretty early on. They showed their hand pretty handedly. No mind tricks there. They're going to get rid of the Matilda this time round. And now first picks, I would only assume that NIP Flash are considering both of those options, right? It's pick your poison, like you mentioned, but I do think that at least from the side of SRG, now that they have shown off that they can play the Guinevere, it's going to make Curtisi a little bit more hesitant in picking up that far side. We might even see a Loi Yi down the line.
Yeah, so NIP Flash should be picking up the Bruno here, which now we're going to see if Coach Arcadia indeed has a plan to go up against it. For the side of SRG, though, maybe going in for the Hylos, maybe the Suyo Cho, but I think they need to get one of their side laners comfortable, right? They need to either get Diablo or not Diablo, they need to either get one of the side laners, either Innocent or Cram, something they're comfortable on, especially going up against some heavy hitters.
What?
There goes that Hylos, though. And
Suyo Bruno?
Oh,
this is a Suyo Bruno, right?
I mean, I would expect this to be a Suyo Bruno. However, NIP Flash has been finding a lot of success in the high loss with or without the Bruno, and I wouldn't be too surprised if they decide to go for like a high loss Bruno, Ling plus Farsa style composition where they can actually push in and out consistently.
Yeah, the Ling is actually quite a good shout there, Gideon, because that is what they used before to shut down the Bruno, but it's Innocent though. That's the only caveat here. It's Innocent though.
I mean, Detective tried to find this man guilty, couldn't even do that, so I would only imagine that NIP Flash have a tighter formation to play around it, but as expected, interesting.
They're letting go of that Bruno.
Yeah, but now they add the element of surprise on their side with this Lu Yi, which was banned out in the previous match, and then alongside the powerhouse Joy. Now, there still is some options on the table to stop this Joy from being as effective, right? First of all, the Fredrin is still available for grabs, can definitely stop it in its tracks, and could be a wise pickup. You could also get the Valentina here to technically have the diversion play as well.
I suppose. But even so...
Yeah, I'm lost here, Gideon.
No, they gotta, I mean, stick to their guns, right? NIP Flash, and especially Singapore, as a region, very macro-heavy, and more importantly, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? They've got the high loss, they can pair it up with the Bruno. That in itself is already very dangerous to deal with. I think that even picking up the Suyo would make a lot of sense as well. Yeah. Oh, play standard. That's a really good standard opening. I'm surprised they got away with this.
Yeah, so I'm really looking at this, and if the Cho doesn't get picked up here, Cho will be banned out a little bit later. Same can be said about Innocent's pick. Because unless they have something very special to go up against Bruno, besides the Granger, besides the Beatrix.
I feel like they're gonna go back into Granger. I'm not gonna lie.
Or Moskov, you know. Innocent did get that play with the Moskov.
Also true. Also true. Honestly, when it comes down to like figuring out what Innocent's pick is going to be, doesn't really matter as long as he has a good time in his lane. He usually is able to pop off later down the line. There we go. That's the Granger, and now we head on into the second phase. I'm expecting take bans coming up from the side of NIP Flash, maybe, or they could be looking. From the side of SRG, but they could still pivot.
Yeah, there are some roamers available. I mean, the Tig is definitely still on the table. Jawhead. We've seen how effective that could be as well with the isolation plays with the lethal injectors. Sometimes throwing the wrong teammate.
Yeah, don't remind me.
Are we gonna go for two here?
No, I feel like if I go on TikTok, there'll be a compilation of it. I already see some of it on Facebook. I don't doubt the TikTokers, but yeah, like I feel like JBL has been using a lot of pickoff heroes. The Jawhead, the Cho, they're banning out the Farsa, so targeting Curtizi, but then Curtizi's like, hey, Martis, baby.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. But now we look behind the IGN, specifically from Hades, who chose his IGN because he loves Greek mythology and always plays the carry role.
Does he mean Hades he's a carry, or like... Which one? Which one? Is it the Greek mythology or like which one?
He's got to pick one or the other. He's carrying the underworld apparently.
Now that's funny.
That is kind of funny.
That's like throwing shade to your team.
It's ironic.
I'm carrying the underworld.
I mean, they are the southernmost state. They used to be the southernmost state. Anyways, coming into the second half of this, we are seeing the glue getting banned out here. So it looks like NIP Flash on blue side have a completely separate take on this.
Just quick one. Cram, CC, one of his best heroes before.
It would be very effective to pull out the CC here as well, especially going up against a Hylos if that is going to be in the XP lane for Diablo, which would be what we saw in the previous game as well. So looking at the draft so far, when it comes to SRG, they've got the element of surprise. You have the Lu Yi, so that is something NIP Flash is going to have to watch out for. But there's also that Joy, and right now I'm not really seeing too much to stop the Joy from rushing into the back line. So maybe as we finalize this draft for the side of NIP Flash, they go for something that can kind of stop it a little bit better in its tracks.
Interesting. They get rid of the Tigreal as expected here. Does that mean that they're... I feel like SRG want to take this Cho away from JPL, which doesn't give him many options after that. With Matilda also gone, I mean, JPL could look to play Guinevere himself, but again, his targets are pretty difficult, and most can actually just walk away with Purify.
Yeah, I agree. Right now, NIP Flash, so far, 3 bans towards the EXP, 1 ban into the jungle. So do they make sure this final ban is going to the EXP? Because there's no way you ban on something like a Guinevere. But no, they ban on the Cho. So they make sure that Humes doesn't get that Cho. And we'll see what else Humes have. Maybe he'll pick up the Gwyn again. Maybe he has something else for the Bruno.
Do we see a Gatot maybe coming through here for the side of SRG? I mean, it's good to be able to get to the back line. It still technically can be flexed because we're not seeing the XP or the Roam showcased so far for the side of SRG. I mean, for certain, about like 90% positive we're going to be seeing this Hylos go over to Diablo. But they can still throw another element of surprise in the mix as well. They could still go for sustainability in the mid lane. I mean, technically they could pull out something like a Faramis, but you are going against the Lu Yi, so I guess if you do group up together, it could be a little bit of a problem.
I agree with that. I think, you know, the flex pick in the support roam area is definitely going to be useful. They're going to go straight into the Gwen. I'm trying to think. Historically, I haven't seen Cram ever play the Guinevere, especially in his time during MPL MY. It still technically could be the flex, but it doesn't work that well nowadays in the EXP, especially when you're up against these thick boys who generally just don't care and focus purely on pushing the waves.
I prefer CC still.
Yeah. I agree.
I think we can still see the CC here, though. I mean, it would be a good read up against Diablo in the XP lane. Right now, though, I feel like both sides have a way to disengage and engage, right? You have the Guinevere, can get to the backline with spatial migration. We have yet to see the Mage picked up for NIP Flash. Could they go in for the Eve? Is that something they want, considering there is a Valentina on the other side, or a Lu Yu on the other side?
They pick up the Eve as well as the Edith here. So overall, pretty solid draft here. The only thing is that Eve can get caught, especially by that Joy. Though we have to say that when the real world manipulation is proc, then you have a shield. So maybe you can sustain for a little bit here. SRG, do they pick up the CC or do they have a different pick here? Like something a bit more tanky, like, I don't know, Charizla, Damus.
I was thinking maybe, yeah, Charizla doesn't seem too bad of a shout. I feel like Gatot might just be the way to go to zone control. But then, is there going to be an issue of lack of damage, especially around the earlier sections of the game, right? If you're playing towards Granger side, maybe not so much. But then if you're playing towards the EXP side of things, it's purely for setup and for jungle, right?
Khalid is still walking. I mean, may not be the easiest to pull off against the Hylos, but right now you're just running out of options from the draft from the side of NIP Flash. And there we have it. The final pick will be the Gatot to finalize this draft.
Yeah, to more or less counter both the Bruno as well as the Eve. Right now, looking at both drafts, I would say NIP Flash got a pretty good draft on their hands here. Can they execute it well? We're going to throw it over to our casters, Mirko as well as Brigitte. It's your time to shine.
Thank you so much, and I agree. This sounds or feels like a better draft overall coming in from NIP Flash. They have a lot of ways to respond, but then if it boils down to timings again, SRG, they know when to just throw in a single member and to go out when it's very, very dangerous. So they'll have to be very careful on that. I'm looking out for just how surprising the diversion plays will be for Stormy.
Definitely. You know, I mean, Yobas was already really surprising in game number 1, and that was without a Lu Yi. Now you have a diversion. You don't know where this Guinevere is going to come from. It could be the flank. It could be still from the front. You never know. Maybe even, maybe, you could see a Granger from behind. No, that's a bit too crazy.
You know, I've seen enough crazy when Stormy kept using it alone. Like a solo diversion plays that I don't know if we'll be seeing it once again this time around. Because for the past game, or at least in this series, SRG, they feel a lot more coordinated in terms of the plays that they make. So they might want to work together a lot more in terms of using the diversion plays. But now, reverting back to the usual matchups for now. And of course, to all those out there, don't forget to check the M6 Pass. It's available from November 18 up to December 29. Complete all the active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free. You get amazing rewards, including the battle emote, the Claude battle emote, the M6 avatar border, and the new special skins alongside Claude's, of course, M6 exclusive skin. So don't forget to check that out. And we're seeing the emblems right now. A lot of damage for Vanix. It seems like they really want to focus on the carry aspect here of the Bruno.
The Master Assassin, this is what we are used to seeing. That's why when I saw Innocent go for the tenacity, you could definitely see just how much respect he had for the damage of NIP Flash in game number 1. But here, oh, Onward, over to Cram. He's handling himself in the lane so well, and you can see full movement speed for Cram, agility, and the Wilderness Blessing as the choice of emblem. He knows all he needs to do is shove in and then rotate.
Yeah, I mean, the EXP lane matchup, right? It's something we've been looking at even since the previous game. Just how confident Cram seems to be playing, even at times just sacrificing the waves, rotating all the way down to the bottom lane, which I'm not entirely sure if we'll be seeing this time. But considering that he has invested so much in terms of mobility, I don't think that's too far of a reach. We might see it happen again anytime soon. But for now, of course, we'll be setting our eyes on the first turtle between SRG and NIP Flash. And similar to earlier, they'll be positioning themselves first, but probably a slight adjustment. Diablo has the level 4 this time around, so they're more equipped to engage if ever there is a team fight from SRG.
Good poke over to Yums, but Stormy has done the same to Hades. Earth Shatter and the flicker onward. Hades picks up, it's Cortese actually picks up the kill. Hades will be caught on taunt. Sky's coming in as well. Electrifying Beats goes through the Revitalize from JPL. Sky's though caught in the bad spot, will just be poked down. It'll be a 1-for-1 Yums for Hades.
But that was an unfortunate casualty for NIP Flash. That was their jungler that they lost.
Yep.
But fortunately for NIP Flash, SRG is not starting the turtle just yet. They reverted back to farming for Sekai's, but even then, I feel they'd be very much confident to take on this objective. He's already 1 level ahead of Hades, if it's just that. But of course, we're not taking away the fact that this is still a Suyo, so when it comes to objectives, they still might want to contest this either way. Still at NIP Flash, they're trying to get some information, but SRG, 4 members are already here.
Yep, full control, no Revitalize this time around. JPL trying to go for an angle of attack. Lowers pathway, Spatial Migration. Diablo gets the Earth Shatter, but it's only onto the clone. Cram goes over to AOG. That's a Violet Requiem, still very low. RWM, Skies is caught in it, will be slain by Hades. And NIP Flash take control over the Turtle. Turtle number 1 over to Hades. Oh, Yums got canceled in the bush. Hades gets a double up top.
And this is similar to what we've seen for game number 1. Hades bouncing back after that first death and getting the better early game up against Sekai's with that kill and that immediate take on the turtle. NIP Flash are currently in the lead. So this is some interesting developments from them. I mean, they felt like they weren't being as aggressive just yet, but they were just waiting for the right timings. Now SRG, they might want to make use of the element of surprise, as mentioned by our panelists earlier, to be able to catch NIP Flash off guard a lot more often, because earlier it was Diablo who set things up for NIP Flash, and they were just able to buy some time alongside JPL enough to regroup and take that turtle for themselves.
Yeah, becomes a great start from NIP Flash, despite, obviously SRG getting things done early up against Hades. And Vanix has been farming really well, despite the fact that in this matchup, we've been talking about it, or a lot of analysis also has been dropped down by some coaches in interviews. Granger is a winning matchup, so you would expect the Granger to have more kill threat and maybe SRG to play around it. AOG, they know Cortese doesn't have it. Good Earth Shatter. Oh, dodged away by Skies. Lures Pathway coming down, and they're going to be caught in the real world manipulation. Hades walking up. Yums just barely surviving. The lethal ignition is not ready. They actually don't have that lethal ignition, so they can't get that kill. SRG barely get away. Oh, Hades.
Okay, wait. Oh no, he spotted Innocent.
The burst. Let's see if it's enough. Oh, dodging away from the Soul Sever, but you cannot dodge the basic attacks. Hades takes the kill. That is 4-1. Third kill from Hades.
And quick rotations from both sides. They'll be able to mirror each other and take the tier 1 turrets from opposite sides of the map. And that was an interesting that was an interesting team fight we've seen from both NIP Flash and SRG. I mean, all 5 members were present during that time. But it just goes to show how crucial these spatial migrations will be for Yums. Once he doesn't get that successful of a spatial migration and he gets to be forced out of the team fight, NIP Flash, they will be a lot more confident to just go for the engagement this time. Oh no, the guys!
Oh, getting balled down by Vanix. That's JPL taken down, but they're all very low. Hades gets the turtle. Violet Requiem over to Diablo. Vanix, oh, last shot almost. That didn't crit. Sky Piercer by for Innocent. That, oh, it's a great yin reaction. Hades shoots the arrow. Diablo, Primal Wrath earlier. Innocent threading the needle, almost catching Cortese. Hades, Soul Sever, but Cram is able to escape. Special migration from Yums, and Cram gets the shutdown.
There was no way to save Hades at that moment, not even the Worldies, since it was also previously used. Diversion play, where are they headed? Seems like they're gonna focus right now on the gold lane. Vanix has to be careful. At least he has JPL by his side, so they'll be able to successfully defend this turret. But earlier, we already saw like a glimpse of just how aggressive NIP Flash could really play if you don't get to set things up again. Going back to what we previously mentioned for Yumes, they just, right now, for NIP Flash, clearly are focusing on the objectives, focusing on the farm, and they haven't let go of the lead just yet. So at the very least, they're holding on to their team fight potential, but they can't just be overextending a lot, even though they see an opportunity, especially if Stormy has the yin-yang reactions. We've seen a moment where in the team fight was nearly turned around by SRG just because of a single yin-yang reaction too.
And now it's back to equal. 2 turtles for NIP Flash, but the gold lead is non-existent. SRG can very easily just play for late game, right? Have that Granger and have the Joy. Though I think NIP Flash are not on the bad spot despite the gold lead not being big here. They have a Bruno. They can always just play front to back, play for the Bruno. We've seen many teams rely on the Bruno. Glorious pathway. Yumes gets away. That's one of the advantages of picking up a Guinevere. You are so slippery.
Yeah, you're not an easy target. And one advantage for SRG is that they are always ahead. They always get to control the bushes. But Sekai's doing a great job in terms of shoving the lanes opposite to the objective right now because the Lord is spawning towards the bottom lane. And they definitely would want to get their hands on this. The game feels quite slow. It's been 8 minutes that we've seen back and forths, but the kills aren't exceeding like 7 kills. And they're just really trying to focus on the objectives. I feel like it's a major team fight that'll really matter for both of these teams. And at least for NIP Flash, they're just really deciding to group up together. But I think that's one advantage, or that's one disadvantage. Well, speaking with group up, wait!
Great Earth Shatter, Yumes assassinated by Hades. Great engagement from Diablo. There's going to be 2 ultimates used up already. Diversion into the back. Cortese waiting on it. Skies actually takes it. We ball down. Great taunt over. Vanix caught in the bad spot. Pops into Purify. Now the AOG not connecting the stun over from Hades. Innocent gets Diablo. JPL's very low. Skies trying to go into the team fight. Oh, Vanix cannot get in range. Hades walking up, Innocent very low, still catting away. The Rhapsody, Hades with a shot, Innocent low. Living with a sliver of HP. Lord in the sights of NIP Flash.
The timings didn't feel as synced for SRG. It felt like a reactive response to how NIP Flash set up the team fight, but Hades, he still gets the Lord. That was close though for Yumes with a spatial migration.
That was a pixel away from Hades getting picked off. Oh man, they're playing with pixels at this point, man. 264 gold lead, by the way. That was a winning fight for NIP Flash, and the gold lead is still non-existent. SRG are actually farming really well.
Yeah, right now we're seeing that, at least for the gold laners, they're very close in terms of gold, but it does feel like Innocent hasn't had his hands on the right targets. Like the team fights, they usually have access to the backlines. We've seen it earlier, the diversion play, bringing Sekai's all the way near or next to Cortese and Vanix even. But then the damage coming in from Vanix is one thing that you really have to take note. Even Sekai's, once he's just all alone, once he's just the recipient of all the damage of the backliners here from NIP Flash, he doesn't get to sustain it as well. So now they have the Lord marching towards the bottom lane. What is SRG gonna do? They will be able to defend it somehow. And at least, for them, they have a lot of range, so they can really deal with all this from afar. But Hades!
That's the diversion we were talking about! Hey, the spatial migration was already really surprising in game 1. Now add a diversion to it. Hades gets caught. Happy birthday, man, by SRG.
And that's how you need to play the Luyi at this point. If you feel that NIP Flash, they've been really confident, they've been just so dominant in terms of positioning themselves and looking for the right timings, then you should be able to do that yourself. But, grab!
Innocent diving, Sky Piercer, Innocent takes him down, Yumes! Gets the spatial migration again! And now Innocent's rolling. The Sky Piercer gamble that he made by buying the item, it's starting to pay off. That is 3 stacks in less than a minute.
A single diversion, and just waiting for another opening from that. SRG, they've taken control of the game. Now the lead is in their hands. And it feels like all that NIP Flash has done in the early stages, they don't mind anymore. Now they're gradually able to open all of the remaining outer turrets in the map. And let's check that instant replay presented by Kidia. That was an Avatar of the Guardians that didn't necessarily connect, but Sekai's from the sides and that immediate burst down onto Kurtz-EZ. There was no zone control left for NIP Flash. They were just able to take out all the defenses and force their way into that tier 1 mid lane.
3.4k gold lead. We saw how hard it was for NIP Flash, despite getting 2 turtles, 1 lord, to establish a gold lead. SRG did it while being behind just a bit, and then it's instantly a 3,000 gold lead. The level of capitalization from SRG is on a whole different level here. And for NIP Flash, you're going to be the ones here forced to climb back.
Yeah, I think it's been a recurring theme for like even the first series. The amount of pressure and how clean of an early game you're able to pull off, but then a crucial mistake just allows your opponents, especially with this much of discipline, turn things around. Diablo gets spotted. Oh, the spatial migration and the electrifying beats onto him, bursts him down. That's -1 for NIP Flash.
Uh-oh, the real world manipulation was misplaced. Cram dives in with the AOG. Diversion. Sky's in the back from the flanks. He might be able to get Phoenix. And it's still gunning JPL down. Sky's not able to capitalize fully on that, but it's because SRG want to go for the Lord. There's no reason for them to fight. They've gotten Diablo. That's the main frontliner. And this should be a free Lord over to SRG.
Yeah, I mean, the NIP Flash definitely just wanted to position themselves there. Diablo, that Earth Shatter that did not connect, cost him his life. Stellar Giants just went for the kill. And now, NIP Flash, they're left to defend. At least they have the Eve, and they have the Bruno, and even the Edith when it comes to wave clear. But SRG, they're not the type to make such crucial mistakes. I mean, I think if there's one thing that they've really tried to adjust, it's also Cram and the way he decides to use his ultimates as the XP laner this time, even on the Gatot Kacha. So they will be a lot more careful, especially in terms of these kinds of sieges. But NIP Flash, they're not that behind, so they could still find a way to defend this.
I don't know. It'll be very dependent on SRG kind of corralling into the real world manipulation. Into the box. Diablo tries to go for an Earth Shatter, a desperate move, and SRG read it. They just space away enough to get away from it. Now, Enhanced Lord marching down. No more surprise initiations from Diablo with a flicker down, and that's going to be the base turret up top taken away.
That's the flicker. Burned here for Diablo, but you're seeing just how patient SRG is trying to play the siege. They're waiting for the mid lane turret, but Yumes, there's the conceal. He'll be coming from the sides. Will this be it?
Spatial migration from Yumes! And Skies capitalizes, electrifying beats, say goodbye to Hades. Diablo very low, onward, backwards. JP with the glorious pathway. The yin-yang reaction is enough to slow him down. Cram just charging. And NIP Flash dealing with the waves, and SRG will play it slow. 7,000 gold lead to their name. They'll go for another base turret.
And imagine, they're not even in a position yet where they've been able to deal with all the disruptive plays from Sekai's as well as Yumes. But what more when it comes to the poke that's coming in from Innocent? And Diablo's first is down just like that! 2 members down for NIP Flash, but Hades will be back in a bit.
Say it like it is. Innocent is godlike. 7-1. JPL is melting to the damage of Skies. He gets stunned up, but there's no follow-up here. NIP Flash can only just turtle in their base at this point. SRG have the range, they have the damage, they have the catch, and they have the poke.
Is that range you're talking about? NIP Flash, it doesn't feel like they're able to capitalize on theirs as much. Innocent is currently 7-1-1 on this Granger. And looking at the items, he's already completed all of his items. Doesn't even have the boots. Doesn't even want to go for anything else. Even the Sky Piercer at this point is a huge threat for NIP Flash. He just gets to poke all of the members from afar, and there's beautiful follow-up that can come out. Speaking of that, the Avatar of the Guardian once again!
Electrifying beats in the back, Phoenix evaporating. Yumes getting the spatial migration. Hades soloed out by Yumes. That was JPL falling to Innocent. Sky Piercer, a diversion to the back, a double for Innocent, and the Selangor Red Giants will stomp their way to match point.
alongside a single minion. SRG ends game number 2 and now holds match point against NIP Flash.
GG, well played.
I cannot believe the patience from SRG. I think that's one of the biggest developments we've seen from them all the way from Swiss stage, heading into knockouts. They know how difficult of a position they are currently in now that they're in the lower bracket. Every single decision counts right now for SRG. Let's hear what our panel has to say. Lafel, it's on you.
There's a Wheezy and a Gideon as well. You know, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah. Of course. I can hear you. No issues. Thank you very much, Brigida. But I think I speak for a lot of SRG fans. They're taking their time, but they're getting comfortable again, right?
Yes.
They're starting to hit their stride.
Well, stride is one thing, but I definitely think that, you know, it really was a game of who makes the most amount of mistakes in this particular game, right? Initially, it was SRG, and then afterwards, NIP Flash started to lose confidence in their play, and then started to lose vision, and once you start to lose vision, then you start making some weird decisions. And overall, I wouldn't say it's the cleanest game coming in from both of these teams, but it felt like SRG definitely found their stride in that match a lot faster than NIP Flash.
And that's where having heroes that have engaged and disengaged are huge, right? When you see a mistake, you're able to jump right on top of it, and that's that Guinevere for you at its finest. And then on top of that, Coach Arcadia living to fruition about the Bruno, talking about having a plan on letting it walk instead of banning it, and so far it's followed through.
Not gonna lie, that felt like limit testing. You had an opportunity to get Suyo and Bruno or either or, and then you're like, nah, let's let go of both of them. I mean, let me just say, it does feel like limit testing a bit. I'm pretty sure it is part of their strategy, it's part of the plan, but whew, that was a risk.
It was a risk, but then you can... But it's so clear what they're trying to do, right? You push back your opponents, especially their squishier targets, if they do expose themselves to a straight line to Granger. Granger can basically hit you over walls. As long as nobody's in front of you to block those shots, those projectiles really do hurt. It's a game of resource management, but once you get them on the retreat, can you close the distance in time to find that pinch? And that's what SRG was capable of doing on multiple different occasions. And it's a bit of a push and pull, of course, right? It doesn't always have to be Sakai's who closes the distance. It could be the setup coming in from Yums after the Death Sonata. It can be even crammed to cut off certain areas to guarantee them funneling in to their cleanups. And I think that SRG, the big thing for them is when they found that first initial mistake coming in from NIP Flash, it was the conversion from almost an equal game to suddenly 3,000, 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and I mean, even Innocent, he picked up the Sky Piercer as well on that Granger. 9-1-3 over Vanix on that household favorite Bruno. Just off to a rocky start for the side of NIP Flash, and they got to find a way to even out this series, and they have to find it fast as they are running out of opportunities.
I mean, it's match point for a reason, right? And I think that NIP Flash, it's not due to the draft anymore. It's definitely more so they need to hold on and maintain a league. So many times we've seen Hades walk away from the early game with like 2 to 3 kills underneath his belt, but somehow they don't convert it into something more tangible, whether it be structural damage or at least a faster early game for Vanix.
Look at Innocent's emblems too. He goes for the Festival of Blood on the Granger.
Yeah, usually we see it paired up with the fighter emblem as well, so that you have more spell vamp. But looks like Innocent wants a little bit of both. He wants some penetration from the assassin emblem, but still not sacrificing the spell vamp from the Festival of Blood. And with 9 kills, he had a lot of spell vamp that game.
Oh yeah, and he also had the most amount of damage, surprise to nobody, 100,000. Nice round numbers. I like it. I like that from Innocent. But this is in tandem with Stormy, right? I think one of the most underrated facts about Loyi is if you can make your decisions fast and get your whole team on board, you can make some incredible plays happen. And the fact that they had some really hard reads, despite the fact that we've seen some blind engages coming in from Diablo, whether it be the Earth Shatter Flicker or the Earth Shatter Onward, they were still confident enough to catch Hades midway after himself revealing himself with the Lord walking down mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, right now, SRG, they're doing a good job with Yums and with Cram on finding ways to create chaos, right? Finding ways to get to the backline. Even in the game prior, you got to see them do that with the Hilda as well. But this time around, having the Katat, having the Guinevere combination, when you see a lot of mistakes from both sides in these clashes, having a hero that can just jump right in and find that mistake and make an opportunity is what's winning them over in this series.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Selangor Giants, I feel like it's that one play coming in from Stormy that really activated the team. But now, we gotta look at our MVP of the game. And I gotta say, Cram did amazing in this one with the Gatot Kacha. So our MVP is going over to Cram. And again, I feel like Cram definitely deserves it, not just for this game. All throughout M6, he's been the rock for SRG.
He's been pretty solid. I definitely think people probably look past him because, sometimes he plays the Hilda. He's willing to die and trade for a mid turret. And most people are going to be like, the goal difference isn't really going to matter, but it's a mid-tier 1. People need to recognize that he's willing to die for the team on their call. He's not. He's actively telling them, leave me be, secure the objectives that we need so that we can get benefits later down the line. And he did the same thing with this Gatot. Initially, that early game was looking bad. How does he hold the waves? How does he control those movements to reinform his team and also reinforce when the pinches needed to happen?
And he's doing that against an XP laner whose specialty is mobility, Diablo, and he's able to find that opportunity before him, and that's making a major difference.
Yep, now we're gonna look at the highlights here coming in. The MVP highlights for Cram. Though I gotta say, so far, looking at this, again, NFP Flash caught some mistakes coming in from Selangor Giants where even Hades was able to come up with 3 kills. But later on, again, that one play coming in from a Stormy really set things up for the team.
Yep, I mean, the team likes to follow up on each other, and I think that's what makes people really excited for SRG's side, right? Most of the time, you would have a standard procedure on how to engage. SRG, it's extremely fluid. It doesn't matter who does it first, as long as it connects, then you can have incredible plays. This double taunt here, maybe unintentional, but the follow-up coming in from Humans with the Magic Thumb, again, it just boils down to execution and how SRG needs to be able to kind of push the tempo when necessary, and most importantly, when they're playing off of the power spikes of the carries.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are seeing like a lot of missed calls, but it's really separating the battle line, right? It's like I'm diving in a direction that you can't go to anymore. So whether you like it or not, now one big team fight is splitting into 2. So I kind of feel like that's the idea of Cram here, because he understands that SRG, this is a different way of picking people off. Instead of directly taking one person and locking them down, he's just splitting up the front line and the back line, and then SRG gets to choose which one they want to chase after.
I think the best example of this would be, you know, when you're playing in the sand, you want to protect your sandcastle from the waves, you start digging trenches to flow that water into a completely separate direction. If not, build a dam to ensure that it protects it, right? Either way, it still achieves the exact same thing. Kind of funnel them in, push them in towards your left hand before you finish the clap.
And now, honestly, I feel a bit hungry. And this time, I come a little bit prepared. Because we gotta do this a little bit elegantly, all right? Let me just grab... Yeah, here we go.
I've been waiting for this. He's been bragging about this all day.
I have my bowl.
Oh, no way.
This makes so much sense, right? Because we've been taking it from the box, but now we can share it. We can share it properly. See, this is how you do it. So now we can all see the greatness of Hello Panda. Oh, and I think it's gonna be enough.
Oh boy. Don't forget, everybody, you can fuel your game with Hello Panda with crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, or in this case, strawberry, the ultimate snack to keep you energized to level up your day. So visit Hello Panda's website for more. I thought when you meant elegantly, you were going to bring out, like, I don't know, chocolate flags, pink flags. I even wore the pink suit just for it.
Yeah, but no, see, this is much easier. Now we can share it, and now we know when we're running low so that we can eat it faster.
Good call. Good call. Very elegant of you.
We just got to have a rotation on passing this around.
Have some brandless water as well.
Oh, my favorite. I love brandless water.
I love brandless water as well. See, it's all good. This is how you watch a best of 5 match. You have your snack and you have your drink. Your brandless drink.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Hello Panda. Again, I love the strawberry flavor. I wore the suit just for it. Thank you for nailing it right on the head. But coming into this next game, right, it's match point for NIP Flash, and most teams crumble under that pressure, or they get turned into diamonds under that pressure.
Now, inside of the M series so far, right, even with me landing here in the knockout phase, when teams are at this deficit 2-0 in a best of 5, they're able to somehow drag it all the way to a game 5. So I am not gonna say it's too far out of the ballpark for NIP Flash. I know it's a little worrying for y'all, but so far we've been seeing so much surprises, so many teams find a way to go the distance, but no team has been able to take it with a reverse sweep so far.
First time for everything.
It is the first time for
Just gonna
everything. oh, what a serious to say. First time for everything.
Nah, you know, it's like, first time NAP Flash can defeat SRG. That's also first time for everything, right? It can go both ways. It can go both ways. And honestly, I don't deny, because so far we've seen 2-0 and then a kind of reverse sweep, but then ending out with the first team that wins anyway. It's all about learning and adapting. I legit feel like second game is a way that SRG wants to learn what other things that NIP Flash got. Like, if we let go of the Bruno and Suyo, how do you guys perform? But now we have a code coming in from no, we're gonna look at a coach head-to-head here between both coaches to really see the difference or similarities between both coaches. So now we have Coach Arcadia as well as Zarate. And then when we look, I feel like the biggest difference is definitely on that win rate. Because if we look at the first pick rate as well as the second pick rate, it's more or less the same. Like, again, we started with 50-50, by the way.
Yeah, we started 50-50, and I mean, obviously the stats are going to be like slightly skewed and somewhat close to each other because, again, both teams definitely have played enough games to reach to the point to meet each other here at the knockout rounds in lower brackets. But I got to give Zarate a lot of credit. He's done a good job with the team in terms of where their direction is with the draft. I think right now the players just need to feel comfortable, and that's something that may not necessarily be within his control.
They just have to find a game plan, right? I feel like the draft is okay, but it's these split decisions. When you have a team like SRG who knows how to make you go in two different directions, you can't let them tear you apart.
Yep. I mean, that's just the Malaysian playstyle, right? We see it with Vamos focused on that early game and SRG that is just fluid like water. As long as they can attack you from multiple different angles, attention is a very powerful resource in such a fast-paced 5v5 game.
My WhatsApp group just contacted me and it's like, oh, are you reviewing the food? Is it good? Yes, it's good. Hello Panda is legit good.
You know, it's the first time I've ever had Hello Panda, and it is really good.
Really good.
But every time we show it, it's gone in like 2 minutes.
Now we have a visual. Okay, we have a visual. We know who takes
accountability.
The last piece.
Yeah, we have it's one piece and we just pass it along.
Now let's look back at it. We all agree that NIP Flash had a pretty good draft.
Oh yeah.
In game number one, in game number 2. So now I think it's evident they need a little bit more than that for game number 3. The question is, what more can you get besides a good draft?
Well, for starters, let's get rid of things that force away that fluidity, right? It comes down to how exactly is Yums getting away with a lot of these Guinevere picks. Can we get Cho back onto onto JPL? Most importantly, get rid of that Lo Yi. That way they don't come from every single direction, because if we play truly front to back, that's where you see NIP Flash shine.
Yep, looking at a head-to-head here between Yums as well as JPL, if you look at a KDA, it's more or less the same. Damage taken per minute, I feel like this is more about playstyle. JPL definitely takes a lot more damage, but Yums, using picks like the Guinevere, you don't really take that much damage. You're just waiting for your opportunity. You jump in. When you jump in, that's when you take damage. But you don't always take all that damage. JPL is more of a front line compared to Yums.
Yeah, we're just seeing right now, Yums, he's picking a lot of engage, disengage roamers, whereas JPL, I mean, he's been going in for like the high-lows, so really, once you're in there, you're in there. And, you know, it's not as easy to get out like a spatial migration could be. So jumping into game number 3, match point for the side of SRG. There's some answers. You have 2 players separating you, Cram and Yums. You need to have a game plan. Everybody can't be running around in different directions. They have to play as a sound unit.
Yep, it's got to be tight formations all across the board. But then again, we might see a side of NIP Flash that they've been hiding all of this time. Now, first off, let's see who's going to be first pick and who's going to be second pick in this upcoming drafting phase. I would have to assume, yep, it's going to be NIP Flash going to be on first pick blue side, SRG on second pick red side. Bans, Hilda, Phovius, it looks like they are still taking the approach of trying to lock down Cram's hero pool for now. I'm expecting SRG to kind of oblige and say, you know what, if we're going to follow the previous draft, let's follow the previous draft.
Butterflies.
I mean, I guess if they first picked Bruno for NIP Flash, SRG was okay with that. I know it was a little bit of limit testing, but it still worked out in their favor. This may be a situation where NIP Flash just wants to ban the Bruno themselves and get something into the hands of Diablo super early. Something that can create that mobility that he's used to shining on, not limiting him to a pick like an Edith. who was getting picked off majority of the previous game.
I feel
Ban Luyi.
Or Ban Luyi. That's again something that I was recommending. I agree with you that yes, he is a specialist when it comes down to mobility, but at the same time, the fact that he was defaulted onto high loss in a large majority of the games he's played here at M6 just goes to show he's willing to play the meta. The question is, what does his team need for them to win?
Always on the way.
And now we are going to see
that Matilda. That's
that Matilda ban out from the side of NIP Flash. Bruno is still walking on the board, but the million-dollar question is, will this be a first pickup for NIP Flash? Is that a gamble that they want to even allow to walk to the side of SRG? We are looking at that Zushin being banned out, so a couple of things still available for both sides. The Cho, we have yet to see be picked up. Hylos has been a little bit more highly prioed.
I mean, SRG could ban the Cho now and then see how NIP Flash responds with their first pick. Because, yeah, NIP Flash, when both Bruno as well as CEO is open, they picked up the high loss. But this time, maybe they can go for a different direction, because if they can catch, might be looking better. They ban out the Luyi. SRG themselves ban out the Luyi. So, previously it was high loss first pick into a Joy and Luyi second pick. So, they had a chance to pick up the Luyi, but maybe they're just smelling that Curtizi wants it for himself, so not going to deal with it.
Possibly. I mean, it could be just like a hard read, but at the same time, it's in the ban section, right? Especially within the first phase, it's still adjustable. They can still talk about it, and there's plenty of time to do so for the side of NIP Flash. I still feel like they're going to go with the high loss first pick once again. It's still really flexible for them. Diablo performs well on it overall. They've already committed at least 2 bans to the EXP sector, so makes sense, right?
Yeah, but if NIP Flash goes for that high-lows pickup, then SRG will have free range on this Bruno, which could definitely be a threat alongside the Suyo if they do want to go that route as well. And it looks like they are going to go in for the Cho.
Push into a corner, a lot of teams like to default to comfort picks.
Yeah, and again, we were talking about his Cho, definitely a little bit more proactive. And I feel like so far, a lot of junglers really don't like this pick, because more often than not, they will get kicked. Either Suyo, either the Joy, any kind of close range will get caught. SRG, they have the option. They didn't go for it for the second game. But this time, they're taking it. They're taking the Bruno, and they're taking the Joy as well.
Yeah, they don't mind the Suyo actually going over to the side of NIP Flash, right? Because Suyo only does well against the Joy when you find that initial lead, when you have that level lead and you keep on oppressing it. It's the same thing for when Alpha is played into the Suyo. Alpha just needs to maintain his farm, invade every once in a while because he knows he can win the 1v1, and then once Suyo gets like maybe 3-4 items, that's when you have to be a little bit more concerned.
So do we see the Hylos come out here? Because if not, it can be picked up from SRG, which would be a very strong draft to have to go against. Now, with this Cho on the side of NIP Flash, now they have the path of isolation to be able to separate and create some chaos in these engagements. We are going to go ahead and see the Farza picked up alongside the Granger.
Right? Long range. They've got artillery, ways to burst down their targets, especially with the way the Dragon, if it kicks their targets into the right direction, that target is going to blow up. Now, I'm curious to see how SRG is going to respond to this, right? Now that they see the mid lane early on, technically they could lock their own mid laner early on as well. Do they want to play more fluid, or do they want to play standard where it's box of influence, let's keep it in here?
You know what my wish list is? Pick up the Suyo and just put Joy in mid.
The Stormy Joy? You know what?
Right?
The last time...
Think about that.
You know when Stormy was on SMG and decided to play Julian mid? That's when I'm like, whatever he picks, I'm never downing it again.
He picks Hellkurt mid and it works out?
We've got way more examples, but we're not going to go down the list. Here we go. It's going to be the Gatot Gacha for that third pick. Interesting. A flex that's able to taunt their targets, but at least threaten the Farsa's ult.
Oh yeah, Farsa is not going to have a good time. Like that Farsa pick might be a little bit early, because it's not just the Gatot, it's the Joy as well.
They could ban out the Valentina, not for the side of SRG, but for the side of NIP Flash. Or the Eve, if you want to stop them from having artillery to rain back against you. But they do have some answers. I mean, with the Cho, it's a good way to get to that back line. So we'll have to see which way this goes. Could even take out this Hylos, which is still able to be picked up from the side of NIP Flash. And we know how well Diablo can thrive on it.
Gentlemen, quick question here. We're going up against the Granger as well as the Farsa. Quite long range here. Do you fight fire with fire by having more range as well? Something like the Xavier, something like the Novaria, maybe even the Veil. Veil has pretty long range as well. Or do you just go the opposite route? You know what? We're going full dive. So having a mid laner, something like a Lilia, a Kadita, something that can really harass the Pharsa. Right? You have 2 ways to answer the same question.
I agree with you. There are 2 ways with it, but some more effective than others. I would say the long range route is probably the safest bet. The only issue with that is that a lot of our long range, like whether it be marksmen or even like mid laners, need a lot of time to get to that dangerous point, right? You have to play such a controlled early to mid game, which so far, based on what we've been seeing from SRG, fits more towards their style since the early game hasn't usually gone in their favor in these past 2 matches.
I would say go range against range, just due to, we already know when it comes to SRG fighting in these engagements, they try and find a way to disrupt Nip Flash and make them separate. So if they can even out the playing field with range, then that's an element that Nip Flash does not have over them.
Good ban, by the way.
Very good bans. From both sides, really. I mean, Zarate is just looking towards the EXP side. If we do want to pick up the Hylos or something tanky, then at least we've got rid of majority of the counter matchups. Arcadia is like, we want Joyce to play the game. Let's get rid of what this early game Suyo has been giving us a lot of problems with, and also in the counter matchup of Fredrin, keep her in place.
Yeah, the Fredrin definitely a wise decision on that Joy. Now, I mean, it could be that Joy in the mid lane that you're hoping for, though. I mean, it's not too far out of the ballpark. We have seen it, actually.
Yep.
Team Spirit is the one that pulled that out with Sunset Lover, so maybe seeing SRG have the same pick on their side could work in their favor and catch somebody like Nip Flash off guard. And it's not the worst thing, considering you can get back to the Pharsa, and then you also have a lot of pills, so we'll have to see which way this goes. Nonetheless, we are still looking for the jungler for the side of SRG as well. You know, an Hayabusa could actually... No, actually,
No. Let's just assume the Joy is jungle.
Yeah,
but
Joy's jungle.
It'll be interesting if it does go mid.
I don't know. I saw a bit of a smirk coming in from Stormy. I was hoping he was telling his coach, like, hey,
You guys
man,
want some Hello
the
Panda?
Valentina's banned out, so you gotta give me the Joy, right?
See, the bowl helps, right?
Oh?
No, I'm just offering the casters Hello Panda. See, the bowl helps.
The bowl does help. All right, Vixana's already locked in, but now they're finishing up with a Benedetta as well as a Guinevere.
Oh, Benedetta!
What a wild draft this has been.
Finally! Right, I feel like Diablo has been itching to bring this out.
For sure. For sure. I don't know if he's going to go full damage on this one. Probably not. I would assume that he's going to go tank Cussed Blast into Revitalize like he usually does. But let's see how SRG responds. Now that there's so much mobility and the fact that NIP Flash want to be the ones who are more fluid rather than playing a standard front-to-back game.
Oh, man, looking at what's left, I mean, do you go the Hylos here?
Wait. By the way, this is Guinevere jungle, right?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
I mean, Hades has brought it up before, if I'm not mistaken. So this is going to be very interesting. SRG, last pick. Do we want fire, have a damage EXP laner as well? The Kufra, we have not seen the Kufra.
Well played.
Yume's Kufra for a very long time.
God, he's made a name for himself on Cho as well as Kufra. It has been way too long. Good luck. Good luck to both teams.
This game has some nostalgia behind it. Thank you very much, panelists. You know what, casters? Have fun.
I think it's not just Diablo who's been itching to see something new. We've been itching to see something new from this game, from this entire series as well. And for the potentially last game, we're finally seeing it.
SRG basically said, if you want to go crazy, let's go crazy. Oh, Petrify! Diablo wants to go damage!
Oh, whoa.
I love it. I love it.
Okay.
Gone are the days of Revitalized Concussive Blast Benedetta. It's Diablo time.
And it's a Guinevere jungle, actually, that Hades is going to pull off against SRG. But what a way to close out the draft by bringing out Yumes on that iconic Kufra up against this lineup with a endless amount of blink skills in their hands.
Man, I'm just super hyped for this matchup. Again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is an elimination game. Match point for SRG. One loss here means Nip Flash will be eliminated from the M6 World Championship. And SRG say, yeah, let's go with it. Kufra. I love the Kufra pick for Yumes.
I mean, I like the way they're trying to approach this because, like, for 2 games in a row, Cram has been insane in terms of applying the pressure, but on this Benedetta, Diablo might be able to go toe-to-toe up against Cram in the lane and in terms of how he's able to rotate faster out of the EXP lane. But again, that doesn't eliminate the fact that Curtizy will still have to face a lot of problems one way or another. On this Farsa, you'd have to be mindful of the Avatar of the Guardian as well as the Joy, as mentioned by our panelists earlier. So if he had a hard time trying to use the Feathered Airstrike with just the Hilda in the hands of SRG, now it's not just the Hilda actually. It's a lot more than that. Even the Kufra, I think, you'd have to consider that too.
JPL gonna walk up with Jikundo. Let's see if he actually gets a stun down. Sky should be able to retrieve this, and yes, he does. Just dancing around JPL. Yomes is charging. Diablo clearing out the wave. Yeah, doing really well in the lane so far.
Yep, I think that's one of the biggest adjustments that we're seeing from NIP Flash in terms of heading into this game. And another is that Curtizy would want to probably play this a little bit more safely. It picks up the Purify, but then that Spatial Migration does not connect. So in terms of survivability, I feel like NIP Flash, they have a lot more ways to deal with that. But then they have to still be careful. The element of surprise still remains for SRG.
Okay, let's see. Spatial Migration and Violet Requiem in towards the final blow. Diablo claiming first blood. Sky's petrified. Electrified Beat still coming down though. Let's get the retreat battle here. Hades will claim it. Sky's forced back. JPL walking up. Cram might be caught here. Jikundo, Way the Dragon, locking him down. Hades claims the kill. Just like in game 1 and 2. Nip Flash start off strong.
I mean, I think they're trying to approach this in such a way that since our XP laner is able to be a lot more aggressive compared to the first 2 games, they're able to set things up. They're able to force out those skills which would ideally be the ones to cancel out and disrupt NIP Flash from doing the type of team fight that they want, which is what we've seen earlier. Diablo just went in, forced out the early Avatar of the Guardian from Cram, and that was the signal for Curtizy that he could just use that Feathered Airstrike, control the area near that turtle pit, and then NIP Flash, they were able to take that objective successfully for themselves. But we'll see how SRG adjusts from this point onwards, because still, I mean, they still have the Bruno, and they have a lot of ways to counter-engage if it's just that.
Definitely. It doesn't seem like... At least in this game, it's a bit different, right? You can actually see that Vanix is bullying Innocent in the gold lane with the Granger up against the Bruno. This is something that I don't think we've seen in game 1 and 2. Innocent has been playing it really, really well, and previously he was the one who was winning in the matchup. So Nip Flash have so many more ways to actually, you know, drop down some kill pressure if they want to play around the bottom lane. Should be okay too. Up until Innocent gets the Haas claws, at least. That's when he can actually finally stabilize in this gold lane.
But at least so far, though, it's more of river control for NIP Flash and rotating towards the EXP lane. Oh, look at Diablo once again. Speaking of EXP lane, that's nearly a 1v3 that he actually engaged in. But even Hades, looking at the rotation so far, it seems like they just really want to establish control in that lane so that they're able to focus a lot more of the resources towards the important or the key heroes that they have, specifically Vanix. Although he's managing it pretty well alone here in the bottom lane, still Sekai's though, he's here as well, so let's see what happens. Oh wait, Cram!
Oh, gonna be assassinated. Hades finds it. JPL too gets away the dragon. Diablo gonna be terrified down. Skies will be able... Wait.
He caught the kill on the Vanix.
Okay, yeah, I was like, whoa. That was an assassination as well.
Oh no.
Thanos Revenge and the Rage over to JPL. Only JPL. This should be a free one for NIP Flash. Eternal Guard. JPL, actually able to escape. Diablo jumping in forward, getting the kill. Now Hades doing the same thing. Curtizy gonna be caught on the electrifying beast, but can just fly away with the wings by wings.
What a great start for NIP Flash. 2 consecutive turtles now in their hands. Although SRG, they're able to find their way to Vanix, which I don't think is that much of a good sign, but at least for them. Oh no, and speaking of, they're really trying to focus down on Vanix right now. So if NIP Flash, they're operating kind of well in terms of other areas in the map, Vanix is starting to have quite a rough time in his gold lane.
Yeah, as much of a rough time as Stormy, I think, right? I mean, every time he walks up, he's gonna have to be double, triple, quadruple careful because of Diablo. He can actually he can one-shot Vexana at this point. Diablo's actually reading this really well. SRG have a hold there, and Diablo's not going for it. He's actually just
I mean
buying time and like zoning them away from Hades.
Yeah, he knows it. The eye indicator and all that.
Well played,
They're definitely just trying to read into where they're possibly positioned, but Diablo takes the long cut. He's just really being careful on this now that SRG probably has their eyes set on Diablo. And speaking of, that's the electrifying beats already used by Sekai's.
Okay, doesn't get the spatial migration. Even the final blow utilized by Diablo. You can see how much trust he had in Hades hitting that skill, but unfortunately for them, Skies is too slick with it.
Yeah. So we're waiting for the next potential objective, but Cram is waiting here in the Riverside. So they're just really doing well in terms of scouting each member out. Cortese uses the wing by wings. So it's just like SRG, they're able to get their turret, the tier 1 turret down bottom, but Stormy, oh no, you said being quadruple careful. But I don't think he was able to foresee that.
I think he might have to do more than quadruple careful. Spatial migration on top of the fact that there's a final blow. Petrify, and yeah, I think the flicker choice might have been a bit too much of a gamble here. Times of Edge and the Rage JPL with a shot poo. Gets away, Sky's dealing the damage. Worldy and the crit from Innocent. Hades picks up the turtle though, and Diablo will be able to trade it with a turret up top.
My goodness, 2 objectives in exchange for JPL. I think that's a really good trade for NIP Flash. They get a turret as well as their 3rd consecutive turtle, which explains also why we're seeing this much of gold lead in their hands. And I mean, if you were SRG, this entire Quidivir jungle, it must have really caught them off guard. I don't think Yumes has been able to really pull off that perfect Tyrant's Rage Revenge combo, but speaking of Yumes, he's very, very low, but JPL gets bursted down first.
AOG into the back, Diablo! What a set, what a petrify! Beautifully done!
Diablo! Just did the clutch plays on the Benedetta. Sekai's trying to look for the trade, and he will be able to get Phoenix. Hades will be punishing him though, and that's the monster kill for Diablo.
Whoa, all right. Maybe that's a bit too crazy, Mr. Diablo. Has to wait for the final blow at least before you want to dive into Stormy. Man, Diablo on the Benedetta. This is why, I mean, at least in MSC 2023, do you remember how much respect was placed onto his comfort picks? His badonkadonk. I remember, if he starts badonging, this might be a tough one.
Yeah.
Diablo gets out with the final blow too.
Yeah. And I think SRG, they're struggling to find the perfect timings to layer their skills appropriately up against the targets that Yumes eventually finds across the map. I mean, even if Yumes gets to jump on a member from NIP Flash, Stormy, I think he'd be thinking twice about trying to go in, but this is the perfect target though. That's JPL, that's all alone. Separated from all the members of NIP Flash.
Hades trying to catch him. Feather airstrike over to Cram. The burst not enough, but Diablo's coming in. He's godlike. Gets the kill. 1 for 1. Cram for JPL.
Diablo's been coming in at the perfect timings on this Benedetta. And this is probably why you should really learn how to respect. I mean, there have been a lot of adjustments from NIP Flash, that's for sure. They've been sticking with the high lows. They've been sticking with the CC for Diablo. But this is an entirely different version of NIP Flash. This is them playing where they're comfortable playing. And Yumes, oh no, he connects onto Hades. But will they be able to burst him down? Oh no, Diablo once again!
He got shut down by Innocent though! JP on the back, goes for the Invader Dragon. Hades with the retry win. Yumes, spatial migration catching onto him. JPL falling. That was a big shutdown that Innocent picked up.
I can only imagine the bounty. I can only imagine the bounty that went into the hands of Innocent, but still NIP Flash, they got their hands on the Lord. So they will be able to maintain the control over the map. But Innocent is slowly starting to join in the team fights. The Lord will be immediately taken care of by Sekai's as well. But they ought to be careful. If earlier Diablo could just be as aggressive as he wants to be, right now SRG, they're having enough damage to deal with him.
How much gold was that? Wait, he's 8.6k.
Oh my god.
He's 1,000 gold ahead. How much gold did he get? I really wonder. But on the other side, wow, Diablo, 3,000 gold? Ahead of the Gato Kacha.
That's insane. That's a high amount of damage that you could expect from this Benedetta. If we were to recall the emblems that he went for earlier, it's the fighter emblem together with the master assassin and a bit of concussive blast as well. So you could expect him to really dish out the damage, but an eye for an eye. That was close for Diablo.
Oh, Yums, Tarnish Revenge, just find Rage. Guys, trying to go for the flank earlier for the airstrike. Will be able to zone them away with the Death Sonata. Okay, NIP Flash, get away. Man, that was close. Guys almost got Diablo while he was recalling.
Yeah, and that is precisely why we've been saying that SRG, once they're able to pick up all their items, once they're able to group up, that's a completely different story. Diablo has to be a little bit more careful in terms of the heroes that he wants to look out for against SRG. Innocent at this point, he's only lacking one more item and is currently leading in terms of gold ranking, but Hades, he finds the target!
Oh, just into the final blow. Cram has the AUG out of there. Diablo didn't even use any, he just final blow. That was the final blow damage. Oh my lord.
At least for NIP Flash, they're really able to provide the follow-ups. That's something we're yet to see from SRG, especially if they're grouped up together.
Wow.
The most they can do is just really look out for those targets that are isolated, but checking out the damage dealt ranking, you have to look at Diablo and the amount of damage he's dealt in this game.
Diablo, every time he gets a signature pick, man, he always finds ways to get highlights. The World Tournament, International Tournament, MSC was the Badang, M6 might just be the time for his Benedetta.
And imagine, it's not like Curtizi's having that much of a hard time, even up against this kind of lineup.
Yeah.
Even up against the Joy, I think Sekai's has been trying to look for the angle since earlier to just hunt down Curtizi. But since they have these much turrets left, but since they have this much control left, they're not able to pull off exactly that. But oh wait!
Uh-oh, Tarnish Revenge and Rage, Eternal Guard catching JPOY was actually Skies! Oh! Finds it! Final blow coming down, great revitalize! That's an eye for an eye from Diablo in his head! JPL though! Oh no, that's Hades with the Spatial Migration, the Violent Requiem! The damage not enough to take anyone down! Vanix against the world, 4v2! Innocent wants some smoke, dashes forward. That was 3 for 1. Oh! That's a shot down from Vanix.
And I can't believe we're seeing some sort of a replay from game number 1 and 2. How NIP Flash were just in the lead, but suddenly a single pickoff, a single play turns things around. And earlier that particular play was Sekai's being able to hunt down Curtizi. Once they lost that damage, that additional layer of damage, Sillamore and Jice, they were just able to go in. But now that they're back, they'll have to defend this because SRG, they were able to secure the Lord.
This is very dangerous now for NIP Flash. The early lead that they got, the 12 minutes of gameplay, it disappeared just with one fight. Again, SRG take full control. Sky's electrifying beats! It's gonna be the stun overdose, Sky's very low! Now Diablo chasing him, oh my lord! JPL shuts him down. Skies will be slain in the bottom lane. Innocent though will not stay idly by. He will be active, making quick work of the tier 2.
In exchange of that kill on Sekai's, they might just bid farewell to all the remaining inner turrets. Diablo, will he be able to go? Oh no, he gets spotted by Stormy! But will he engage in this? He's alone, not anymore though. Cram is also here, Avatar the Guardian!
Let's see, Diablo. How do you get away from this one? That's a conceal! Petrify! Diablo going forward. That's Stormy taken down. Yums with the spot, Time Revenge, and the range finding him. Innocent in the back, still be able to free hit Hades. Still caught on the damage. Hades getting away with the spatial migration. That's a good shot over to Innocent by Curtizi. Lord still alive. Hades walking back. Vanix trying to clear it as fast as possible. And they will be able to defend against it. Oh man, the turn from Diablo.
Them deciding to engage in that fight probably cost them all the remaining all the remaining inner turrets. But that was okay, I feel, for NIP Flash. It felt like them really showing that they were still in the game. They'd still be ready to take on SRG if they too commit just one single mistake. Now looking at the items, both of the gold laners already have their hands on their complete builds. And Cram is slowly catching up too, so the sustain is gradually being there for SRG. Also picks up the Antique Cuirass. So now they will probably be a bit more confident to engage in the fights, even with the presence of a complete 5-man lineup for NIP Flash.
Great reaction there from JPL. Actually, Shunpooing out of the Tower's Revenge from Yums. But NIP Flash, they are far away from getting that lead back, I feel. You know, SRG, their composition does really well in the later stage of the game with the Joy, Bruno, Innocent, and Skies. They should be online to do whatever they want in the fights. And I mean, to be fair, for Innocent, we've already seen it.
Yep. So they get to use the Magic Sentry, find the other members of SRG, but Yums will be charging, doesn't connect onto JPL. But this is becoming tricky for NIP Flash.
Definitely. And Diablo doesn't even have enough damage to threaten Skies if he dives in. Like previously, Skies couldn't jump in because once you get petrified, you're technically almost dead, right? Now Skies is pretty chill with it. Every time he actually jumps in, I don't think there's enough damage with the Petrify and the Phantom Slash to really threaten him.
Yeah, especially if he gets to dance around all those bullets from Vanix. But it seems like the bullets now are primarily being used to poke down crucial members of SRG. This is the Lord Dance that we're watching for NIP Flash and SRG. It seems like NIP Flash are actually in control of the Lord Pit, but SRG, they have a lot of range, so they can engage whenever they do want to go for it. But Diablo!
Diablo gets the assassination! JPL caught in the midst of it all. Stormy gets a Curse Blast. Vanix shooting them down with the Death Sonata. Eye for an eye from Diablo. Innocent takes him down, though. 2 for 1. It started up with Skies taken out, and now it's SRG with the winning team fight.
That was an important pickoff. That was one of the probable game changers that NIP Flash could have done, courtesy of Diablo taking out Sekai's. Oh no, but then SRG, they still want to go for it. They take out Hades too.
That's a win of nature from Innocent. That's a bit more info, but I think SRG are very happy to trade info for a free Lord. Hades is down for 30 seconds. Innocent can very easily just solo this. And NIP Flash, now they're gonna have to defend another Lord.
This has been such an unexpected turn of events. From the Lord Dance, to the way Diablo took out Sekai, to the way SRG took out Hades. You would have thought it was already the ideal scenario for NIP Flash, but now once again, they will have to defend, and this time, only with their base turrets remaining. They have the range, they have the wave clear. This is still the Benedetta we're talking about, but once you use up all those crucial resources, SRG, I feel like they won't think twice of going in.
That's a 2,000 gold lead that Innocent has over Vanix. At this point, the gold lead doesn't really matter for the gold laners. It'll just be item swaps, right? But still, Innocent's holding on to that gold lead. Same goes for Diablo. It'll just be item swaps now that we are waiting for. He's already on the way to the Rose Gold Meteor. SRG, 4,300 gold ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, Sekai, he also has his hands on the Winter Crown right now, so he can either go in, force a reaction from NIP Flash, and the electrifying beats, it will still be casted anyway. So NIP Flash, they have to be careful for that, but Cram and Diablo, they have a world of their own in the top lane.
That's an island right there. Up top, it's an island. It's the XP lane island. Yums. Oh, great cancel with the Eternal Guard there.
Okay.
Little spatial migration earlier. 2 base turrets down. Diablo still in a 1v1 up top in this island. Uh-oh. He's going to bring some friends in. Diablo caught by the AOG. Cram might just be going for this 1v1.
Okay, they're chasing after him.
Uh-oh.
Sekai!
Eye for an eye! Goodbye. Good night, Diablo. Skies takes him down. The honorable 1v1 wasn't so honorable.
And that was a call for a friend. They literally had to respond, but props to what Diablo did. They were able to save at least 1 base turret for NIP Flash, but this is the only remaining base turret. SRG after I said it, but he jumps on the 2!
2-man spatial migration, but in the back again. Way the Dragon, locking Skies down. That's an immortality buy for Skies. Let's see what he can do with it. Buys the Winter Crown or just uses it here. Escapes from the clutches of NIP Flash. Yums, turns bench and the Radiant Flicker out. Innocent still free, hitting Vanix very low. AOG coming down as well. That's a cancel spatial migration. Selangor Red Giants, clean sweep. NIP Flash to continue their road in the lower brackets.
The Red Giants are here to stay. Still hungry for that title and that year for Golden Road. A clean sweep delivered to us by the proud giants of Malaysia.
And with this, SRG will continue in the lower brackets, but for NIP Flash, it is GG, well played. NIP Flash will be eliminated from the M6 World Championship after getting through the grueling Swiss stage.
It was a closer fight than the first two, but we'll have to say farewell for now. Let's throw it over back to our panel.
I mean, the crowd is excited, so that one's for sure. Selangor Giants was able to take down NIP Flash, a clean 3-0. But yeah, you guys, like, even the cast was talking about it. Game number 3, it was much closer.
What a brawl. What a brawl from minute 1 all the way up to the end. I wasn't expecting the Benedetta to go full damage in that particular sense, but at least there were adjustments, right? Not going for lethal ignition, instead going for concussive blast to maintain control over the early game wave push. But man, golly, there were a lot of times where this squad really made me sweat.
Let's talk about the range of Diablo, by the way. From a high loss to a Benedetta, to one of the easiest hero in the game, to one of the hardest.
And he was doing his thing. He was all over the place, getting the kills where necessary, man. A lot of TikTok plays.
Yeah.
Definitely, maybe even could have hit a Kadia play of the day.
Yeah.
Maybe. Honestly, there were a lot of good moments for him. A lot of like little EXP tricks that you probably wouldn't expect to see being played on a world stage like this. And yet he's whipping it out to make sure that every step SRG makes is, well, going to be a little harder.
Yep, and now looking on stage, looks like Rose is ready with NIP Flash. So with that being said, we're going to throw it over to the stage alongside with Rose, NIP Flash, and SRG.
This Singaporean all-star team has exceeded expectations, going up against regional champions and powerhouses. It is unfortunate that their journey to be greater than ever ends here. NIP Flash, you may give your final bow in 3, 2, 1. You guys have been amazing this time around, and we cannot wait to see you guys come back stronger in the next M Series. And of course, the winner of this elimination match, the hometown heroes, IOI City. Give it up for Selangor Red Giants. So right now we have Stormy and Yums. All right, come here beside me. Guys, how are you guys?
Yeah, good.
You're good? Stormy, how are you?
Yeah, feeling pretty good.
Feeling pretty good. Were you guys nervous, honestly, for today? Were you guys nervous for today?
No.
No?
No,
You guys came ready?
Yeah.
What about you, Yums, Captain?
Yeah, same.
Same.
Yeah.
Okay, now, let's just be honest. I feel like this is one of your cleanest game, this M6. Stormy. This is your cleanest game, this M6. So what have you guys discussed backstage or, you know, back at home for you guys to come up with such a clean gameplay today?
Actually, you say we just play games, yeah. Main game je.
Mind game. Come on, like, give me a good answer. Come on, everybody wants a good answer. Look at them. See? Come on.
Saya rasa sebab kita orang, I think we just go back to our gaming house, not at here. I don't know, we just feel sleepy in the hotel.
Oh, you guys just feel sleepy at the hotel.
Yeah.
So, is that an advantage playing in Malaysia? You guys get to go back to your gaming house and do everything like how you guys usually do in MPL?
Yeah.
So, you guys prefer gaming house better?
Yeah.
So, you guys came from the gaming house just now to play here today, so you guys are back to your usual groove. Is that what you're trying to say? Correct. So, maybe you can share with us, what do you guys do at the gaming house?
Play game.
Play games and?
Yeah, and then sleep.
And sleep. What about eating? Do you guys eat better at the gaming house?
Yeah.
You guys eat better at the gaming house. Okay, now, Yums, let's talk about your heroes just now. Okay? Now, we know that Guinevere is not really a huge pick. But you played Guinevere, and not only Gwyn, but you also brought a Kufra. Maybe you can share with us a little bit on why you actually picked this today?
I got nothing to share.
Why are you guys so PR trained today? Kenapa PR trained sangat?
Tahu?
Tak tahu. You don't know?
Don't know.
Come on, maybe just a little bit. Why Gwyn? Do you think it's a good hero or the coach asked you?
Sebab kita ada Kak Zeti.
You guys have what?
Kak Zeti.
Kak Zeti.
Yeah.
Why? What did Kak Zeti do?
Kak Zeti kat belakang.
Is it her favorite hero?
Yeah.
So you guys picked Kak Zeti's favorite hero, that's why?
Yeah.
What about Kufra? She also plays Kufra?
Yeah.
Wow, garang niya. You guys are honestly just trashing Kak Zeti at this point. Okay, now Stormy, let me ask you, okay? Earlier just now, we unfortunately had to say goodbye to one more Malaysia representative, which was Team Vamos. Now that you guys are the only Malaysian team in M6, how confident are you for your run?
100%.
100% confident. What about getting the first M6 championship for Malaysia? What about getting the first ever M Series championship for Malaysia? How confident are you?
120.
120%. Stormy, in your opinion, will we be able to see the first ever Golden Road be achieved? Yes or no?
Yeah.
You believe in your team?
Believe, yeah.
Okay, I like that. I'm pretty sure everybody here likes that. That gives everybody the boost of confidence. Now, Yums, before I let you go, we all know that yesterday was your birthday. How did you celebrate your birthday? Macam mana you celebrate birthday semalam?
Tidur.
He slept. What else?
Play game.
What was your gift for yourself? Winning today?
Yeah.
Winning today was a gift? All right. Belated happy birthday, Yums. Congratulations. Stormy, do you want to say anything to the fans that have come today? Okay.
Kau lah.
Pwede kau.
Tak apa. Kau cakap je lah.
Okay, come on, Yums. Come on, Captain.
Cakap lah kau.
Hey.
Today is your birthday, right?
Weh, lepas tu?
Guys. Say thank you to the fans. Come on, Yums.
Asal aku.
Hurry up.
Kau cakap.
Okay.
Stormy.
For everyone who came today to watch the Naive Flash and us, thank you so much for coming and see you guys tomorrow, right? Yeah.
Congratulations to Stormy and to Yums. And with that, let us head back to the panel to break down what happened in this clean sweep up against NIP Flash.
I feel like that will be the trend moving forward. Lips have to be tightly sealed. But can you blame them? Because now we're at top 6. Top 6, no one wants to reveal anything anymore. They're like, okay, during the Swiss round, okay, whatever. But now, elimination, man. Like, why is it going to go pick? Oh, because our friend likes to use it. Shout outs to Kazeti, you know?
I mean, to be fair, yes, they don't want to reveal too much about it, but at least they can be like, at least it's my favorite hero, at least it's somebody else's favorite hero.
Maybe that's why, because like, is it your favorite hero? Nah. Do you like using it? Nah. So why'd you pick it?
just verbal sounds, just grambling noises the whole way.
No, because English is a universal language. Grunting is also a universal language.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point. But it's time to look at the item build because honestly, there's a lot to actually talk about this time around with a couple of unorthodox picks and honestly, a couple of fan favorites. Mine in particular, I love seeing Benedetta. It's such a good time. But can we talk about Sakai's?
Yes. You saw that item too?
Oh, for sure. I saw it on the board and I was like, I can't wait to bring this up later.
Yeah, so he understands that the Joe likes to kick him. So maybe a bit of defense with guard and helmet, it might help him out. Now, here's the thing. I don't think it helped out that much because I think the guard and helmet is after he sold the Winter Crown just to survive a little bit more. But yeah, interesting itemization. Not so sure if he will have the luxury to keep picking up this item. But honestly, yeah, I feel like the damage is there. A little bit more survivability might have been better.
It was also interesting to see Diablo pull out that Benedetta as well, right? We were asking the question, is it going to be full tank? Is it going to be full damage? And we got to see how heavy of a hitter it was with damage.
Absolutely. And again, a couple of the tricks that he was pulling off. Oh, you know what? I'll save that for a little bit later. But yes, he does go for full damage, and I love to see that. But this Guinevere pick coming in specifically from Hades is a very unique pick towards him because when he first got imported over to MPL SG, this was one of the go-to feared heroes. That's why we saw so many bans in the stats when you're looking at Liquipedia every single time. Why is there Guinevere out of nowhere in a meta that didn't ask for it?
And there you have it, as some of the emblems on the board as well. You are seeing that Temple Rain for that Joy, just very effective. So many teams having a very hard time going up against it. Doesn't matter if it's in the mid lane or the jungle, it gets the job done.
Yeah, but again, Selangor Giants, they're going to be facing up against a tough opponent after this. We'll talk about that a little bit more once we have the breakdown for the brackets. And if you look at the damage here, Innocent dealt quite a lot of damage. And even though Sakai's didn't, it looks like on paper he didn't deal that much damage, we have to consider he's not attacking the front lines, he's attacking the squishies. And they die way too fast before you can really ramp up that damage.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, everybody kind of understands what the role is supposed to be. Whether or not to deny the feathered airstrike, it really depends. Do I have to use the GOA aggressively, defensively, or to stop them from accessing a point, a point of interest, the POI I like to call it? Stormy is supposed to be the main anchor of the team. As long as he holds his position, everybody from the side of SRG can fall backwards. And then you have the question of Vanix as well as Diablo, right? When you find those angles, those straight lines for the Death Sonata actually connect towards Stormy's side, Diablo has an angle to actually go in for a full all-in to at least disrupt him, if not blow up one-shot Skies.
I mean, I don't know, man. Stormy's job in this game is so difficult because Diablo look at Stormy like he's some Hello Panda. He's like, konnichiwa, and he just goes in and then tries to get a kill.
He just gets free chomps every single time, man. It's a tough job, but at the same time, keep in mind that Yums must be in front, but he can't block everything.
And now we got to look at the MVP, the half-man, half-beast, probably half-football player at this point. It's Innocent on that Bruno. And again, when you have one of the best goal leaders in the world, having one of the best picks in the world, it's going to have a worldie.
I think this is one of those situations where he's not innocent. He's in fact guilty. Guilty of MVP for SRG. There you have it, dominating on this Bruno yet again. An amazing performance. You throw in that Hawes Claws, you throw in the Malefic Gun and the Berserker's Fury, the core Trinity. Very hard to deal with, and it's been disrupting so many teams in the M series.
It's really, really difficult, especially with the large amounts of burst and lifesteal that he gains from each one of his either empowered auto attacks or naturally through the crits. It's a little possible, it feels a little impossible to deal with, but then just watch how this match actually plays out, right? There were definitely moments where Innocent just, again, teams need to check these bushes. They fall into the trap of getting one shot by Hades a majority of the time, and we can see that the struggle for power continue not only from early game, but even towards mid game with everybody looking for each other's back lines.
Let me just say one interesting fact about Innocent. I have no idea how he uses his Bruno and how he manages his mana, because we've seen two emblem choices for the Bruno. Either the Assassin emblem or the basic emblem. And if you go for the Assassin emblem, you usually go for Demon Boots so that you have that mana sustain. Innocent doesn't do either. So I have no idea how he really manages his mana to make sure that in lane he's fine and then in team fight he's fine.
He just never slide tackles until he has to and never uses his first skill. Just always pick it up. Always
decisive.
Yeah, very decisive with the way he needs to be. But as this game continues to progress, we definitely saw that even though Benedetta full damage, we don't get to see it very often, made huge impact in this game.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big problems for NIP Flash was just the separation caused by SRG. Whether that was Humes doing it or Cram, it definitely was very hard to deal with. Even when they had a hero that Diablo specialized on, like that Benedetta, to be able to match that mobility, they even had to throw a Cho into the mix, and it still was a challenge. Overall, an amazing series, though, and a great victory for SRG to remain in the M Series.
Yeah, and with that being said, NIP Flash, unfortunately, this is as far as they can go. But again, as Malaysians, you know, we're neighbors. It's like we have fun, but at the same time, we have this mutual respect, and we hope that NIP Flash or any iterations coming in from Singapore shows up next year. And we will also like to thank everyone watching. Thank you for supporting M6. Your opinion matters, and that's why we provide a QR code. Hopefully, you guys can scan it and then let us know what you guys feel that we can improve on. Or just say whatever you guys like. Do you guys like the Swiss stage? Because personally, I did.
Personally, I quite enjoyed the Swiss stage as well. Obviously, it's a lot more heartbreaking to see some teams make it through and some teams not, but at least we get to see the full breadth and width of the team, the real personality, what makes them them.
Yeah, I even enjoyed the wild cards.
Yeah. The wild cards is amazing. For you guys, don't miss out on the M6 Battle Night from the 28th of December to the 29th of December. You only have those 2 days, but you can enjoy exclusive bonuses, including limited time and 25 epic skin trials and all heroes free trials. So you guys can test out the heroes before you guys make the decision to buy them. Although, to be fair, I think we're at the unique position where we have too much battle points.
Yeah, definitely. If you, I mean,
like the moment Lucas comes out, instant buy, and it's like, we still have enough to buy 10 more heroes.
Still plenty.
Let them know. they're going to take them away.
I mean, hey, it's fine. It's just battle points. It's just battle points. It can't be that bad. But with that being said, let's have a look at the current updated bracket right now, because now we can start talking about future matchups to happen.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be very interesting, and it's going to happen tomorrow. Selangor Red Giants, after winning against NIP Flash, they have to go up against RRQ. And something to put note is that RRQ went up against TLID, and they went all 5 games. Selangor Red Giants will have to go up against RQ, where RQ had some